I'm Carl Ulrich. I'm a professor at the Wharton School where I teach innovation, entrepreneurship, and product design. I'm very excited to be one of your instructors for this course, Launching Your Startup. This course is part of a 4-course specialization. The first course is Developing the Opportunity. That's followed by this course, Launching Your Startup. We then have a third course on growth strategies, and a fourth course addresses financing and profitability. That's all tied up with a capstone project, which integrates the knowledge from the course into a course project. Now, you can take these courses pretty much in any order, but this course assumes that you start with an opportunity. That is, you've identified some need or pain point in the marketplace, and you have an idea for a solution to address that need or pain point. Now, what we're going to do in this course is we'll take the validated opportunity and prepare you to actually get that solution out into the market. Some of the questions that we'll address in this course are, how can I get market feedback most efficiently? What happens if my initial approach doesn't work? Should I quit my day job, and when? How do I convince others of the value of the opportunity I'm pursuing? How do I put a team together? How do we allocate the shares in our company across the team members? How do I find and retain the partners I need, service providers, advisors, and others? How do I name my company and product? When and how do I form a new legal entity? And how do I prevent others from copying me? These are all super interesting questions. They're all essential to the challenge of launching the startup. So with that, here we go.
Today we're going to talk about the lean approach to startups. Now, the lean approach is just one of many methods that have been developed over the years for thinking about how, as a startup, you can act quickly and learn as you act. So we'll talk about the lean approach because it's very common right now to discuss that in Silicon Valley and in startup circles. But this is just one of many potential approaches that you could use in order to make sure that you're experimenting and learning even as you're biased towards action. So this is some results from some data that I gathered of survival time of startups. So on the y-axis, you can see the percentage of startups surviving over a period of time. On the x-axis, the amount of time that has elapsed. So these are survival curves, essentially. And this is the survival curves of Wharton startups that were founded by people who went to Wharton, and then divided into two groups. People who changed their business plan radically, which is the red line, versus people who kept their business plan basically the same as they originally launched their business idea, the blue line. And what you can see here is the lines look pretty similar. In almost any other field, when people change their business radically, when a large company tries to change their business radically, their failure rate increases. But startups somehow seem to be able to change a lot without failing. And the secret to that is something like the lean method. So let me show you how the lean method works, as was described by Steve Blank and Eric Ries. And again, I'll show you at the end some thoughts about how you can adapt this method if you don't want to take all of the parts of lean startups and use it. So this is Steve Blank's original slide. Steve Blank is an adjunct professor at Stanford who has started 7 different companies. And he was a business person at these companies. And he realized that there was a sort of standard model of product development that described how products were created in theory. On the top, you can see the stepwise approach to marketing a product. You come with a concept, you go through a product development step, you do some alpha and beta testing, and then finally you launch the product. At the bottom, you can see the waterfall, or BDUF, big design upfront, approach to developing a product. You start with some sort of requirements gathering, you go through a design phase, you start to put all that together, and then you go through some sort of shipping. And you'll notice that line in the middle in this waterfall approach, that's when the concept for the product freezes. Now, if we think about this way the products are created, you'll realize there's a few problems for you as a startup company if you're considering using these methods. One is you spend all of your money at the very beginning of this process, but you make your money at the end. Most startups don't have a lot of money, so wouldn't it be great to have a method of making more money early on before you actually get to the end of the project? The second problem here is that you'll notice that you only gather information from the customers at the beginning. But you don't know a lot when you're creating something new about what your customers want. The market may be changing. So if you lock down your idea early on, you don't learn enough from customers. So both of these things mean that it would be great to have another method to think about how we develop products and services. And that's what the lean method is. So let's take that first example of how a product is introduced to the market and take Steve Blank's insight, which is that All of his successful startups he worked for didn't follow that initial product introduction model. They followed a variation he called customer development, which has 4 steps: customer discovery, validation, customer creation, and then finally company building. So let's walk through those. The customer discovery method is really one of the keys to this idea of lean startups. It means that instead of going out there and telling customers what they want, you're showing customers products and you're listening to them. This has to be done by the founders outside of their building. You have to go out and actually talk to people. Talk to as many people as you can. Show them your product and listen. Hear from them about what they like and what they don't like. Test your hypotheses and assumptions, which is something we'll be talking about in a future course. And think about continuously learning as you go. What are you looking for when you do this customer discovery? You're looking to validate your customers. You're looking to achieve product market fit. What's product market fit? 2 things define product market fit. The first is that you've demonstrated demand from early adopters in your early market. That demonstrated demand usually means customers are willing to spend money on your product, and that those customers represent some larger market that there's potentially interest from. And also you want to find that customers are passionate about your solution. Why do you need passionate customers? Well, you want these customers to act as references for other potential customers you get in the future. But also because you're a startup, you won't necessarily be able to offer all of the services and solutions and backup that customers might otherwise be used to. So if there is this sort of passion, then customers will be willing to go with you even if your product doesn't solve all of their needs, because it solves the needs that are most critical to them. If you don't have customers that are passionate, if you don't have customers that demonstrate demand, if those customers don't represent a larger potential market for you, you don't have product market fit, and you go back to the first stage. That going back to the first stage is called the pivot. So if you've heard the word pivot, this is what pivoting is. It means you're changing direction based on feedback that you're hearing outside of the building, that you're being fast, agile, and opportunistic, and that you're almost celebrating failure. When you're learning that you've done something wrong, you're going to go back and change it. You might have to go through this loop many times to be successful. Only when you're product market fit do you move on to the next phase, the customer creation phase. Customer creation is simply the phase of marketing. It's where you start to generate new customers and make customers aware of your product by selling your product through marketing, advertising, and other kinds of methods. You only do this after your product market fit, because after your product market fit, you actually know the reasons why it's time for you to start scaling your product. Before that, you're just guessing. After your product market fit, you know why customers are buying your product, you know what customers you're aiming for, and then you can start to scale up your company. And only after all of that, in the lean approach, do you start building your company. So only after your product market fit, only after your marketing, only if you have a sustainable, ongoing business idea do you start to build your company out. Now, if you've listened to any of our prior discussions about building your company, you'll know that at Wharton, we actually don't recommend company building goes last. You actually need to be building your company simultaneously as you find product market fit and launch your idea, which is hard because you're doing many things at once. But we've learned that companies that don't pay serious attention to building company culture, hiring the right people, building out their team, actually run into trouble later on. So you want to make sure that you are building your company as you go, but a traditional lean method that comes at the end. So Steve Blank had a student who was also a successful entrepreneur called Eric Ries, and Eric Ries had a realization also. He said, hey, look, what's happening when we build products now is we're rarely using this waterfall-based approach. Instead, we follow an approach called agile. And agile development, rather than just come with a design and then going through a huge effort and releasing a product at the end, in agile methods, you're constantly releasing products. So you're always going through these series of short sprints. And in those sprints, what you're doing is coming up with customer requirements, adapting a product, getting feedback from a live version of the product, and then going back out and adapting it further. A continuous cycle of updating and changing products. So this has been happening in software for a while, but it's happening increasingly in other areas like hardware development, services development, where you're constantly modifying your product. So if you take this idea of agile development and you take this idea of customer development together, that is lean startup. So lean startup is about constantly altering your product using agile methods and altering your market that you're going after, using these lean methods, customer validation methods, until you find a match, until you find product market fit between your customers on one end and your product on the other. And this is the lean startup approach that has helped change the way startup development has happened. So there's some positives and negatives to this approach as well. On one hand, any flexible approach is good, but it doesn't need to be lean. If you want to use another approach that encourages experimentation, that's great also. So don't necessarily fall for the idea that the lean approach is the right one. Discovery-driven planning, which is something I discussed in the first module of this class, is another method that you can use to do lean experimentation without adopting the lean approach overall. And also, there are some industry areas where you can't use lean approaches. If you're developing a new drug or a new car, lean's not necessarily great, where you need to do a lot of optimization and testing up front. Big design up front or waterfall approaches still work best. And also, lean can be hard. Lean is exhausting. You're constantly out there talking to customers. You're constantly adapting your product. You're not giving yourself a lot of time to do other things. So that means that building a startup is very hard using the lean approach. So you only want to be as lean as you need to be. So if we don't have to adopt lean overall, what can we do? Well, here's a sort of idiosyncratic model adopted by Wharton from the work of Eric Ries and Tom Eisenman and others. And in this approach, we're going to do experimentation, but without adopting the full lean approach. So we start off in this approach with a business idea, which is what you've come up with in module 1. And now you're going to create a series of hypotheses, testing assumptions, which we'll discuss in an upcoming module. Use those to generate minimal viable products, which we'll discuss in the next module. And then you do a series of tests to find out whether or not you found product market fit or going to pivot. So in the future modules, we'll discuss exactly these kind of issues. In order to be able to conduct experiments on your idea and learn more about whether it's a good idea or a bad idea before you spend a lot of money and a lot of time, you need a minimal viable product. A minimal viable product is simply the easiest, simplest, most stripped down version of your product possible that can demonstrate to people why you have value. So it doesn't even need to be a product per se. It can be a series of interviews or discussions, but the idea is you're out there in the world showing a little bit, talking a little bit about what you do, and getting feedback on that so you can learn whether your idea is good or bad. If we put that in the context of the experimentation material that we first introduced in the Lean Startup lecture, you can see that minimal viable product is what you do after you create your hypotheses and test your assumptions. A minimal viable product is simply a way of testing those hypotheses quickly and with the least possible expenditure of resources. And module 1 of the course, the first set of lectures, has a lot of different minimal viable products. So I'm going to give you a quick overview here of some of those product types, but you can certainly refer to those other lectures to learn more about customer interviews, surveys, and prototyping. So the easiest type of minimal viable product to do, and one that you definitely should be doing for any sort of product development idea you have or new startup, is customer interviews. As a general rule, customer interviews should consist of at least 3 interviews, and you need to think about who you're going to interview as well. In rough priority order, the best people to interview are the people who actually might use your product, your potential actual customers. If you can't find those, the next best people to talk to are extreme users, people who have needs out there in the world that may not be satisfied with existing products. It might be people who are particularly heavy users of a particular product, or who modify equipment to make it their own, or have some other extreme need that doesn't represent the common core of the market. Following that, you might want to look at follow-on customers that might be interested in buying your product later, if not initially. And then finally, if you can't find any of those, it's better to interview somebody. So people you have easy access to would be the last category of people you might want to interview. If you can't find people who are willing to interview you, that's a pretty good indication that you're going to have trouble finding customers overall. So if you can't find customers who are interested in talking to you and having a short customer interview, then that might be an indication that you don't have a lot of interest in your product. So once you have customers interview, you should think about what to ask. There are a bunch of bad questions to ask. So asking people what kind of product they want or what features they want usually is not a very useful thing to ask. Because in those cases, what you'll find is customers will often just tell you their wish list without knowing what your costs or benefits are to adding those products. So they'll want the product to be a floor wax and a dessert topping, to be able to fly, and to be able to cost $1. And so just asking what they want doesn't help, because you're not going to deliver all of those things. Similarly, you can't ask people what they're willing to pay. As soon as you ask about pay in a customer interview, it turns into negotiation. So it's very hard to ask about pricing. You could also have difficulty asking people about what their demand is going to be. You can't necessarily assume demand if you say things like, will you buy this product next year if we release it at the price you want? Because you're asking people to make speculation based on not even knowing what your product is. On the other hand, customer interviews are very good for asking people about how they're currently solving their problems. When you use blank, what are you trying to get done? Why you do it that way? And keep asking why. So there's actually a question technique called the 5 whys, where you just keep asking why until you get to the root cause about why somebody is engaging in a particular kind of activity. You might ask people how they do things now, and even better, ask people to actually walk you through it. And then finally, you can ask about how they decided on an approach and what's frustrating about that particular approach. So getting a sense of what the customer needs are in that kind of way. And then finally, if you play role-playing games. On the computer, you might actually see the following and know what those dots are, but 3 dots means you can just quietly pause and see if people say more. So you want to talk less in customer interviews and get more feedback. So that's one type of minimal viable product. Another minimal viable product, before you even create a full product, is to do a survey. And you need to do surveys in a really solid way and make sure they're not leading. What does it mean for a survey to be potentially leading? Well, a nice example of this comes from politics in the 1990s in the US, where the Supreme Court found that flag burning, though considered offensive to some people, was legally protected free speech. In order to deal with this potential issue, there was a move to have a constitutional amendment to ban flag burning and therefore get around the Supreme Court ruling. In surveys that were done, the percentage of American citizens who agreed that flag burning should be banned by a constitutional amendment was around 60%. So it actually became an active part of party discussion to decide whether or not to support this constitutional amendment. What few people bothered to ask was how much people actually cared about flag burning. And when you actually surveyed Americans, less than a percent or two of them consider this among one of the top 20 issues facing the United States. In a similar way, it's often common for people to do surveys where they ask people, would you like a better way of packing for trips? Would you like a more tasty type of cookie? And you'll find people often agree, yes, they'd love a better way to plan for a trip. Yes, they would love to have a tastier cookie. But will they change their behavior in order to make that happen? That's often less clear. So doing surveys that are really meaningful can be hard. And again, if you refer to the survey lecture, there's a lot more detail on how to do this properly. But surveys are another potential way of doing a minimal viable product. With smoke tests, we start to get into actual products. And my favorite example of a smoke test was actually the thing that you see on the left hand of your screen, the Snuggie or Slanket. A Snuggie is merely a blanket with handholds that you can put your hands through. So it's sort of a wearable blanket poncho. And before you dismiss this out of hand, in 2012, where we last had figures, the total market for Snuggies, I'm going to give you a second to guess, $200 million. $200 million of Snuggies were being sold. So this is actually a fairly substantial market. And when the Snuggie first came out, it was advertised in television. And if you order a Snuggie, it would take you 6 to 8 weeks to get your Snuggie delivered. So the question is, was this bad logistics? No. The reason why it took so long for Snuggies to be delivered is they weren't being made yet. They were waiting to see if there was demand from these ads they put on television. And if there was demand, they'd make the Snuggies. So that's an example of a smoke test, selling a product before it's fully made. Obviously, this is not something you want to do for a cure for a disease or some other meaningful thing. But for customer products, a smoke test can be a really good way to find out if consumers are interested in what you do. So another way of doing this is that landing page that you see there. Any page that you go to that asks you, coming soon, if you want to be a part of our beta test, please enter your email address and we'll contact you when the product is available. That's an example of a smoke test. Smoke tests are a way of creating a minimum product and seeing whether customers are interested in it long before you actually launch the product to the public. So it's a very cheap way of testing demand in the real world. The most advanced kind of minimum viable product before you actually launch a product itself is a prototype. And in this case, we're looking at a prototype that's a focus on physical products. And you can see these are actual examples of prototypes being built. The one in the lower left corner is an example of a Wii U being built by Nintendo. And the bottom right are the actual prototypes used by Apple to test their iPhones. A prototype can be something as simple as a cardboard or paper cutout. It doesn't need to be very elaborate, but it lets people see how the product is going to look in the real world, be able to interact with it, and for you to get feedback on it. Products don't have to be physical for prototypes. You can also create storyboards, the way you see on the right for a service, or you can create the kind of prototype where you show screens or wireframes for an app, which is what you're seeing on the left-hand side. So there's lots of ways of creating prototypes, and again, I'd refer you to the lectures on prototypes to go into more detail on those. But prototypes are excellent minimum viable products because you can get information from them about how people are using your product or service. So when you give people a prototype, watch people interact with them and ask them to narrate their experiences. If they try and give you questions for you, like what does this button do, you reflect those questions back. Well, what do you think this button does? Don't necessarily correct people's actions. You want to see how they're using it. Then you start asking questions. What do they like about the product? What they didn't like? What did they not like about the prototype? What was missing from it? And what other improvements could they see making to this particular prototype? So prototypes are another powerful type of minimum viable product. So MVPs let you test your idea cheaply and easily. There are many potential approaches, and it does not need to be a final product. In fact, a customer interview or a survey are also good kinds of minimum viable products to do. Your goal is to test a hypothesis, to figure out what assumptions you have about your business idea are correct and which ones are not, which is what we'll discuss in the next section. So how do you know what ideas to test and what kind of MVPs to build? So the way you do that is through hypothesis testing. Just like if you were doing science, you're going to do science to find out whether your startup is a good or bad idea and to pivot if you need to do so. So let's talk about this. Hypotheses tell you what to test about your idea. So in order to do that, you need to go through 2 steps. The first way to do it, you need to figure out what your assumptions of your business are. And to find out your assumptions, you need to surface sources of uncertainty in your business. You learned a lot of ways to do this in the first lectures of this class, where we talked about things like discovery-driven planning and business planning. All of those processes gave you methods of thinking about uncertainty and ways of figuring out what source of uncertainty exists in your business idea. What do you do once you have these sources of uncertainty? You then develop those and turn those into assumptions. So you need to go through each of the key assumptions in your business and, using either discovery-driven planning or other methods, look for the 3 to 5 key assumptions in your business by rating them. Once you've found those 3 to 5 key assumptions, you'll develop those into hypotheses. So what's it mean to develop a hypothesis? A hypothesis, just like a hypothesis in science, has a number of characteristics. It has to test the key assumptions of your business. It needs to be falsifiable and needs to be testable. Let's go through each of those and explain what those mean. So the first thing your hypothesis needs to do is test at least one key assumption. The key assumptions are the things that need to be true about the world for your business idea to succeed. So you may think that customers will be interested in your Taste Your Cookie, your fast food Ethiopian restaurant chain, your brand new app. But what do you actually know about what they're interested in, and what are you assuming about what they're interested in? You'll have surfaced those key assumptions through discovery-driven planning, through your business planning process, and now you know there are 3 or 4 key issues that we need to test. Maybe we need to find out whether operationally we can run the restaurant the way we think we are, whether our customers actually value the key issue that we're making as the part of our app that we're developing. But whatever those key assumptions are, those are the core of your hypothesis. Once you've figured out what key assumption you're testing, the next step is that you need to create a testable hypothesis. What does it mean to be testable? Testable means that you actually get an answer in a reasonable period of time about whether your hypothesis is right or wrong. So if your hypothesis requires you to build your full product and launch it to the world, that's not testable. If your hypothesis says 80% of people will love our product, but you don't know how you're going to figure out whether 80% of people love it or not, that's not testable. So a testable hypothesis needs to be one where you actually can run an experiment and find out an answer. Once it's testable, it also needs to be falsifiable. I happen to really love this particular image. It's very useful for true-false tests. I highly recommend teaching your children or yourself to write this. But you don't want this kind of ambiguity between true and false in your own hypothesis testing. It needs to be clearly a falsifiable answer where you know whether or not you're right or wrong. So it can't be something ambiguous like people will like our product. It needs to be a direct number or a direct comparison. So let's put this together. You need to make sure your hypotheses are clear, that they don't let you fool yourself, and you want to make sure you're not testing hypotheses where you already know the answer in advance. You need to have high levels of uncertainty and be testing a key assumption. So you want to make sure your hypotheses are not ambiguous, like people will like our product, but that they're clearly indicated. 40% of our customers who try our prototype will agree to pre-order the product for delivery in the next 3 months. That's clear. It tests a clear issue. It is falsifiable. If 40% of people who try the product don't agree, then our hypothesis is wrong. And it is also clearly testable. We're going to give people a prototype, an MVP, and they're going to use that to do the test of their product. You might ask where we get that 40% number from, the idea that it's 40% as opposed to 50% or 30%. That 40% needs to be a key number for our product to succeed, and a way of getting that is through a discovery-driven planning approach that was discussed in a prior lecture. In conclusion, you need to first identify your assumptions using whatever method you want to use. You can do that qualitatively through your planning process or quantitatively through the discovery-driven planning process discussed in a prior lecture. And you use that to generate 3 to 5 key hypotheses that are both falsifiable and testable, that you can then build MVPs for to test and to find out whether you need to pivot or keep going in the same direction.
This session is called the pivot. Pivot is a term you hear quite a bit in entrepreneurship, and a pivot refers to a significant change in direction by a new venture, usually because the original plan isn't working out. So you proceed with plan A, and then you pivot into plan B. For example, Kia Dannenbaum founded a company called ElectNext. And what ElectNext did was provide to voters information about candidates on an issue-by-issue basis. So you could reflect how you felt about guns, how you felt about taxation, how you felt about social issues, and ElectNext would tell you which candidates matched up with you based on your interests. The problem with ElectNext was that it was really seasonal. So during major elections, you could get a lot of customers interested, but then it would be, at least in the United States, sort of a long 4 years before the next round of interest. So Kia pivoted into really a quite different business called Versa. And what Versa did was to try to build engagement with voters, really with the public at large, throughout the year by allowing them to participate on op-ed pages in printed publications on the web. So Versa was Plan B and was her pivot in response to a failure to really get what we might call traction with Plan A, with ElectNext. Now, I'm of two minds about pivoting. On the one hand, of course, if Plan A is failing, you got to go with Plan B. And entrepreneurs face a lot of intrinsic uncertainty when they start a new venture. And so if that uncertainty is resolved and it turns out that Plan A just isn't going to work, then there's no harm in changing direction. Given the intrinsic uncertainty in new ventures, pivoting is extremely common. I would say at least a quarter of the ventures that I'm involved with will do some kind of pivot. On the other hand, if you jump headlong into the first opportunity you consider and without really some careful analysis, then the pivot might have been avoided and a waste of time and money could have been avoided with a little bit of work up front. For example, when I was 25, I spent several months of my life building a snow bike that was based on having a tractor tread instead of a rear wheel. And this was part of a plan to cross Antarctica by bicycle. Now, what I had failed to do was really do a careful analysis of the topography of Antarctica. Instead of investing months in building the bicycle, I should have done a little research about what the terrain actually looks like in Antarctica. This was before the days of Google Images, by the way. And had I known what the terrain would have looked like, I would have realized that the snow bike was really a foolish idea to begin with. One effective strategy for dealing with uncertainty is to actually consider several possible alternatives from the outset, to spend a little bit of time and effort to explore them, and only when some of that initial uncertainty is resolved, to then commit and invest and develop. And that reduces the probability of having to make a pivot. Nevertheless, as I said before, entrepreneurship is intrinsically fraught with uncertainty. If you're not doing something new and uncertain, then you're really not doing something interesting in entrepreneurship. As a result of that intrinsic uncertainty, it's not at all common to have to pivot. But smart entrepreneurs are those who can marry an exploration of several concepts with a willingness to pivot when and if the concept they pick doesn't materialize as planned.
Hi, I'm Ethan Malik. I want to talk to you about actually taking the leap to launching your own startup. So there is something about this idea of taking a leap that is both scary and compelling, right? Of jumping off into your new startup and changing your life forever. And obviously, if you're taking this course, it's something you're interested in. So let me tell you the first advice I have if you're thinking about taking the leap, which is don't leap before you look. The whole revolution in startup strategy that you're learning about in all of the lectures here is all about the increasingly powerful techniques we have to do experimentation and lean startup techniques that let you experiment and figure out whether your startup idea is a good idea or not before you actually go and leap off into the unknown. So my first piece of advice for you is make sure you've used those techniques to actually plan your business in advance, to have done experiments, test assumptions, built MVPs, do as much as you can before you actually end up quitting your job to launch your company. And also consider your principle of affordable loss. Studies of successful startup founders by Sarah Sarasvathy at UVA have found that successful founders tend to think about affordable loss. How much can they afford to spend in terms of time and money to find out if their idea is a good one before they make the decision to go or not? So you should know in advance how much effort are you willing to put in to figure out whether your startup idea is good or bad before you actually take the leap into the unknown. And in general, test your ideas rigorously. The more you can do to reduce risk, the better off you'll be, the more informed you'll be in deciding about whether or not to launch, and when you do launch, how more successful you're likely to be as a result. When you're actually going to take that leap, think about the 3 categories of risk you have to worry about. So the first kind of risk are known issues or known knowns. And so there's a bunch of things that any founder needs to think about. How will I deal with the potential cut to my income of leaving my job to launch a startup or not taking another job in return? How will my partner and family feel? What are the emotional reactions going to be to the startup? And what's going to happen to my job when I go? Will people in this industry want to hire me again? Do I want to change industries entirely? How does this change my job hunt in the future? These are things that you should be able to nail down before you launch your company, or at least think about in a deep way. So you should consider all of those questions. You also need to consider the known risks. Where are you going to get funding from? You don't know the exact answer now, but do you have a plan to seek out funding from different funding sources? Are you going to apply the things you learned in the lectures here to do that properly? Will your product actually work? Are you going to take the advice of all of the other professors talking here about how to build a successful product, how to prototype, how to make sure that things are in place? When will you know the answer to these things? Do you have the money and time to get there? And then there's a bunch of hazards, things that are unknown unknowns, things that happen in life but that you can't predict. And how are you going to accommodate for these things in your startup company? So what happens if you get sick? What happens if there's an economic downturn or a boom or technology changes? So these are not always easy things to plan for, but they're categories you need to keep in mind. So how do you address these? For your known issues, you should have answers already. You should have a sense already about how you're going to deal with the income change. Have you saved enough money on the side? What happens to your job when you go? For known risks, you should use all the techniques we have in the course to reduce those risks. So we have classes on how to think about product development in a safe way. We have classes on how to, and courses and lectures on how to think about minimizing financial risks. You should go through those issues. And for hazards, for those unknown unknowns, like the idea that someone might get sick or you have to take care of a family member, you have to leave slack. If you're so busy and you're so worn out and you have no financial resources left for your startup, then these unknown unknowns might hit you in the head and there's no possible alternative. So you want to make sure that you have some cushion to rely on. Also, think about remembering escalation of commitment. If you start telling everyone you're launching your startup company, you start putting resources into it, it becomes very easy psychologically to keep committing to a course of action. So make sure you're clear-eyed and using things like hypothesis testing and lean startups to think about whether your startup's going to fail or succeed, and make sure to be able to walk away or pivot if you're heading in the wrong direction. And remember, there's nothing certain here. I can't give you, even with all these classes, the guarantee you'll succeed. I have some of the best entrepreneurs in the world who have come out of the classes we teach here at Wharton, and I can't tell you with certainty about who's going to succeed or who's going to fail just when I see their pitches. Only later, when they start to succeed or fail, do I know who's made and who hasn't. So there's no certainty out there. You have to be ready to deal with that sort of risk. On the other hand, there's good news too. Startups are wonderful. So this is actually a graph from my research with Matthew Bidwell here at Wharton, where I surveyed every living Wharton alumni. And what you can see here is the happiness level of Wharton alumni. And the line at the top is the average happiness level of entrepreneurs, and every other dot is the happiness level and 95% confidence interval for every other industry at Wharton. Entrepreneurs, even when they fail, are among the happiest people at Wharton. So there is satisfaction that comes out of doing this. There's freedom that comes out of this. So I can't tell you personally whether it's time to leap or not, but I can tell you that you know the things in this course to make sure you're prepared, make sure you're handling those known knowns and you know what's going to happen, make sure you're planning for the uncertainties, and make sure you leave slack for hazards, and then make sure you're starting your journey on the right foot. You know everything you need to after taking these classes to try and launch this, and I think that you will be able to plan out a path that leads you to happiness and success. We've had a number of lectures that talk about what to do in a pitch or an elevator pitch, or how to present to venture capitalists. But I wanted to take some time here to talk to you about the art of the pitch, about some of the science and art behind what makes a pitch good, and some of the science behind persuasion. So I want to talk about 3 different techniques that successful founders use in order to achieve success with their pitches. Let's talk about the first of those, and I want to give you an example to work through here. This is the Terrafuega TFX, an actual design for a flying car by the company Terrafuega that was actually bought by Volvo very recently. But this is their still under design flying convertible jet car. So let's use this as our example to talk about pitching. And one thing to think about as you do a pitch is that you have a tension between being a visionary and being a pragmatist. What does that mean? Well, visionaries are typical entrepreneurs who are changing the world. Visionaries are the ones who have some radical new idea that doesn't look like anything else out there. Why do we want our founders to be visionary? Well, visionary founders have ideas that nobody else has. So that means there's less competition out there. Visionary founders also have ideas that are really exciting. So they're positioned positively related to all those boring companies out there you might not want to invest in. And people like to see visionary founders because they seem distinctive. They stick out from other people out there. So visionaries have all these advantages over other kinds of companies that seem to be doing something new and exciting. So you can be visionary in anything. You can have a visionary dry cleaning shop, a visionary app, a visionary approach to local food delivery. And if that's visionary, you seem really exciting, you seem very different than other things that are out there in the market. On the other hand, there's such a thing as seeming too visionary. And entrepreneurs also need to be pragmatic to the outside world. That means they need to make it sound like their business is pretty normal. It can be easily understood. It can be put in its place. So that means that the business seems legitimate, it seems understandable, and it seems plausible that this can actually get done. Our flying car idea is very visionary in most cases. It seems very crazy to have a flying car, but that's exciting. That means that there's less competition out there. It means that people are interested in this idea and want to invest in it. But on the other hand, they might worry that the idea isn't pragmatic enough. The idea can't be done. It can't be accomplished. It's not plausible. So as a flying car entrepreneur, you might want to think about ways of making your idea seem more pragmatic. On the other hand, if you're running a dry cleaning shop and you're trying to get investment, you might want to point out all the ways that your dry cleaning shop is visionary or changes the game from other sets of people. So if you described Uber merely as a way of making sure that you could easily summon cabs that you needed, that would seem very pragmatic and not very exciting. So if you talk about it as a way of transforming the way people get to work, that seems visionary. So the challenge for entrepreneurs is to balance this visionary and pragmatic piece, and I'm going to give you 3 tools to do that. So the tools you can use are analogy, classification, and authority. And let's go through each of those. So from an analogy perspective, you can make a connection to other kinds of businesses to make your idea seem more visionary, more pragmatic. So let's take the example of the flying car. If we wanted to make that seem more visionary, we could say we will do to personal transportation, personal planes, what Apple did to phones. That's giving us the analogy to Apple, making our product seem more visionary, more out there, more related to radical innovation. On the other hand, we might worry that our flying car seems too visionary. So let's make it sound more pragmatic. As with the introduction of the Cirrus parachute, which is a whole plane parachute that's currently deployed in the world, we expect rapid adoption. So now we're making an analogy to something that's already out there in the world of airplanes and making our idea seem more pragmatic, more normal. This is something we see all the time in real startups too. On the left, you could see an example of visionary positioning. These are the original slides from LinkedIn when they were launching their startup, and they talked about the difference between Internet 1.0 and Internet 2.0. That you originally had classified ads, the Internet allowed you to do things like eBay. You originally had things like Citibank in payment, and the Internet allowed you to do things like PayPal. And similar to how eBay changed classified ads or PayPal changed payments, so LinkedIn is going to change resumes and finding out about jobs. So that's the idea of making ourselves, through analogy to eBay and to PayPal, making us seem more visionary. On the other hand, you might have a product that seems very visionary. You want to make it seem more pragmatic. On the right, you can see an example of a startup that was creating medical health records for dogs and cats. And this might seem very visionary, so instead they make an analogy to a very pragmatic idea, which is medical health records that are already being used for humans. So by analogy, we can make our idea seem more radical by creating analogies to radical ideas, more visionary ideas, or more pragmatic by creating analogies to more pragmatic ideas. A second strategy that you can use is classification. So again, let's think about classifying our idea either with other visionary ideas or other pragmatic ideas. There's a lot of research that shows that people think in categories. And in fact, we know that from work by Ezra Zuckerman and others, that when a publicly traded company doesn't fit easily into a category, it actually trades at a lower price because people don't know where to put it. So we can use the natural human urge to categorize to make our idea seem more visionary or more pragmatic. So for our flying car, we could say that our car is categorized with other with other visionary ideas. We're a personal transportation company, not an airplane company. Why might we want to be visionary in that way? Well, airplanes are expensive. They take a long time to come to market. Very few people can afford them. If we categorize ourselves as a personal transportation company, then maybe we seem like we get away from the terrible economics of this space in some exciting way. We could also seem more pragmatic. We could say that our approach takes common technologies among military aircraft and applies them to civilian aircraft. Now we're classifying ourselves as the military to civilian transfer, a well-understood category in the airplane industry, and we seem like a more pragmatic approach. Again, this isn't just about flying cars. On the left, you can see one of my favorite examples of classifying yourself as visionary. This is the stock price for Kodak, the picture company. In the middle of 2017, Kodak decided that they were suddenly a Bitcoin company, a cryptocurrency company. And what you see is what happened to their stock price after they decided they were a cryptocurrency company. It shot up and later dropped back down. But it's crazy that all this company had to do was recategorize itself as a cryptocurrency company, and suddenly their stock was trading at a higher price. That's an example of using classification to seem more visionary. You can also use classification to seem more pragmatic. On the right, you can see a marijuana startup. And what they wanted to do with their startup, the website that was selling their cannabis products, was they didn't want to make it look drug-related. They wanted to make it look like Amazon. So they're classifying mentally this product as looking more like conventional e-commerce companies and less like a drug startup company. So you can use classification to seem either more visionary, like Kodak did, or more pragmatic, like this cannabis company did. A final strategy you can use is authority. Authority is simply taking the idea of quotes or other examples from the outside world and using that to categorize yourself properly. So if we want to seem visionary, we could say Richard Branson, the famous entrepreneur and founder of Virgin Airlines, says, "This is the most daring and exciting vision for the future of aviation I've ever seen." So that makes us seem more visionary. We have outside authority telling us that this is a visionary product. Or we can have Richard Branson say something that makes us seem more pragmatic. Richard Branson says this is a problem that clearly represents the next big step in aviation. Suddenly this seems more pragmatic, more normal. Again, it doesn't just have to be about flying cars. On the left, you can see this great quote from Steve Jobs: "This product will be as big as the PC. Maybe bigger than the internet," said John Doerr, one of the original venture capitalists who invested in Netscape. Anyone guess what this product is? I'll give you a second. So this product that was bigger than the PC, that was bigger than the internet, was the Segway. So this two-wheel scooter, basically a go-kart missing its last two wheels, suddenly seems like the most exciting thing in the universe, and the President of the United States at the time actually rode on one because of these quotes from authority that made it seem more visionary than it was. On the other hand, you can make an idea seem pragmatic. So here's an example of rapper DJ Jazzy Jeff endorsing a product and saying that this is just like going to the gym, making a connection to a regular, easy-to-use kind of product. So you can use these arguments, analogy, classification, and authority to make yourself seem more visionary and more pragmatic. Successful entrepreneurs think about balancing what parts of their business are visionary and what parts are pragmatic, and use these tools to set themselves in the right direction. So that's one set of scientific findings you can use to help make your pitches better. Another example from the pitching research is trying to decide whether you want to be aimed for something that's more about passion or preparedness. Preparedness is about pitches that have substance, thought, and flow, that are logical and laid out very clearly, while a passionate pitch is one that's energetic, that's exciting, that's highly interactive. So some people might aim more for having this sort of substance-based pitch. Others might end up going for passion over preparedness. It's often hard for people who aren't good at doing passionate speaking to do passion. And I have good news for them, which is that our evidence is that professional investors don't seem to care very much about passion. When we have experiments where people do passion, high passion and low passion pitches in front of venture capitalists, it doesn't seem to matter to venture capitalists how passionate you are. All they care about is preparedness. On the other hand, amateur investors and angel investors seem to care a lot more about passion because they're making less professional judgments. So when you think about this, it's better to be pragmatic and passionate. It's better to be prepared and passionate. But if you can only do one of these and you're talking to professional investors, it's much better to have a well-prepared, well-laid-out pitch than to have a highly passionate one. A third category of science that successful founders engage in is what's called symbolic action. Founders will manipulate symbols in a way that makes them seem to be what people expect from a founder. How does that work? Well, one way people manipulate things is through personal symbols. So there you can see Mark Zuckerberg in front of Congress versus Mark Zuckerberg in front of his crowd of employees, where he wears his famous hoodie versus a suit in front of Congress. And that's an example of Mark using symbols of personal style. That hoodie is a sign that I'm a successful founder, while the suit is I'm a successful business person in front of Congress. And founders will actually manipulate symbols in that kind of way and show personally that they look the way founders might be expected to look in different circumstances. Another example, there's an example from a pitch deck, and you can see this person showing in that pitch deck the symbols of the organizations they work for, including their time at Wharton. That's a symbol. The fact that you might have a certificate from Wharton is a symbol of competence that also allows you to engage in personal symbolic action. And the top ramen is there because another very common form of symbolic action the founders engage in is giving up a lot of salary and a lot of money to join a startup company. So even well-funded startups, founders seem to take less money than they would if they were running a more normal organization. Are they doing it to save money for the company? In some cases, yes. But in other cases where a founder has already raised a lot of capital, the amount of money that they would get as salary wouldn't make a material impact on the success of their company. But they still give up a lot of salary. That's a form of symbolic action to indicate to your investors that you care so much about this company that you're willing to give up salary, even though that may not actually be serving a useful purpose. That's symbolic action. Another thing successful entrepreneurs do symbolically is they make sure they have spaces that look the way that entrepreneurs are expected to have when their investors come and visit them. So that might be a WeWork building. That might be sitting on those giant inflatable balls that you see there. What are the expectations of a space in your area? If you're running a lab and you have investors coming by, you might end up wanting to make that lab look more labby if you're doing a medical device startup, for example, and have everyone come in white lab coats and use pipettes all day long, when normally your lab space looks disorganized and people are eating food everywhere. So the idea that spaces meet expectations is another form of symbolic action that entrepreneurs engage in. Entrepreneurs also think about achievements symbolically. So getting on that Forbes 30 under 30 list, showing prototypes, showing awards. Those are all the kinds of things that entrepreneurs engage in to show that they are symbolically heading in the right direction. Finally, successful entrepreneurs will show ties to prestigious stakeholders. In a somewhat negative example, that list in the lower right are the stakeholders who are involved in Theranos, which was a startup that was just accused of massive fraud as of the time this is being created, and had a blood test that never actually worked. Now you'll notice that all those stakeholders had almost nothing to do with the medical industry. They were all very prominent people. But the fact that they were prominent people like former secretaries of state or secretaries of defense was actually considered an indication this was a successful product. Symbolic action rather than showing real results. So successful entrepreneurs think about symbolism and use that successfully in their pitches. So in the art of the pitch, you want to use the science and art behind pitching. You want to balance the visionary and the pragmatist. You want to think about managing style and substance, thinking about passion and preparedness, bias towards preparedness. And you want to use symbolic action to convince people you're the entrepreneur people think you should be.
I'm Carl Ulrich. I'm a professor at the Wharton School, and I'm very lucky to be joined today by Yuri Kim, who's a partner at Forerunner Ventures. Yuri, thanks for coming in.
Thank you for having us.
First, just a disclaimer. You were my student.
I absolutely
And I don't think that presents any conflicts at all, but I just want to get that out of the way.
No.
You were my student, and it's so great to see you now in this role.
Thank you.
Tell us a little bit about Forerunner. What is Forerunner about?
Sure. So Forerunner is an early stage venture capital firm. We are dedicated to investing in the evolution of commerce.
Mm-hmm.
And that means all kinds of things, but effectively we'll take a consumer lens to the opportunities we evaluate, and really think about how the consumer is changing, what the product or service is being offered, and how technology really brings that to the market in a new way.
There are thousands of venture capital firms, especially in this area. What is it that makes Forerunner different? Is it that industry focus?
You know, it is. I mean, we call it a thematic focus because some people will say, oh, you just invest in e-commerce. And e-commerce is just one thing, but commerce is everything. It's any transaction, any product or service that you might buy. You could be a business customer or you could be an end consumer. And so for us, we feel our differentiation is really the lens that we look at and kind of how we think about this opportunity to disrupt a particular market from the consumer perspective. And then we have a very active management approach. So we spend a lot of time with our founders. I think a lot of firms do try to add a lot of value in different ways, but we find that we are more quality over quantity. So we have a smaller portfolio, it's more concentrated, and we do take a pretty partnership approach to that.
Well, speaking of portfolio, give us an example of a company or two that you've invested in.
It's like picking the babies. Which ones should I pick?
Yeah, we'll just draw randomly then.
So the ones that people will know are in the earlier vintage when my partner first started the firm. So
Okay.
those will include companies like Bonobos and Warby Parker, which is obviously a Wharton alum team, even Birchbox and Hotel Tonight. So those are sort of the first generation of commerce companies that have really risen to being more well known. I think now, what's interesting is it's not just the apparel brands or product brands that we're investing in. We invest in tools and technologies as well. We have a really interesting B2B platform, so business-to-business platform that is disrupting the off-priced inventory space. So apparel's multi-trillion-dollar business. A lot of it actually happens off-price, so on sale.
Yeah.
And brands and retailers have a lot of challenges figuring out what to do with that inventory. So this team in New York called Intern is creating a digital platform to connect brands and retailers to be able to more effectively clear their off-priced inventory.
In bulk, for bulk purposes,
For
not
bulk.
wholesale business.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
So that's an example of something that's maybe not necessarily product based. Within the product world, for instance, people might not think that we're investors in kind of the healthcare arena. We have a company called Curology, which is a direct-to-consumer prescription skincare brand. And now this is disrupting acne and anti-aging medication, which ultimately maybe people would think of as healthcare, but it's actually a consumer brand. So the dermatologist that started it has proprietary formulations, really trying to disrupt how people can experience the efficacy of real acne medication. So that's another brand that we've worked with.
I'm sure that when you tell people you're a venture capitalist, that their wheels start turning, they imagine all kinds of things. What do you think is the biggest misconception about what venture capital is that you encounter?
Gosh, that's a really good question. I think people don't realize it's actually it's a very difficult job because you're a venture capitalist by nature. Because you're so excited about the future and innovation and supporting new developments. But the majority of our job is actually to say no.
Yeah.
And so when I first started, I didn't realize how hard it would be to be sitting next to someone who's presenting to you their dream. They've worked on it for however long, they've quit their job, they've put in all their money to bring this to life, and more often than not, we have to say no. So it's a really difficult part of the business.
Yeah. Tell us a little bit about the numbers. So, you say you have to say no a lot. So, so how often do you have to say no?
So we'll see about 1,000 to 1,200 deals a year.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty standard deal flow for a venture capital firm or a particular kind of group, smaller group. But what's different is that's all in commerce for us. So other firms will do a lot of different types of sectors or market kind of areas. We'll have 95% of ours all be commerce related. And of those, we invest in about 1%.
1%. So you do 10 investments out of 1,000.
10 to 15.
Yeah. I'll volunteer a misconception. People often think these are vast enterprises, so venture capital firms. So, So how many investment professionals are looking at 1,000 plans a year?
So in our team, we have 3 investment professionals. Myself, the founder of our firm, Kirsten Green. We have an associate, Nicole Johnson, and so we'll be sort of making the final investment decisions. And then we have 2 other members of our team, Melissa, who is in New York, and she actually, in terms of thinking about how we support our portfolio companies, she has deep expertise across marketing, whether it's paid channels, branding, how to think about building a marketing team. And as we were growing ourselves as a firm and thinking, well, what are we really good at, and why do founders want to work with us? It was because we had a view on marketing and customer acquisition, and so we felt it was really important to add that skill set to the team. And so, we all collaborate. It's a very flat organization. Everyone takes part of deal sourcing, deal diligence, closing the transaction, and then ultimately managing the portfolio.
So to put that in, just to do the arithmetic in rough terms, so you personally will say no to 300 people a year, something like that. That is, if you just take the 1,000,
Yeah.
it's about 300.
It's 300 or 400.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And say yes to 3. Something
And
like that. Yeah.
with that, I would say that we have a pretty robust deal sort of process.
Yeah.
And we'll get in the 1,000 to 1,500 deals. I would say 80% of those are probably straight passes.
Yeah.
And
Before you even do it, you don't do a meeting.
And we have to get through them somehow,
Yeah.
so there's got to be a lens. And so we have certain themes that we're looking at. We may have just invested in a apparel company, so portfolio diversity-wise, we just can't do another one right then after. And so there's a lot of factors that I do think a misconception with venture is that, oh, well, you say you like this kind of business, you've invested in Werby and Bonobos, and so this will be a perfect deal for you. I think one thing people have to realize is that if I've just done a deal in your space, I can't do another one.
Yeah.
So, kind of thinking about diversity is one thing that we do a lot.
All right, so if you only say yes to 10 deals a year, what do you do all day? Tell me what your day.
Carl,
Yeah.
ask myself that all the time.
Yeah.
No, we're so busy. I don't know why. So let me think here. Let me think about this.
Well, just tell us
100%.
about a typical day.
Yeah, typical day. I come in. I usually have at least 2 or 3 new deal meetings.
Yeah.
Those will be an hour each.
And that would be somebody who's made it through the first screen.
Made it through the first
Yeah.
screen. We've received a deck. We're interested. We want to learn more, so we want to meet the founder or the team. And that'll be an introductory meeting, and we'll have obviously some thoughts on questions. And then, with any given week, there's usually a couple of portfolio companies that have kind of pressing issues, whether it's strategic planning or it's prepping for a board meeting or thinking about sort of a new hire. So we might be interviewing people to help them. We might be doing reference calls. I took a couple of interviews for one of our companies, Bloom Bat, which is a flower delivery service here in San Francisco. But they did a big launch this week. So
Right.
PR-wise, I took a couple interviews for them with journalists. Then we'll do some internal stuff. We have a leadership platform, which is only available to our portfolio company leaders, and we'll create original content for that. We will develop sort of a resource database. So if you're looking for a PR firm, you can just go in there and pull down PR firm, and there's all the people that we know of that we've worked with or people in the portfolio have worked with. And so we're constantly building out that. And then, I would say some of it is thinking about new themes, reaching out to founders in our network. We don't do as much outbound sourcing as I think some firms do, but that's the benefit of having a bit of a focus,
Right.
because now people know, okay, if you have a commerce-related business, we're a great place to kind of check in, and our co-investors know that as well. So the day goes by fast, but I would say it's a lot of portfolio work, and it's a lot of just continued thought leadership and pushing our own thinking on what's happening in our space.
One of the things that strikes me as hard about your business is you don't really know how you did for 7 to 10 years. And it's almost worse than being a professor, where it takes us a long time before we ever see any results. So how do you think about the success factors on sort of a daily, weekly, monthly
it's
basis?
such a good question. So we do copious quarterly reporting for our own limited partners, so we call them LPs.
Yeah. And just maybe it would be worth spending 2 minutes explaining how the industry works. So if the money you're investing, it comes from these LPs.
So venture capital firms are it's capital that will be mainly institutional. It'll come from endowments, fund of funds, foundations. Sometimes you'll have venture capital firms raised from individuals or strategics. That's a strategy. We've employed sort of the former, which is institutional funds who are kind of signing up for a long-term relationship, so that when we raise Fund 2, Fund 3, Fund 4, that they are still around. I think that you can have a lot of amazing people in your fund that are individuals that have capital, but as you grow your business, can you continually put in more money if you're just a family? Maybe not.
Right.
So, Kirsten, who started the firm, she has always thought strategically about how do you build a business for the long term, not just one fund today. And so, we have amazing LPs that are investors in our fund, and it's something that's interesting. But when we're fundraising, we're basically just like the founders. we have a pitch deck, we've got a financial model,
Yeah.
we've got, here's our team, we've got, here's all the stuff we've done, our traction. And so it seems very much like we are, in fact, the founder pitching to ourselves. It's a little bit of a strange
meaning they
dynamic.
don't return your phone calls
They-
either.
Exactly. When they have time, you change your entire
Right,
schedule to go
right,
meet them wherever
right,
they want to meet,
right.
and kind of have that humility as well. So we know how you feel, the founder perspective. So anyways, so we're investing on behalf of all of the capital that's been invested into our fund, and we track metrics, whether it's revenue to plan, or new customers, or new users. We'll figure out with each company as they're onboarded, what are the key metrics that actually start to build up to some semblance of what success could look like. In the early days, there's not much going on, so anything is positive, assuming it's moving forward. But over time, you start to realize, okay, well, if this is a business that requires marketplace dynamics, well then, who's a buyer, who's a seller? Are the buyers becoming sellers? Okay, then how much are they buying? And so you start thinking about what numbers really help support a view. And I think what's fun for us is, in a world where people are talking a lot about heightened valuations and markdowns and all this stuff, we look at our portfolio and we say, we avoided the crazy markup situation, and we feel really confident that the valuation that our companies have are warranted. But one statistic we actually pulled for our own pitch deck was that our portfolio has $900 million, almost $1 billion of revenue.
Wow.
Just companies in our
That's
portfolio
actual revenue.
actual revenue.
Yeah.
And I think that's really notable.
Yeah.
So, we work really hard to invest in companies that have real business models
Yeah.
and a real sort of offering to the consumer, whoever the consumer is. I think that's a little bit different than maybe audience-based businesses, or things that are a little bit more intangible and take a long time to figure out what the monetization would be.
I have a lot of young people tell me they want to be venture capitalists.
Yeah.
And you probably hear that yourself, but tell us a little bit about how you got into the business and what advice you'd give to someone.
Sure. I think it's such a serendipitous path for a lot of people. There's a handful of folks who can just go the finance route. You're a banker, you went to business school, you came out, you went to a big firm, and that's great. But more and more, I think venture capital is about what your unique perspective is, what you have to bring to the table that might attract a founder. And honestly, founders have so much diversity now, So if I connect with you as a partner, I'm more likely to come to you for investment capital. If it's somebody that I feel like doesn't understand where I came from or what I'm even trying to do, then no matter what fancy brand the firm is, it's happening such that doesn't make as much of a difference to the founders. So as a result, my quick background is I started off in management consulting at Bain here in San Francisco. Was the best, starting point in a career that I could ever have. You learn how to be a good business person, you learn how to be analytical, you learn how to think about what is important for a business to be sound. And at the time, I was able to get into the retail practice pretty quickly. I already had a passion for the consumer perspective, and put up my hand and said, this is what I want to learn more about. So managed to do that. And I also
Within Bain.
Within Bain.
Yeah.
And we had several really large retail clients that were great brands in the market, but really thinking, this was a long time ago, so they were thinking more like, okay, how do you generally grow? What's a market expansion plan? What's a cost reduction plan? So general stuff. And then private equity was pretty hot back then, and so I got into the private equity group and was learning what investing looked like. But really, the consultants that supported those investments were thinking about, like, is this a good business?
Right.
What opportunity is there in the market, and what does this business need to look like to make it an attractive investment? So it was a little bit more tactical. But through that, I ended up moving over to a private equity firm that was consumer retail specific. And so really kind of tying the gap between investing and retail more closely. And that was at Castanea Partners, which is a firm in Boston. And they really have an active management approach too. So you invest in few companies, but you spend a lot of time with the companies, really helping the founders, ultimately the family that ran the business or the founder that ran the business, think about how to scale. So you've got a great company, you're 20 million in revenue, you've got a few million in cash flow. What do you want to do with it? You want to grow it to 50 stores, or do you stay at 5 stores? And so those were all the foundation of just tactical skills that I learned, but I'd always had a passion for entrepreneurship, wanted to start something, had a bunch of ideas, but it was always like, oh, I think I need to learn this, I think I need to learn that. And at a certain point I thought, I've learned a lot. I should probably just do it.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if I have the right idea, but I would just get out there and do it. And at the time, actually, when I went to Wharton, it was a time where I had an idea, maybe didn't have quite all the pieces aligned to just go out there myself. I didn't have a team. I didn't know anything about the industry. I was thinking about, you know, disrupting. And so Wharton was a great place where I took all these entrepreneurial management classes. I was able to write my business plan, my financial model, my marketing strategy, my consumer research, all in classes at Wharton, which was so fun.
Yeah.
Actually thought of a bunch of ideas in your class, but they didn't work.
Yeah.
And you know, I spent a lot of time with Wharton entrepreneurial programs, venture initiation program. Spent my summer launching the company. So really took my time at Wharton and threw it into starting a business. And after that, for family reasons, after graduation, I had to come back to the Bay Area.
Yeah.
And so it didn't make sense for me to continue my business in New York. So I said, okay, well, you know, personal things always happen, and you got to be flexible. So I said, Bain is here. They're an amazing team. I love, you know, everything I've done there. Why don't I go back, reinvigorate my network here in the Bay Area? Think about what e-commerce is looking like now. You know, it's definitely percolating more and more. And so I spent another 2 years back at Bain doing exactly that. And I think that was, you know, the best decision for me at the time, because it actually got a sort of top-level view of the way traditional companies were thinking about the changes in the industry. And then when I met Kirsten through a business school classmate of mine in my cohort, you know, she was really pulling together the thesis for enough happening in the commerce space and technology being at this critical mass that it was time that a firm could really focus on this space. You know, and so we met, and there was nothing there. Forerunner was, you know, one investor, Kirsten, 20 companies in her angel portfolio, and no office. And, you know, that in and of itself is like joining a startup company and starting a startup company. So I think my experiences having done all these different things allowed me to say, you know, I can leave this amazing company right before promotion, leave all this money on the table, and just try this thing. And at worst, you know, it'll be interesting, it'll be a ride, and I'll learn a lot. So
that was how long ago?
It was in late 2011. So it's been almost started early 2012, so almost 4 years. Time flies.
So if I go to the Forerunner website, I click on About Us, I'll see 5 women. 5 lovely women, by the way.
Thank you.
and 5 lovely women. Is that, let's forget the lovely part, but is it accidental that it's 5 women?
It actually is accidental. So when I met Kirsten, she had met a bunch of different people. She was looking for maybe a partner, maybe not. Definitely someone to you know, help get this thing off the ground. And we happen to be both women and happen to have a lot in common, so we really connected. Then when we hired Nicole as our analyst, you know, she was reaching out actually to get a different job. She was trying to get a job at Everlane. You know, she's like, I want to be in marketing at Everlane. I'm like, okay, that's a great idea. It was a great great firm, great brand. Tell me about what you like about it. And as we're talking, I thought, this is somebody who has a lot of analytical skills. Marketing is a great place for that person, but you know, kind of just pitched, what do you think about being in venture capital? And just, I can't imagine, I don't even have any finance background. Like, you don't really need it all the time. So I managed to bring her on board, but that was also accidental. And then when we were thinking about extending to marketing expertise, you know, Melissa happened to be a woman. And so I think it was accidental because we were looking for people who were passionate and smart about what we were doing and thinking about the expertise that we were trying to build into the team. I think what's not accidental about it is when you think about it from a consumer landscape, then you do find that, hey, women happen to be a lion's share of the consumer dollars. So people who are passionate about our space maybe over-index to being women. We find that in our portfolio, it's about 60% male founders, 30% female founders, 60-40. But again, not by design, just happens to be so. And so, you know, we often think about it. Should we hire a male counterpart just because we're all female and maybe that's discrimination? And then we thought, you know, we should just hire the best person. And we would be so happy if a guy wants to come in and bring his perspective and a new idea and a new sort of role in the team, and that would be awesome. He would obviously need to have grown up with a lot of sisters because we definitely behave like a big family. But I think that we've also benefited from having our perspective because it's definitely unique in the market. a voice at the boardroom table that is different, and a way of thinking about deals that's a little bit different.
Yeah.
So we collaborate with a lot of other firms in the market, and their teams are primarily male, 100% male.
Yeah.
So we're not going to go out of our way to try to infuse diversity for the sake of it. I think we're going to stick with whoever's best at the job is going to rise to the top.
It's entrepreneurship is itself quite male, skewed
Yeah.
quite male. Venture capital even more so.
Yeah.
And venture capital is certainly, particularly in the Bay Area, taken a lot of heat recently for just how male it is. Putting aside the particular lens you have because of your perspective on shopping and commerce as women and certain kinds of industries, do you think you manage the business differently? Do you think there are ways you make decisions, the way you manage the business? Do you think it's different than what we'd find at an all-male venture capital firm?
I think it is. It's
Yeah.
hard to tease out exactly
Yeah.
how, but we find that when we collaborate on diligence notes, I think male or female aside, we're just extremely diligent,
Right.
period. We
Yeah.
have extensive work that we do.
Yeah.
I think a lot of venture capitalists will go on gut and pattern recognition. It's something that we hear about a lot.
Mm.
I think there's a huge value to that,
Yeah.
because if you've already seen everything in a market, you don't need to do a bunch of market research to figure out what feels like it's closer to the right answer than not. And we do that as well. But I think that our general perspective is just some venture capital firms will really over-index on technical team.
Yeah.
Like, if there's not an amazing engineering staff and like understanding exactly how much coding experience they have, like, then it's a no-go. I don't look at our deals that
Yeah.
way. We don't necessarily need like some crazy PhD that can code all kinds of stuff. We need somebody who understands what a shopping experience needs to look like, or what a mobile experience needs to look like, and what is the most simple way to get to that answer. I don't think it's technology for the sake of technology. And so we just happen to be looking at different sort of outcomes. And I think that people, are always going to be really important for any investor to feel comfortable that you've got the right team here. Again, there's always emphasis on multiple time entrepreneurs or teams that are really sort of why this team, this problem, so it makes sense. But for us, we'll also think about why this founder might have the sort of magnetic quality that's going to draw people to him or her, whether it's customers, investors, PR people, and most importantly, recruits. So it's a different lens, but not necessarily a different number of things that we're looking at. And I think for our deal, so we have, I think on our website, there's venture capitalists are always looking for a big market, big idea, big problem, scalable solution. We agree. Those are all things that we are also looking at. But we look at, what is an unfair marketing advantage? What is special about this particular idea that's going to get it off and running better and faster than someone else who just is like paying for every single customer? And I think that's a question that doesn't necessarily get asked a lot. We also ask a lot about business model, unit economics really early on, because again, we're not quite so sure how to invest in these like just general ideas that maybe one day make money, maybe they don't, but they seem interesting. It's not really our perspective. So there's a different perspective.
Yeah. I want to wrap up by asking you to give some advice to young entrepreneurs. So you say no a lot. And so you've seen good pitches, you've seen bad pitches, you've seen what it takes, what's lacking. First-time entrepreneur who is interested in attracting venture financing, what advice would you give them?
I would say think really long and hard as to why you want venture capital. Because you're signing up for a path you can't get off.
Yeah.
And if your business is not one that really can support that level of fast growth and scale, and you're not ready for that ride, it's not just something to be able to tell your friends you did. It's a promise that you are signing up for this journey, and you're not going to stop until you win. And I think that level of pressure is not necessary for every successful business. There are other ways to fund a business that doesn't necessarily take on that much pressure. And I think a lot of times companies that otherwise could have stayed in business will go out of business because of the capital structure they took. So, I mean, that's more of a, friendly word of caution. In order to get a venture capitalist's attention, if you've decided that that is the path you want to go, I would say really think about our perspective. Now, I've got a portfolio. Our business is that of having winners that are returning 10, 20, 30x our fund.
Mm-hmm.
Why is your business going to be the one to do that?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I get it. It's a good idea. It's neat. You got some traction. We don't invest in all the good ideas we see because we see tons of them. It has to be great. It
Yeah.
has to be something that has potential to crush it.
Yeah.
You know, and so if you have an idea that's starting to percolate, think about what the big vision is and think about what it would take to get this little idea to become something bigger, and really talk about that, because that's what people are going to get excited about on my side of the table.
All right. Well, thanks so much for coming in
So
and sharing your
thank you
wisdom.
for having me.
Hello. Today we're going to talk about founding teams, and specifically why it's so important to get your founding team right at the beginning. And founding teams are actually absolutely critical to the running of your business. They are a number one cause why businesses collapse. They are a number one cause why businesses succeed. And I want to talk to you today about some of the factors that are so important in making founding teams work. Just to show you why this is so important, let's consider the most successful founding team in history, which might as well be Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak, the founders of Apple. And so Woz and Jobs, as they like to be known, were both working together out of a garage, unsurprisingly, in Silicon Valley. And one of the first projects they worked on together that helped get them some of the money they needed to develop Apple and built their business relationship was building a version of the game you see in front of you, which is Breakout. So you had to bounce a little ball back and forth. This was a exciting game at the time, believe me. And what happened was that Steve Jobs got a contract. He was a sales guy, unsurprisingly, and got a contract to develop a version of Breakout. And Steve Wozniak created a very elegant programming solution. And Steve Jobs told him that they would split the proceeds from this game 50-50. 10 years later, on an airplane ride, Steve Wozniak finds out that Steve Jobs actually lied to him when doing this initial contract. And instead of just a few $100s they split, Steve Jobs had made thousands and only given Steve Wozniak a small amount. Even though this was just a matter of hundreds of dollars and they'd both made millions since working together at Apple, this was bad enough that it left Steve Wozniak in tears and actually had him question the whole basis of their business venture together, as Wozniak had a bunch of other tensions with Steve Jobs and felt that this dishonesty was a real betrayal and actually helped lead to Steve Wozniak actually leaving Apple. So if some of the most successful founding teams in history can be broken up over issues as little as a few $100s and betrayals that happened 10 years ago, you can imagine how common this is for other startups. It's so common that in our surveys from multiple kinds of sources, 65% of the reason why venture-backed companies fail have to do with senior founding team issues. Only 35% is everything else we teach you in these classes. Product development issues, functional development, marketing, the management of the day-to-day operations of the company. So 65% is due to senior management issues. So it's worth spending a little bit of time thinking about how do we address this concern? How do we go ahead and reduce the chance of your startup falling apart? Because it's not just that the 65% is a cause of company failure, but when companies fail because of senior management issues, those are the kinds of concerns that make you miserable. So if you make a good shot at releasing your product, it doesn't succeed, that's fine. If you end up fighting every day you come in with your co-founder, that's going to make you very unhappy the entire time you run your startup. So in studying founding teams, Noam Wasserman has come up with this really nice model called the 3 R's of founding teams. That's relationships, roles, and rewards. And your goal is to balance relationships, roles, and rewards. So what are relationships? That's who the person you're working with is and how they relate to you. So are they your friend? Are they your coworker? Are they strangers that you're working with? And understanding what drives them and why you are working together to build this organization. Roles is all about the division of labor in the company. So in Apple's case, Steve Wozniak was the programmer, Steve Jobs was the sales guy. In your organization, there may be different divisions of labor, but it helps to understand what skills people have and how they're going to develop the company moving forward. Also, you need to know inside the organization who makes what decisions. So are people going to have decision rights over the entire organization, or are they only going to be able to decide technical matters, or do things have to be decided by vote or consensus? All of those are critical role issues. The final thing you need to balance is rewards. This is how you're going to benefit for the company. Is it going to be about equity slices? Is it going to be about compensation? Why are people doing this and how are they going to be rewarded? So you have to balance all 3 of these issues to have a successful founding team. In balancing relationships, the first thing to realize is most companies have co-founders. So 84% of the founders in high-growth startup companies are founded with co-founders, not alone. When I talk to solo founders of companies, even those who are very successful, they often wish they had a co-founder, to have someone who could split work with them, who can help sympathize with them during the more emotionally difficult parts of running a startup, who have someone they can rely on if they need to go on vacation or a kid gets sick or something similar. So co-founders can be very helpful. Of those that have co-founders, 50% of the co-founders are friends and family relationships, and 24% are former coworkers. The rest are other relationships or strangers. And what you need to think about when you decide who you're founding it with, what these relationships are, is that different kinds of relationships have different pluses and minuses. So if you start a company with friends and family, you have the nice advantage of knowing these people already. That creates high levels of trust, high levels of warmth, and a lot of mutual support. So that can be very helpful. You don't necessarily have to worry about betrayal as much. You already have a relationship and somewhere to build on. But there are some negatives to friends and families as well. First of all, there's a higher rate of failure in friend and family foundings. And that's not always because friends and families are worse at running startups, but it means that if there ends up being a tension between maintaining the startup and maintaining the friendship or the family relationship, usually people choose the friendship or family relationship, and that means that the startup is often sacrificed. So if you're told by the board that it's time for you to fire your brother, who was your co-founder, are you willing to do that? So that becomes a very tense kind of issue and can undermine friend and family relationships. It also can be difficult because you may not have open discussions about what you want to accomplish, because it's weird to have those kind of discussions with friends or with family. So talking to them about their value system and how they relate to yours can be a very challenging thing to do. So those are some reasons why friends and family can be challenging. Another more subtle problem with friends and family founded companies is homogeneity. So innovation and the ability to solve problems comes from having lots of different perspectives brought together in one place so that people can examine a problem from multiple kinds of angles. If you work with your friends and family, those people are more likely to be like you. And as a result, you're not going to have a lot of diversity inside your organization among your founding team. So if you encounter a problem, it's likely you and your friends or you and your family will try and solve it in similar ways. And that can actually lower the level of innovation inside a startup, something we'll return to in the next talk on founding teams. What about founding with strangers? Well, obviously, one of the issues with founding with strangers is that you don't know these people. So there's a lot less trust. There is a lot less sort of emotional support. You may not even like these people long term. And there isn't a lot of evidence that necessarily you need to be friends with the person that you found a company with in order for it to be kind of successful in that way. You can also have some advantages, though, in working with strangers. One advantage is that you can actually work to find the people who will help round out your team. So if you're a technical person, you may find a business person. And that person may not be like you. They may not be from your circle of technical friends. They may not be from your family, but they can be a powerful part of the team because they can help you complete the set of roles that you bring to the picture. So there isn't necessarily a right answer to whether you want to found with friends and family or found with strangers, but each has their advantage and disadvantage, and either way you need to be clear-eyed going into this that there's going to be tension on you either way. Founding a company is a stressful experience for most people, so you have to decide whether you want to rely on friends and family to help mitigate that stress, but whether you're willing to deal with the tensions that may result from this. So that's relationships. A second part of the 3 R's is roles. And in roles, you need to make sure that you think through the kind of roles you have inside the organization. One thing to recognize is you're going to need to have certain roles that outside or people in the organization, people outside the organization would understand. Roles like CEO. So when you interact with other organizations, people are going to expect you to have a CEO. It's very hard to get through your organization not assigning that role because you don't want to make somebody too much in charge. So think about who's going to be CEO. Make sure that you have that for external purposes, even if decision-making is shared internally. You also need to think about having a clear division of labor. It's a real danger to startups where there's substantial overlap between different people in the organization. So making sure people have clear roles and responsibilities is important. At the same time, when you start your startup, you have no idea about how things are going to evolve. And so you're going to need to be able to rebalance the roles. It may turn out, for example, that you think there's going to be a substantial intellectual property angle. So you have a legal person as one of the critical roles in your organization, but you later decide to file no patents, and this legal person's role is no longer that important. You need to rebalance the organization to make sure that all the founding team has the appropriate roles for the effort they're putting in. Outside of the actual roles and the tasks of what people do every day, you need to think about decisions. How are people making decisions inside your organization? Is it going to be by some sort of voting mechanism? Is it going to be by consensus? But you need to have a clear decision structure and think about what happens if the team starts to break apart, how you're going to make decisions in this case. One way to do this is what we call unequal equality. Everyone technically has equal positions inside the organization, but you assign decision rights to some individual in some case. So if it's a technical problem, the final decision is made by the CTO. If it is a problem of operations, the final decision is made by the COO. The CEO gets to override decisions if it involves outside organizations. We'll talk more about this in a future talk, but thinking about how you balance both roles in terms of who does what in the organization and then how you make decisions is absolutely critical. The final of the 3 R's is rewards. And rewards is how you get compensated for this. Especially with friends and family, talking about money can be awkward, and you may be tempted to push off these sorts of conversations to later in the process. But that's a mistake. You need to be able to talk about money. If you can't talk comfortably about money, you probably should be founding an organization with this person. So you need to think about money early on. But at the same time, you need to realize that whatever you're setting up for today is going to matter much more in the future because you're going to work together hopefully for a long time. And during that time, roles and positions and time will evolve. So you need to leave flexibility for the future, and you need to create incentives for people to work. One kind of incentive is vesting, which is something, again, we'll talk about in a little more detail in a future talk. But think of how you divide up equity among your founding team members and then how you vest that equity over time is critical. And then remember that everyone's goal is not necessarily money. So people start organizations to get rich, but they also start it because they want to be independent, because they want to have power, because they want to get famous, because they want to change the world. So thinking about what the underlying goals are and having an honest conversation with about the goals and underlying values of your co-founders will help tailor the rewards so they matter to them and make sure that you avoid conflict later on when you have a discovery like the one that Steve Wozniak did, that he was betrayed early on, that could undermine everything that you do. So thinking about how you have this open, honest conversation throughout the lifespan of your organization will increase its chance of survival, increase your chance of success. So when you think about your founding team, make sure you're thinking about the 3 R's and explicitly having a conversation about them. What are the relationships between you and the fellow members of your founding team? What roles are you occupying? So what positions are people doing? What tasks will they do every day? And how will you decide things inside the organization? And finally, how are you being rewarded? What combination of money, equity, and other kinds of rewards are coming into play? And how do you balance those out so everybody is as happy as possible? And no matter what, build trust as you do this. This is the beginning of a set of conversations you need to have over and over again in your startup to keep your founding team balanced and happy and avoid being one of the 65% of companies that fail because of senior management team issues. So I've talked about why the founding team is so important, but another issue you need to think about is your first employees in a company, and those are just as critical as getting founding team issues together in a variety of different ways. So there's something known as Thiel's Law, which is named after Peter Thiel, the famous angel investor, and he said, a startup messed up at its foundation cannot be fixed. And our years of evidence and research into entrepreneurship have found this to be true. So the founding issues in your startup matter a huge amount. It creates this form of imprinting. We actually have evidence that organizations that are 300 years old still have the same basic structure that was set up in their founding days as a company. So it's really fascinating and really important to get this stuff kind of right early on, because if you fail to put the time in at the beginning, you're going to pay for it later. And early hires are especially important for 3 main reasons. First of all, just in a practical sense, these are the people you're going to be working with every day. So you want to be able to get along with them. You don't want to feel resentment for them. You want to have an organization that's more than the sum of its parts. The second issue is to realize that the performance difference between employees is huge. So trying to get it right and get the right people on board will make a big impact in your company. And then finally, there's this issue of role inertia, which I'll discuss, but it makes a huge difference who you hire and what the roles are, because that might fix the roles in your company for all time. So let's talk about this performance difference issue first. So we actually have a lot of evidence that talks about performance differences between people and organizations. And probably the most famous are for technical people, for programmers. And I'm actually reproducing here some charts of attempts to measure programming ability. And what you'll see there is the dots represent ability in various sets of tasks, and you'll see this green box that represents the 75th percentile, the averages. And what's interesting to note is repeated studies have found things like the differences between the programmers in the top 75th percentile and those in the bottom 25th percentile can be as much as 27 times according to some measures. Now, a 27 times performance difference is huge. We don't find that in all cases. Sometimes it's 10 times, sometimes it's 3 times. But getting a good programmer on board versus getting a mediocre programmer can actually make a huge difference in the productivity of your company, the amount of errors you spot. And if one person could be as good as 3 or 4 or 5 less well-talented individuals, getting the high-talent people on board is critical to making things successful. And it's not just about technical roles like programming. So I have done a set of research looking at the video game industry and try to understand what explains performance differences between video games. So let me walk you through how I thought about this issue. So let's imagine a bunch of different games, and those games have different levels of revenue. So some games are earning more than others, some games are more successful than others. Now, I'm a game player myself, so I controlled for all the sets of factors that makes games different from each other. The genre of the game, how much money went into developing them, what platform they're on, a whole bunch of other factors, what type of game it was. And there's still, even after you control for these factors, big performance differences. So if you think about conventional strategy and entrepreneurial strategy, that tells you the difference in companies and performance often comes from the company itself, right? So let's take a look and add companies in. Imagine company green, company blue, and company purple are all different video game developers. And what you can see is you start to tell a pattern. Well, it looks like green's production's going down, purple's doing well. So this looks at things only at a company level. I thought, well, what if we look at the individuals, the actual people who make these games? And specifically, let's look at 2 different roles within the game industry. Let's look at the middle manager role. So in this case, a middle manager is what's called a producer. So these are people who help coordinate things, help run schedules, coordinate between senior manager and lower level people within the organization. And what you can see is that middle managers might move between different games in the organization. They might do similar games for similar companies and move from one company to another. And then there's also a creative role in the organization. And I apologize that I've used pictures from the Black Eyed Peas album cover to represent creative individuals. I make no statement about the Black Eyed Peas level of creativity, but it is nice pixel art. So on the innovator side, we have the people who we call the designers of the game. So these are the people who are doing creative work and coming up with creative ideas inside the organization. And so I'm able to statistically pull apart what part of the difference in revenue in a game is due to the game itself and the company that produces it, how much is due to the middle manager who's on the project, and how much is due to the designer on the project. And what I found was, I think, interesting. So 21% of the variation in performance of games, of products, was explained by who the company was. 22% was explained by who the middle manager was, and barely significant was the designer, which was about 7%. So what this tells you is that even in a really creative industry with lots of variation like video games, who the middle manager is matters a lot. They can explain 22% of the variation for performance, and these are billion-dollar products sometimes. So 22%, $220 million in whether a game succeeds or fails, can be attributed to these middle manager roles. So getting your middle manager right, and I found that they actually take their skills with them. So when they move from one company to another, they actually take that ability with them. So figuring out not just who the designers are, who the programmers are in your company, but actually hiring the right early managers makes a huge difference in the long-term outcome of your company. So you need to think about these sets of issues, and we talk about hiring in other places during this course, but it's worth thinking about these issues and realizing getting this stuff right matters. And it doesn't just matter because people differ in productivity, it also differs because of what we call role inertia. Imagine a founding team member, and you're trying to decide who you're going to hire to fill an absolutely critical role in your company, which is human resources. Who's going to be the head of HR in your company? Now, HR can mean many different things. An HR person can handle just recruiting, so getting people into your organization and hiring them. They can handle the administration. They could handle the legal aspects of the company, so that you might have an HR person who's a lawyer who deals with employment law. So let's imagine that you've hired somebody for this role, and it's an HR person who does not handle the legal issues. So your company starts to grow, and this HR person does a great job. They grow this company with you. They do a great job with recruiting, which is what they specialize in, and you end up having to hire a lawyer to handle the legal aspects of the human resources job. Now, after a while, you end up, your HR person decides to leave the company, and now you need to hire someone to fill that HR role. What you've now done is, because that HR person is left and because they had a particular set of skills, you built the role around those skills. So now you can't hire an HR person who does the legal aspects of your company because you hired a lawyer to do that. So it would be overlap in the roles in your company. So you're now limited only to HR people who don't handle the legal aspects of your company. This is what we call role inertia. By leaving after you've built the company around this person, they've left a hole in your company that's just the shape of what their skill set was. And that means from now on, you have to hire people to fit that skill set. So it's very hard to change an organization's structure from hiring. The choices you make when you're first hiring your first 20 employees actually dictate how your entire company is organized in the future. So you need to think about the roles and design your company around these sets of roles, so you're not just hiring a person to fill a job, but you're hiring a person to help create a job for the future. So another reason why early employees are so important. So when you make your first hiring decisions, it's very important that you hire slow and you fire fast. So before a role gets set, if somebody's not working, get rid of them, and spend your time doing hiring right and not just hiring random people because you need bodies right now. And there's often a lot of pressure in startups to staff up as early as you can and get people into your organization as quickly as you can, because there's a lot of jobs to do. And this can be a mistake, because if you're not thinking about the issues of productivity difference and you're not thinking about the role inertia that you're creating, you can end up making choices that will haunt you later on. So generally in hiring, good enough isn't, right? So if something's good enough, that's not the standard you want to use. You need people who are excellent. You need to think about the roles that you're doing, and you need to design carefully to make sure that the choices you make early on don't haunt you forever. So last time we discussed the fact that 65% of the reason why VC-backed companies fail has to do with senior management team issues, and probably even higher number of why founding teams fail at the very early stages has to do with senior management issues. So I want to spend a few minutes talking to you about some of the critical issues you need to think about when founding your company. And the nice thing is, unlike a lot of other academic discussions, we actually have some answers to these with numbers to back them up. So I want to address three really critical questions. First, should you found your company alone, or should you found it as part of a group? Second, should you choose to work with people who are similar from you or people who are different? And then finally, what difference does this sort of personal value stuff actually matter when you're launching a startup company? So these are critical things to think about as you assemble your team, and I've got some answers for you. So the first question is, should you found alone or in a group? And the answer is a group. So we actually have some numbers on this. Co-founders succeed more. They're generally happier because they interact better. And we actually have, as you can see in this little chart, some indications from some of the work by Noam Wasserman, which is backed up by other research work, about the number of founding teams remaining and the valuation of the company. And the companies that have 3 founding team members left at the time when they raise venture capital or angel money are the ones that have the highest valuation. So just from a numeric perspective, that makes sense. And from a team dynamic perspective, 3 is a fairly good number because it allows you to have team split votes and still have clear decisions, so 2 to 1. And it also lets you divide up roles fairly well into sort of a technical side, an operational side, a sales side. So 3 founding team members is often ideal, but again, this is one way of handling things. There's certainly been plenty of successful companies with 2 founding team members and plenty of successful lone-founded companies. As you start to increase the founding team size, you also start to have a drop-off in valuation. But there generally is an advantage in being part of multiple team members. Again, one of the most common questions I get asked from people after their startup is running is, oh gosh, I need a co-founding team member. Will you help me find one? And that's often very hard to do because so much water is already passed into the bridge that it's hard to bring someone else on who was not one of the founding team initially. So think through that issue and think about how you can build a team and not just a lone individual. So a second critical question is who you should found with. And ultimately this choice is about not just whether you're founding with friends and family or whether you're founding with strangers, but also whether or not the team of people that you're founding with are similar or different from each other. So whether it's a diverse team or homogeneous team. And when I talk about diversity, I don't necessarily mean ethnic, racial, or gender diversity. In fact, our research pretty much shows, at least on the gender diversity side where there's been more studies, that having a diverse team is associated with higher rates of success. So having gender diversity, having ethnic diversity is generally a good thing. I'm talking about diversity of backgrounds. So do you want everyone to come from the same sorts of job experience, have the same sorts of career backgrounds, come from the same company, come from the same school? So would you like a team of all MBAs who've all gone to a place like Wharton, who all worked in investment banking, for example? Or would you like a diverse team, a group where you have somebody who might have been an investment banker who got an MBA from Wharton, but you also might have a lawyer, and you might have an artist, and you might have a self-taught salesperson? So that's diversity versus homogeneity versus similarity. And the advantages and disadvantages of each team depends on your strategy. So a homogeneous team, a team where everyone has very similar backgrounds, has some advantages over more diverse teams. The main advantage is that everyone already speaks the same language. So you all are from the same set of cultures, same set of backgrounds, used to dealing with the same sets of problems. That means that when you run a meeting, everyone already understands how that meeting is going to operate, and you can work fairly seamlessly to talk with each other. It means that if you use the same sort of language, it means that you use the same sort of way of talking about customers or understanding the world. And that makes that team operate more efficiently and quickly, and also makes it so that it's easier to operate and you're less likely to fall apart as a team. So those kind of homogeneous teams are really good at operating quickly and exploiting an opportunity. So an exploitative strategy, one where you are copying other existing ideas in the market and trying to operate more quickly. You're not trying to reinvent the wheel. So you're not trying to be the first fast casual Mexican chain, but you're trying to launch your own fast casual Mexican restaurant chain in your town. Having a team of people who are very similar with backgrounds in restaurant operations would be an advantage. But the downside of this similarity is that you're much less innovative than diverse teams. So a diverse team has more ways of solving problems, and innovation comes from recombination of ideas. So a diverse team, when they encounter a problem, will be able to reach out to many different groups of people, many different realms of experience, and they're going to innovate more. So homogeneous teams hold together better, but they are less likely to innovate. On the other hand, the diverse team is much slower to act because people speak different languages, they come from different backgrounds, sometimes literally, but often just the way a lawyer understands the world is very different than an artist understands the world. And that can cause a lot of issues. It can also cause frictions that cause teams to dissolve. On the other hand, these teams are much better at innovating. And those innovations actually have a real impact. So for each diverse set of background experiences on a founding team, research has found that you actually get about a 7 to 12% increase in the valuation of your company if you're an innovative company trying to raise venture capital. So there's a real financial impact in having diversity involved because it makes you more innovative, but it does make you slower. So if you're trying to be exploitative, if you're trying to be a follower and act quickly in an industry, a diverse team can actually slow you down. But if you're trying to do something innovative or new, diversity is your friend and will help you substantially. So the final question I get asked is about this values stuff. So values always seems kind of touchy-feely. The question is, what role does this have in hard-nosed business? And the answer is a lot. Aside from the fact that issues of values often can divide team members and ultimately cause them to split apart. So if somebody values money, someone else values fairness, that can be a very problematic setup. But values have an even more direct effect, which is when you start a startup, there's often two different goals that you can achieve. Everyone wants to try and get both of these, but that's very hard to do. So one goal is what we call the king goal. And a king is somebody who wants to build a company for their own independence and control. They want to be in charge of their own destiny. They want to be able to shape an organization. They want to be able to solve a problem they think is important in the world. These people are kings. The other reason you might want to start a company is because you want to make as much money as possible. And unsurprisingly, we call these people rich. So this is the tension between people whose goal is independence and that they want to maintain control and people who want to make money. Why is that a tension? Because over time, what ends up happening is people who want to be king end up having to make decisions to maximize their control. And that often means that they can't bring on as many senior employees who have experience because those people also want to have control. So you end up hiring more junior people who don't have as much experience. It means that it's harder to raise capital because venture capitalists and angel investors often want to take a controlling interest in companies or at least have some control over the organization. Kings tend to avoid that, so they often will give up financing so they can maintain control over the organization. So when they make a set of choices that consistently maximize their degree of control, that often slows down their ability to grow and make as much money as possible. On the other hand, if you want to follow that rich route and you want to maximize return, that means that you're going to bring on venture capital or angel investors or other forms of equity financing that will loosen your control in the company. It means you want to bring in other senior advisors and C-level employees who may take equity stakes in your organization and maintain some control, and that eliminates your control as well. So these sets of choices that you're making often push you over time to either go with a rich approach or a king approach. There are a few select founders, many of the most successful that you've heard of, whether that's a Steve Jobs or a Bill Gates or the founders of Google, who've managed to be both rich and king. So they've managed to maintain control of their organization and make a lot of money and maintain a lot of equity stake as well. So Mark Zuckerberg being one example. The interesting thing for us in our research on this is that statistically, those people are extremely rare. And generally, it's very hard to aim for that. So if your goal is to be the next Mark Zuckerberg, that is generally not the pattern that startups follow. So looking for just those outliers or trying to be Steve Jobs or Mark Zuckerberg and have it all be both king and rich tends to be a path to failure for most startups, unless you're those rare exceptions that end up being the most successful startups in history. So you have to decide whether you're trying to aim to be an outlier and try and maintain both control and get rich doing this, or whether you're willing to sort of follow the mass of the market where this trade-off is a very real one. And this trade-off is not theoretical so this is not a theoretical concern. This has real implications for you as a founder. If you look at the chart below, it's actually graphing rich versus king tendencies in startups. If you look all the way on the left side of the graph, you're going to see those startups that gave up board control and CEO control for the founders. So these are people who went all the way on the rich side. They gave up all the control over the organization they could. The next step up are people who kept the CEO position but gave up board control. Then you have founders who keep the control of the board, which is a little bit more powerful than just the CEO role. And then finally, you have people who really maintain that king level position. They kept the CEO and board control over the organization. The vertical axis of the graph tells you the valuation of the company held by the founders in millions of dollars. And you'll see a really interesting trend. The people who gave up the most control, who went the rich path that we talked about, are the ones who have the highest valuation, even though they gave up those controls in the hands of the founders. In fact, the people who chose all the way to go down this angle of being a rich organization and gave up as much control as possible, actually held twice as much value of the company's stock as the founders than those who kept as much control as possible and went down this king angle. So that choice about whether you want to maintain control or whether you want to maintain as much wealth as possible is a real one for most organizations. So you need to think about, what is your personal goal? What makes you happy? Do you want to be a king? Does it matter that you're in control? Is that why you're starting an organization? Is that independence? Or is it because you want to make as much money as you can? And that choice is often a very difficult one. And there's actually some evidence that there's cultural aspects to this as well. So this is results of an OECD survey of entrepreneurs asking why they wanted to start companies. And the dark green are people who started companies because they wanted to increase their income. And the light green are people who started companies because they wanted their own independence. And what you'll see is in France, everyone wants to be king. So people start companies not to make as much money as possible, but because they want control over their own destiny. And on the other side, we have Belgium, where most people seem to start companies because they want to make as much money as possible, and they don't care if they maintain control. The United States is somewhere in the middle. So the idea here is that this is an individual feeling that you have, and you need to make a choice because the world will force you to think about whether or not you want to be rich or king. And you also need to think about your co-founders. What are their real goals? Is it to make as much money as possible? Is it to maintain control over their own destiny? And if you have a conflict with them in this, that can be a problem and something you need to talk about frequently and work through, because the rich versus king divide is a real one. So what are the answers to the questions? So should you found alone or in a group? The answer is usually a group, both for your own sanity's sake and because that seems statistically to do better. Should you choose to work with people who are similar from you or people who are different from you? The answer is if you want to innovate, a diverse group is advantageous. If you want to execute quickly, then you might want to work with a more similar group of individuals. And again, this is about backgrounds. This is not about other kinds of diversity such as ethnic or racial or national origin or gender, where the results are much more unambiguously that diversity is advantageous. And then how do values end up mattering? Well, your own goals and values matter a lot because that's what you're trying to maximize as a startup. So thinking about how your team matches on that dimension is important. And you also need to think about this rich versus king decision, that choice between are you maximizing control or maximizing income. And so these are critical questions you need to be able to answer about your founding team. If you don't have answers about the number of people and why you've chosen that, about the diversity of the team, and if you're not thinking consciously about values and the rich versus king decision, you are likely to run into trouble later on. So we've been talking about how important getting your founding team balanced right is in running a startup. But I want to talk about the nitty-gritty of how do you actually incentivize your team and how do you come to an agreement about what your founding team is going to do. So I want to start by giving you a little bit of a mini case. Let's call this a puzzle. Let's imagine that there are three friends in an MBA program, say the Wharton MBA program, who come up with an idea for a startup together. So they all generate together in a brainstorming session. They all agree each of them has come up with the idea together. And they each agree to put $10,000 in the startup, and they put their cash in. And they each put the same amount of work into getting the startup off the ground, interviewing people, doing some of the things we've talked about in the lectures you've seen so far. So early days, startup has just gotten underway, but they've all put in equal work so far. And they agree to split the work into three roles: CEO, CTO, and CFO. And these are all equally responsible for making the company succeed, and they have the same sets of basically number of hours of responsibility and criticalness to the company's long-term success. How should these three people divide equity? So let me give you a second to think about it. So I actually posed this question to my MBA students, and I wanted to give you a little bit of a statistical breakdown of their typical answers. So about 40%, the plurality of the class, tends to want to divide equity evenly, right? Which makes sense. All three of these groups of people have made some important choices about what to do with their startup. They're all quitting their jobs to make this happen. They're all investing equal amounts of money. They all came with the idea together. So based on the material that's happened so far, it is indeed an even equity split. So that's what people tend to pick. A smaller group tends to do even with some sort of caveats. So they will do some sort of equity or vesting provision, which we'll talk about in a second, or some other provision that will make the division equal, but with some sort of asterisk and some sort of potential change. And we'll talk about some of those in a moment. And then for some reason, about 20% of the class just picks something else. So they think the CTO should get more equity, or the CEO should get more equity, or there should be some sort of trial by combat where the winner decides things, some sort of unusual pattern. And as you can see, I actually agree with the plurality here. Based on the facts that we've seen so far, it makes sense to split the equity evenly. But the problem is that you're basing it on what's happened in the past. And what's the danger in startups is not what's happened in the past, but what happens in the future. So a lot of things can happen in companies, and I've seen all of these happen among student startups over time. So you can have changes happen in the direction of the company. So what happens if you no longer need a CFO because the organization no longer has that financial component? You can have new hires. You bring someone else on who's new and important in the organization, and they need an equity stake, and maybe they're more senior. What do they get? Or what role do they have? There can be changes in personal circumstances. Someone can get sick. Someone can decide to leave the job because they're having emotional issues. There could be a crisis of some sort that happens inside the organization. And there could be intergroup politics. It turns out that 2 out of the 3 founders may end up turning on the third one. So these are all issues that can happen inside organizations and do happen. These are the uncertainties that can cause major concerns. So you need to think about not just what's happened in the past or what you're planning on doing in the future, but also what might happen that's going to change the direction of your company. And we call this uncertainty. And I think it's worth hearing about someone who may not know a lot about a lot of topics, but certainly knows something about uncertainty, and getting their impressions about what the categories of uncertainty we have to worry about are.
There are known knowns. There are things we know we know. We also know there are known unknowns. That is to say, we know there are some things we do not know. But there are also unknown unknowns. The ones we don't know, we don't know.
So that is, of course, Donald Rumsfeld, who is the U.S. Department of Defense Secretary during the Gulf War, or the second Gulf War, the invasion of Iraq. And he famously said, when answering the question about what's going to happen in the future, and got a big laugh at the time, the statement that you just saw. But I think all else aside, this is one of the most profound epistemological statements about uncertainty that you're likely to get outside of a philosophy course. So let's look at what Rumsfeld actually said here. He said there are known knowns. These are things we know we know. So what do we call known knowns? We call those things facts. Known knowns are things that we actually have certainty around. So in that little example that I gave you about the founding team, what are the known knowns? That the team all came up with the idea together, that the team decided to divide the roles evenly at that point, that they'd all put in $10,000. Those are facts and definitely important in making the decision about how you're going to divide equity. But then there are also known unknowns, things that we know we don't know. So what are things we know we don't know? Well, there's a lot of things that happen in organizations. We know that people may or may not end up deciding to take a full-time job or quit their job to join your startup. You know that you may need to raise funds from the organization, from some organization, but you don't know who it's going to be from and at what point. These are known unknowns. You know that these are uncertainties in your organization, but you know that something is going to answer these questions. You have to figure out how you're going to get fundraising. People have to quit their job to join your startup or not. So you can design systems, and we call these contingent provisions, like vesting, that help address these sets of issues. So vesting would give you different amounts of equity if you decide to leave your organization versus not, if you decide to keep working for your startup or not. So you can write contracts around these sort of known unknowns and address these kind of uncertainties. Then finally, we have unknown unknowns, things we don't know. And those are some of the examples I gave you earlier. What if somebody has a family and decides to leave your organization? What if the direction of your company changes radically? What if a natural disaster occurs? All of these things can radically change the direction of your company, and yet they're not taken into account if you simply divide equity evenly. So you need to think about all three categories of knowledge: known knowns, facts; known unknowns, uncertainties; and unknown unknowns that are risks. So these three categories of knowledge are actually very important when you create a founding agreement. If you want to know the details of nitty-gritty equity division, Professor Carl Ehrlich has a talk on that you can also view. But I want you to think about the terms that go into a founding agreement and the ways that you're going to divide founding responsibilities. So first you want to think about your known knowns. These are the facts. And again, in our mini example, this is the $10,000 everyone put in, the fact they all generated the idea together. These you deal with with standard provisions in a contract. So everyone gets 5% equity in your company because they all had put an equal role in coming with the idea. Then you have known unknowns. These are those uncertainties. Are people going to leave their job to join your company? Are you going to raise fundraising from the brother of one of the founders that you're bringing in for that reason? You can address these through what we call contingent provisions. The most famous contingent provision is vesting. So vesting suggests that everyone is given a certain amount of equity that they're entitled to earn, say 20% of the company, but that vesting only happens over time. So there might be cliff vesting, which means at the end of a time period, say the first year, you automatically get, if you're still with the company, a quarter of the shares that you're owed, and then every month there might be additional share allocated to you after that point. But you can actually make more sophisticated sets of vesting agreements. So you could have differential vesting. So if somebody is working full-time at the company, they earn equity at a faster rate than someone who ends up deciding to stay at their full-time organization and just work for you nights and weekends. You can also write contingent provisions around things like the first person to bring us a investment source that we all agree to use gets an additional 3 or 4% equity. So you can actually have milestones, and those milestones can trigger equity or cash payments. So those are contingent provisions, and they let you deal with known unknowns, these uncertainties that you know about in advance, but you don't know how they're going to play out. So how do we deal with unknown unknowns, these sort of existential risks to companies that somebody gets sick or has a family member that falls ill or the direction of the company changes? Well, there's two potential ways of dealing with this. The first sounds cheesy, but is incredibly important, which is building trust among team members. If you are not regularly talking with the other members of your team about your underlying feelings about the company, your concerns and your worries, if you're sweeping that stuff under the carpet, you are in a lot of danger, because when things change, all of those implicit agreements between people fall apart. So you need to build trust by continually talking about how you feel about your organization, how things are going, and being open and honest. You also can create what we call unequal equality, which I referenced in a prior video. Unequal equality is about giving, well, even though you might have equal divisions of labor between people, you might give somebody decision rights in the event of a crisis. So if there's a crisis involving the product and the technology, the CTO gets the final decision regardless of what the other founders say. Or if it's a decision about whether or not to sell the company or take on investment, the CEO gets the final decision regardless of what everyone else says. So this cuts through some of the issues around management and can be built into a founder's agreement as well. So you need to think about these issues about how you're dividing equity, how you're dividing management responsibility, and these are important sets of concerns, and using that known unknown, and unknown framework can really help you do that. And again, these are not blindly theoretical issues. So this is from some work by Noam Wasserman looking at the various outcomes for startups over time, depending on the decisions they make in company founding. And what you'll see here is a chart. And a plus on a chart indicates that the company's chance of survival relative to the baseline is increased. So the company's more likely to survive. A minus means less likely to survive, and a blank space means there's no difference in survival rates. And what you can see is over a 6-month, 12-month, and 18-month, and 24-month time span, what impact various choices have on the chance of the company surviving. So if everyone in the founder team invests the same amount of money in a startup, then that increases the chance of the company surviving. Why? Because everyone has equal skin in the game, right? So if everyone's put the same amount of cash in among the founding team, the company is more likely to survive because people feel like everyone else is playing an important role. Heterogeneous experience, so that's that diverse background that I referred to in prior discussions. A diverse background makes your company more innovative, but it also makes it more likely to fall apart. And you can see that effect here. So in the first 12 months, having a diverse background in your company increases the chance of the company failing. But after that, once you've learned to work together, that disadvantage disappears. So the cost of being more innovative is that the company's chance of failure increases the first 12 months, but then after that, you're still more innovative, and that failure disadvantage disappears. Equal equity split among founding team members increases the chance of survival of your company over the entire time frame of the company. So if you're just blindly dividing equity equally, that is generally advantageous until something happens in the company that forces you to actually view the company's value as real. So when you're dividing equity just among your team and sitting back in your local coffee shop to do that, then the money that's involved in the company isn't real money, it's play money. You're sort of dividing equity for a theoretical company. But as soon as you raise a round of funds or go through some other event that makes that valuation of your company real, so it's gone from being, oh, we could change the world, to your company's worth $6 million, that fact that you now have to deal with the reality of the value of your company actually creates a huge disadvantage for those people who've just divided equity blindly evenly. And the reason for that is it's very rare for people to actually divide the work evenly. So let's say you've split equity with your partner 50-50, and it turns out you're working many more hours than your partner is, and your partner's not really contributing. You might be resentful of that, but while there's no actual value of the company, you're likely to sweep that stuff under the rug if you're not having regular conversations. But as soon as you raise a round of funds and you realize your partner's share is worth $3 million, same as yours, that cause of resentment can actually kill companies at a huge rate. And sometimes even venture capitalists will want to push out non-performing team members. So the advantage of equally splitting equity becomes a disadvantage as soon as you raise a round of capital. So blind equity splits that are sort of just even are generally a bad idea. Now, we talked about the relationships in previous discussion, and here you could see one of those relationship issues. So friends, having raised a company with, starting a company with friends, is not actually advantageous or disadvantageous for company survival generally, unless you split equity evenly. So you and your friends split equity 50-50 in your company. In that case, for the first 6 months, the chance of the company falling apart increases. And I think the reason for that is exactly what we talked about before, which was you have a friend, the friendship is important to you, you split equity evenly, which means that you're not spending a lot of time thinking about who does what. One of you does more work than the other. That causes resentment in the other friends. And they have to make a choice between, do I want to resent and be angry at my friend, or do I want and make the business succeed, or do I want to dissolve the business and save the friendship? And what you see is that that's the negative in the first 6 months. If you can work through that, and if you can find a way to work together, then that disadvantage disappears. So your company's survival depends on the set of choices that you are making as a founding team. And again, an equal equity split is not necessarily the way to go. Just dividing equity equally at the beginning doesn't make a lot of sense because it decreases the chance of your company surviving in the long term. However, you might think that that's the normal way things happen, but this is not the case. So again, looking at some surveys, and this is again backed up by more recent data as well, of company founders in technology companies and biotech companies, even equity splits among founders is actually not the majority case. Most people divide equity unevenly. So you should feel free to think about this issue and think about equity division in a serious and deep way, and not just divide equity blindly between people. So what's my final advice to you when you're thinking about your founding agreement? You need to think about the known knowns, known unknowns, and unknown unknowns, and take into account all three of those when you're launching your startup. That your choices on your founding team have huge consequences for the later development of your company. So thinking about those founding team issues and spending time early on matters a huge amount. And you shouldn't just go with what's easy. So the easiest thing to do is not have discussions and blindly split equity. You need to have serious conversations early on, because if you don't have them early on, they're going to come back to haunt you later. So think about your founding teams in a serious way. It's one of the most important things you can do to be successful as an entrepreneur. As you've seen in prior lectures, the team is incredibly important to making your startup succeed. And in order to be as successful as possible, you need to think hard and work hard to make sure you have the best key management people involved in your company as possible. How do you do this? The first thing you need to do is decide who to hire, and the next thing is decide how to hire. This might seem very obvious, but there's actually a science behind hiring, and we want to cover that in this lecture here. So the first thing you want to think about is what roles you're hiring for. And there are many potential roles in the organization. Some roles might be filled already. Some roles may not be filled. But you should consider growing by division. What does growing by division mean? That means that if you are overwhelmed by your job, and you probably will be as a founder, what part of your job can you divide and give to somebody else? For the other people in your company who are overwhelmed, what part of their job can they divide and give to someone else? So that's a good way to think about roles, is by dividing up into individual tasks when you're overwhelmed and there's too many roles under one person. Whatever you're doing, you should think about the danger of imprinting. What does imprinting mean? Imprinting means that the early decisions you make about hiring in a company have long-term implications for the company's success. And so let's use an example. Let's say you hire an HR manager. Now, HR can do many roles within an organization. HR can have a legal role, they can have a recruiting role, and they can have a role setting policy inside the company. So you hire an HR person early in your company that doesn't know any legal stuff, but does do recruiting and does do internal company policy. Great, your company does really well. You eventually get to 100 employees, 200 employees, and your HR director leaves. Now it's time to hire a new HR director. Because your first HR director didn't do legal issues, it's almost certain that you had to hire or bring in lawyers into your company who handle those sets of issues. Maybe now there's a new division or group within your company that is the legal department. If that was in your HR people's purview early on, maybe legal would have been to HR. Now legal is a separate part of the company. Further, if you want to hire a new HR person, you can no longer hire an HR person who has a legal background, because that's a separate part of your company now. So you have to hire an HR person who has the same skills as the HR person who left. Basically, the person who left a hole the size of their roles inside the company. So the decisions you make early on help set the tone for what happens in your company's future. And we actually have evidence going back hundreds of years showing that companies often get formed by the early imprints of what their early jobs are. So you want to think hard about that. You make sure you're hiring for the skills that you're interested in hiring for. Now, about those skills, a really important thing to think about early on is what the roles you actually are in the company and what the roles are actually going to do. So you want to think about functional skills. What does a person actually do all day? Do they need to be able to program? Do they need to be able to do marketing writing? What managerial skills are these people going to have? Do they need to manage other people, be able to grow a team? And do they need industry or domain skills? Do they need to know something about contact lenses or Ethiopian fast food or whatever industry area you're thinking about moving into? Once you've figured out what the role is, then you have to think about how you're going to source the employees to fill out that role. And the general rule is A hires attract A hires. What does that mean? The best people tend to get the best people on board. And there's a lot of reasons for that. If you have A hires, your company is going to perform better, and that means that you'll be able to attract more high-performing people. If you have A hires, they'll have networks of other A hire people that you can bring on board, so it tends to be self-fulfilling. A hires are often less threatened by bringing in other top people, so they'll be more likely to get A hires on board. And other A hires are attracted to top people, so they'll be interested in joining companies where the best people work. So it's very important early on to get the best possible people inside your company, and it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy where you continue to get those best people moving forward. Then how do you actually find the people you want to hire? Well, a lot of it depends on the specificity of the skills of your company. So what does that mean? Highly specific skills might be somebody in your company has to do with gamma PNA solutions. Well, there's very few people in the world who know how to use gamma PNA, and they probably all work for somebody else, which means that if you need to hire somebody who's really specific skills, you'll need to go to somebody who already works at other companies. It might be the same thing with artificial intelligence. It might be the same thing with really talented chefs. On the other hand, there are low specificity skills, really good salespeople, good marketing people, where there are many people out there who might have that skill set, and they're often looking for other jobs. So for highly specific skills, if you have a very prominent job, you're looking for a C-level top management team employee, you probably might need to use headhunters to go after those sets of people. For less prominent roles, you will need to pick up the phone and call people at your competitors and get them on board. For low specificity skills, you can actually advertise. And if you advertise with good filters, you can actually get very high-level people, and you can consider doing university visits and other things for low prominent skills. So the first thing you do is make sure you know what your roles are and make sure you're sourcing properly. After that, what are you looking for in an employee? Well, the first thing you're looking for is skills. And there's a huge difference between the top and bottom hires. So this is actually some results from some studies that I did looking at the performance of people in the video game industry and looking at the performance of entire teams, so C-level staff, the entire company as a whole, the performance of middle managers, and the performance of the innovators, people who come with ideas in the video game industry. What I found was 22% of the variation in firm performance, that means 20% of the variation of these games that could make hundreds of millions of dollars, 20% of that revenue variance came from who your middle manager was. 21% came from the rest of the company as a whole, and only 7% came from who the innovator employee was. This tells you that even when hiring middle managers, getting the best people in the job matters a lot. And we already know there's huge differences in technical employees as well. The difference between an employee in the top 25th percentile versus the bottom 75th percentile among programmers can be somewhere between 8 and 28 times performance differences. So you need to hire, whether they're middle managers or potentially the technology people, that you're getting the very best employees because the huge productivity differences come as a result. So you're not just hiring for early employees for their skills and for their roles, you're also hiring for their networks. There's some evidence that suggests that the social capital people bring to the table is at least as important as human capital for early stage companies. That means the networks people bring to the table matter a lot. So how can you think about the networks people are bringing to the table? You can think about this as thinking about 4 different kinds of networks you're interested in. You're interested in people who bring networks of connections to potential future employees, potential partner companies. You're interested in people who have networks that extend to users and customers. You're interested in people who have networks that extend to potential investors, and also people who networks might extend to suppliers and other kinds of partnerships with other companies. So you want to actually, when you're thinking about hiring people, decide what kinds of network connections they have and how good those network connections are. So do they have easy connections to potential customers? Have they worked for a company that you actually want to bring on as a customer? Well, that's a really powerful connection. A person might have important network connections in their inner circle. On the other hand, if they just vaguely know a bunch of people, then network's not as useful. So you want to sit down and actually think about the networks that people are bringing to the table as you do this early stage hiring. Once you do this, how do you actually do hiring? Well, there's a whole science behind human capital that is very deep, and we'll cover just in basics here today. So one key thing you want to do is have a scorecard. So you've had those roles that you've determined earlier, and you figured out whether people have what functional roles, what managerial roles, what skills people have. You want to actually write those all down and have a common scorecard which judges all those characteristics. Then you want to talk with other interviewers, and you need to have at least 3 to 5 interviews, which means that if you're the only person in your company, you need to find some friends to help you do interviews or hire people to help you with interviews. But you need to have a formal approach and agree with your interviewers about what kinds of questions you're going to ask. You might want to have some basic screening in advance. So you can do that through lunch, through phone calls with high-quality candidates, but you want to be careful to avoid homophily. What's homophily? Homophily is a natural principle that we like people who are like ourselves. So we tend to be attracted to and find interesting people who share similar backgrounds to ourselves. But if you're a business person, you're hiring a programmer, there's a good chance the good programmer won't share all the same skills and interests and background that you do. So you might be naturally not have that connection or fit with that person. What you want to make sure is that you're not overvaluing that sort of personal connection and fit, because that may only get you people who just look like you in the organization, not get the diversity of skills and experience you actually need. You also should consider assigning pre-work. What is pre-work? Pre-work is stuff that people do before they come to your interview. So there's a bunch of things you can do for pre-work. You can ask people to do a report on your product. You can ask people to come observe your business and come up with ideas on how to improve it. But regardless, you only want to do pre-work if it's meaningful, if it teaches the person who's doing the pre-work about whether or not you want your job or not, whether they want the job ultimately, and also whether it's respectful. So you don't want to just give people pre-work because it'll turn them off if it's disrespectful or requires too much work. But do think about pre-work if it's useful. Once you're in the interview, the best kind of questions to ask tend to be questions where you actually walk people through their resume and look for the characteristics that are spelled out in your scorecard. So you don't want to ask people what their biggest weakness is if that's not an issue for your scorecard. You want people to tell me about a time that you were able to do this functional management activity that is an important part of your scorecard. You were able to work with a team under adversity. And then when they tell you about the time, you want to ask lots of questions about it. So how did your team get in that situation? Did anyone else try and help you? Was anyone resentful about it? And talk through those issues, and you're looking for behaviors in that scorecard that you've already decided on that are important. So you're digging through people's past. Maybe you'll ask questions about the future. How would you handle a situation where your team was under pressure and had to deliver a product under time and it wasn't ready? What would you do? But you want to ask behavioral questions that are focused on exactly the behaviors that are in your scorecard. After the interview, you should think about using references. Now, part of the problem with references is many large companies don't actually give good references, and some companies that do give references, the person you're interviewing will just write down references that are potentially useful to them. So when you do those interviews, you can use the thread of a reference check to help surface interesting ideas. So as you talk to somebody and they tell you about what happened in the team that was operating under adversity, for example, you can ask them, so who was your boss during that time? And they might ask you why you were asking that. And you could say, I might want to call this person as a reference. What would they say when I call them? And that's a really good way for them to give you a preparation for why they think this person would be a good reference or not, and really explain that. And so you can get some of the benefits of a reference without actually having to go through the process of a reference check. Ultimately, after the interview, everybody needs to make a go or no-go decision based on the scorecard. So you're having objective discussions based on that scorecard that you filled out, and you're not making a sort of hemming and hawing. People have to decide, is this someone we're going to hire or not? And ultimately, you need to close very hard. You need to make sure that you've gone through the process, and now that you've gone through all this effort to hire somebody, that you actually go through the process of making sure you're hiring them by doing everything you can to get them in power. Have everyone in your company email them and tell them how excited they are to get on board. Negotiate with them about stock options immediately. Ask them what kind of office furniture they want. Whatever you need to do to get somebody excited about the company and feel like they really should take the job, that's what you're going to do here. Hiring is really important. Hiring key people is even more important. You need to consider roles, skills, and networks. For roles, you need to be aware of imprints, think about growing by division, make sure you're sourcing properly. For skills, realize the best and worst employees are very different from each other. Use their history in those interviews to judge who's good and who isn't. And with networks, consider the diversity of the network and how well people understand and how deeply those network connections work. If you think about these sets of issues, you'll be better able to hire key managers.
Hi, I'm Karthik, and we're going to discuss finding technical resources. For software startups, a major challenge that non-technical founders face is that of identifying relevant technical resources. Some of the questions that entrepreneurs must answer include, should I build the feature myself, or is there an existing tool or open source resource that provides the functionality we seek? Should we build internally or outsource our software development? If we build internally, how do I find and recruit people with the right skills? And finally, if we outsource, how should we manage that process? In this session, I'll address each of these questions in turn. First, is there an existing tool I can use instead of developing the product from scratch? Now, we live in an era of modularity and open source. Before we invest all the effort to build a product, it's useful to confirm that there isn't something already out there that serves the purpose. For example, if you're trying to build an e-commerce firm, a number of existing tools like Shopify, Magento, BigCommerce, Weebly, and others might suffice. In fact, some of them help you set up an e-commerce website using simple drag and drop functionality. If you're trying to build a basic website, several alternatives such as Squarespace, Weebly, WordPress, and Tumblr can be used. For blogs on your website, Tumblr and WordPress are quite popular options. If you're trying to build a responsive design, meaning a website that is compatible with all kinds of screen sizes, there are several templates that are available online. One well-known tool for responsive design is Bootstrap, which was originally developed at Twitter. Similarly, if you're looking to launch online courses and you're looking for a website that makes it easy to launch online courses, Teachable is a great website out there that can be used. Suppose you have concluded that an existing tool doesn't solve your problem and you need to build it. The next question to ask is whether you should build it in-house or outsource the product development process. I like to ask two questions to help make that decision. The first question is whether the feature or the product is a core differentiator for your business. If the product or feature is strategically important, firms usually will not outsource such features. For example, Google will simply not outsource its search algorithms. On the other hand, if the feature is operationally important but not a differentiator, it becomes a candidate for outsourcing. For example, custom software tied to your human resource needs or legal needs, or if you have a tech-enabled business but the technology itself is widely available. For example, if you're an e-commerce company and you're looking to build a basic website with standard features like the ability to browse products, add to cart functionality, and features of that type, then outsourcing might just work. For example, if you're looking to build an e-commerce company and you need a basic website with standard features like browse products, add to cart, and other such features. The e-commerce website needs to work well, but the technology itself will not set you apart. This is something that you may not need to build on your own, and outsourcing might work just fine. The second question I like to ask is whether you have the necessary expertise in-house. It might take too long to build that expertise in-house, and there might be outsiders with the necessary expertise. Outsourcing might work in these cases. If you've concluded that you need to build the product in-house, the next step is building the right technical team that can deliver on the product vision. You need to hire designers, you need to hire developers, and in fact, many of the earlier comments on finding your founding team members or hiring management team members are just as applicable in hiring members of your technology team. A focus on skills and culture fit and personality fit are equally relevant over here. Even if you outsource product development, I would recommend that you own key aspects of product management. For example, you should prioritize the product features first. You cannot just share a product vision with a freelancer and expect a product back. You need to think through the features, prioritize them, and communicate it to the partner. Next, identify your budget. This will help drive decisions regarding where to outsource. Also, spec out the product in terms of the user flows, or perhaps develop some low-fidelity wireframes. Together, these decisions will help ensure that you can both find the right partner and also have a better working relationship with that partner. Next, in addition to owning product management, a good practice is to also be involved in screening developers. One should ensure that there is a match in terms of both technical skills and also soft skills, such as communication skills of the developer. It's useful to understand their past projects, meaning their entire portfolio, and understand their exact roles within those projects. It's useful to conduct reference checks for the developers. So all of this ensures that you found the right partner. The next question is, of course, where do you find these partners and where do you outsource? Budget is actually a good starting point. For software development, you can find firms at every price range, from as low as $25 to $50 an hour, all the way up to $100 or $200 per hour. At the low end of the range, you're usually looking for developers in South Asia or Southeast Asia that are used to servicing startups. At the mid-range, you're looking at firms in Asia as well as in Eastern Europe that are used to servicing startups as well as mid-market companies. And finally, enterprise-grade developers in the US or Western Europe cost closer to $200 an hour. It helps to be in the same or similar time zone as your developer. So your location along with your budget might help focus your search appropriately. And finally, once you've made these choices about budget and location, you can look for developers in a number of different websites. Marketplaces where you can find developers and outsourced development firms include VenturePact, Rent-A-Coder, Elance, Upwork, Freelancer.com, and many others. For designers, 99 Designs, Behance, and Dribbble are great sources, and in fact, there are many other great options out there. Finally, whether you build internally or you outsource your development, you have to manage that process. To do that well, identify the who, what, and when of your project. In terms of who, identify clearly a person who is accountable on both sides. In terms of what, the task or product being developed is clearly defined and spec'd out. And in terms of when, this is really just the deadline and everyone in the team understands when the product or feature is due. Another recommendation is to use project management tools to streamline the interaction with your developers. Popular tools for task assignment and tracking progress include Asana, Jira, Trello, Basecamp, among others. And some tools that are commonly used for messaging among team members include Slack, HipChat, Skype, Google Hangouts, among many others. This list is by no means comprehensive. Start by looking at what's out there, and you will find that the task ahead is not that overwhelming. There are many tools and resources you can count on and use to simplify the process of building your product.
This session is on allocating equity among team members. Let me start by giving you an example, and then I'll explain what equity is and how to allocate it. This is the founding team of a leading mobile phone provider in China called Xiaomi. And Xiaomi was founded by 8 individuals. It was really a dream team that came from the Silicon Valley elite, from companies like Microsoft and Google. And the founder, the CEO sitting in the middle here, is Jun Li, who is now a celebrity in China. When these 8 people came together, they had to figure out what did they bring to the table and how would they share the rewards if they eventually became successful. That's the essential challenge in allocating equity in a startup team. By equity, we mean an ownership or profit interest in the new enterprise. Most new ventures involve several key team members. And there's an interest, there's some value in having those team members share in the ownership of the venture. That's usually valuable for several reasons. First, it's typically required by outside investors. Outside investors want to know that the management team shares their incentives to create an enterprise of tremendous value. It also allows the enterprise to pay the team members with profit interest or shares as opposed to with cash. Cash is typically the most scarce resource for the new venture. And lastly, many individuals who are attracted to entrepreneurial ventures are also motivated by the possibility that if they're really successful, they might get an outsized financial reward. And that's only possible if you have equity in the new venture. Now, to explain what equity is, I need to explain the concept of a capitalization table, which usually just goes by the term cap table. A cap table is simply an accounting of the shares of the company and who owns them. I'm going to show you just a very typical, although somewhat simplified cap table. Typically, the founders would own some chunk of shares. Here, I've shown the founders owning 500,000 shares, which represents half of the shares that are authorized. So they own half of the shares, or 50%. There's usually some reserved shares for key team members who are hired after the founding event. So for instance, this might be the vice president of marketing or the vice president of sales. And in this case, I've shown 100,000 shares reserved for those key employees, or 10%. There's usually then something called an option pool, which investors require that you set aside for compensating future employees. And so many of you have probably heard of someone joining a tech startup and getting options or stock options. And stock options come out of this pool of shares that's usually required by the investors before they'll put money into a new venture. Now, just as a somewhat arcane aside, options usually are, just as that term implies, an option to purchase shares as opposed to an outright grant of the shares. That difference is really mostly relevant for the tax treatment, and in countries like the United States, where a grant of shares might be taxed as ordinary income. In order to avoid that, most companies will allocate options to employees, which don't normally suffer from being taxed at the time they're issued. And then the last category of shares is the shares allocated to outside investors. In this case, I've shown that as 300,000 shares representing 30% of the shares that are authorized. So this is a cap table. Now I'm going to go through each of the lines here and just say a few words about how they're established, how they're allocated, and then we're going to turn to that top row, which is the founder shares, and how to allocate those shares across the founders. Let's start with the outside investment. Now, the outside investment, the number of shares allocated to outside investment is determined by two things. The first thing is how much money the investors put into the company, and the second is what the value of the company is before the investors put their shares in. And that's a term you've probably heard called valuation. And in particular, the pre-money valuation. That is, what's the value of the company? What's the imputed or implied valuation of the company before the investors put any money into it? So just in this example, let's assume that the company arrives at a valuation, usually in negotiations with its investors, of $700,000 US. That's before any new money is put in. Then the investors invest $300,000. So now what the company has is it has $700,000 in value. That was the value it had before it got the money. And it now has $300,000 in the checking account. And so its total value is now $1 million. And because the investors provided $300,000 of the total value of $1 million, they own 30% of the company. So that's how that number is calculated. The second issue here is how to allocate the option pool. The option pool, just by convention, is usually established to be about 10% of the shares that are outstanding. And that's usually just a requirement of the investors. The investors want you to set aside some shares so that you can compensate future employees, give them some incentive to increase the value of the company. It's usually established by negotiation. Those shares may or may not be issued in the future, but they have to be shown on the cap table. And if you've ever heard someone discussing cap tables, talking about share price on a fully diluted basis, for instance, that notion of full dilution means that you assume that all of those options were issued and you use those shares in the calculation of share price. The next piece is the equity allocated for key team members. This would typically be vice president of marketing, for instance, vice president of sales. The number of shares here is usually established by the market conditions, that is, what do you have to offer to be able to attract the right people to your team, and also to some extent when they join the venture. So if these are very late hires after the company is already up and running and quite valuable, you might need relatively few shares here. But if it's right at the beginning, typically a fairly large number of shares have to be allocated to retain and attract the key members of your team who aren't necessarily founders. All right, that's all background that leads us up to this key question, which is, of those 500,000 shares that are shown here in the cap table as going to the founders, how do we determine how many of those shares each member of the founding team actually receives? So let's turn to that question. As background, I want to show what typically the founding shares look like before and after financing. So often at the very beginning of the enterprise, or after the founding team has worked on it for a little while, is when you actually you assign the equity to the founding team. And let's just say, for the sake of argument, that shown here on the left, we valued what we have when we start the company at about $300,000. Now, at the time of investment, we have the cap table as I showed previously. And I showed the value of what the founders began with, plus the equity for key employees, plus the option pool for future employees, plus the equity purchased by investors. Now notice that in this example, I've shown that the value of the value of the company at the time of founding was about $300,000. But by the time investment came in, if the team is doing its job, it's actually increased the value of what it has, of what it started with. And that's why I show that line moving up. And so the value they started with was about $300,000. At the time of financing, at the time that cap table was computed, the value I estimated at $500,000. Now, of course, this is just an illustrative example. The specific numerical values for your company will differ widely, and so you should think of this just as an example to walk through some of the arithmetic. So now I want to go back to that founding moment when the founding team is sitting there looking at what they have and saying, okay, how do we divide this up? Now, if you think about it, what should determine how those assets or how those shares are divided among the founding team? Well, it's really, what did the founders bring to the table? What assets did they bring to the party? And those assets you can think about as occurring in three different categories. The first category would just be the original idea. Who came up with the idea and developed the opportunity, and perhaps developed alongside that some intellectual property, maybe a product design, maybe an algorithm, maybe some market research, some original intellectual property that formed the genesis of the raw opportunity. That's the first category of assets that founders bring. The second category is what we call sweat, and that's short for sweat equity. And sweat simply means the effort that the founding team will put into the venture without cash compensation. And so that's why we call it their sweat. They are earning equity in the venture through their sweat. They're not being paid cash, and instead they're being paid in effectively a share of the future profits or future value of the company. And then the third category is cash. And no matter how you slice it, the founders almost always have to reach into their pockets or put some money on their credit card and come up with some money to get the venture started. It's usually not the bulk of the money required to capitalize the business, but there's almost always some cash requirement, and there's really no choice but for the founders to come up with it themselves. Now, of course, there are no real algorithms for precisely estimating the value of those three different inputs for every situation. There is still some bargaining and some negotiation that's involved among the founding team members in order to come to an outcome. But these are the basic principles. What did everybody bring to the table, and what was the value of what they brought to the table? So now I want to go into a little more detail on how to actually calculate that and really how to think about it. To do that, we really need to talk about the sweat. The sweat is one of the things that's hard to value. And I want to give you the approach that I've taken in several new ventures, and I've seen others take it as well. I think it works quite well. And it essentially starts with, what's the market value of the labor that the founders will be devoting to the enterprise? So for instance, let's imagine that someone is quitting their job. And they're quitting their job, let's say, as a product manager working at a relatively large company. And let's say they were being paid $100,000 per year in that job. If they then devote a year of their time, then logic would suggest that that's worth $100,000. The market has just paid them $100,000 per year for similar kinds of services. And now they're going to perform those services for a new venture without receiving cash. And so logically, that should be worth about $100,000. So that's the notion of using the market value of services in order to establish what is the sweat really worth. And that allows you to accommodate the fact that different people actually have different market value. If you need to hire a salesperson, salespeople are often paid very differently than, say, software engineers in different industries. And so it allows you to use their market value in similar roles, perhaps currently or in the past, to establish the value of the inputs they're bringing to the startup. However, there's a challenging issue here, which is those who are providing the cash to the venture rarely want $100,000 of their cash to be $100,000 of sweat. They view the sweat as a little bit of sort of what we might call funny money. It involves some sort of soft calculations. And so for that reason, there's often an adjustment that values a dollar of market value of sweat at less than a dollar value of cash. And let me give you the arguments for that. The argument is basically that $100,000 of sweat is worth less than $100,000 of cash. Here are the three main arguments for why that might be so. First, often people don't quit their jobs. And so what they're really doing is they're using their free time to work on the startup. And people often value their free time at less than they value their salary or their wages. And not only that, they're often not giving you their best hours. They're not giving you the same hours they're giving in their day job. And so that's one logic for valuing the sweat. It's perhaps slightly lower than the cash. The second argument is a little bit of an arcane tax argument, but cash investments are made with after-tax dollars. So when you invest $100,000, those are your hard-earned dollars after you've paid taxes on them. The sweat is usually calculated on a pre-tax basis. So for that reason, investments after tax, sweat is pre-tax, you need some adjustment. And then the last reason that sweat is often valued at a lower rate than cash is that cash is king. Cash is usually the scarce resource in the startup. Cash is the hardest thing to come up with. Sweat, less so. And so for that reason, we often value cash more than we value sweat. So let me walk you through a typical calculation, how to value these inputs, and how to end up with the allocation. So let's imagine we have three partners, founding partners, Claire, Huijing, and Sanjay. These are our three partners, and Claire actually had the original idea. And so Claire brought the opportunity and the idea to the party. She brought the others together to say, hey, let's go work on that. And so we're going to put a value on that opportunity identification. And somewhat arbitrarily, because I haven't even said what this venture is, I've just put the value of $100,000 here. This piece is going to be a negotiation among the partners. What is really the opportunity worth relative to the sweat and the cash that we're putting in? I put in $100,000, but obviously if Claire had invented a cure for cancer and had a patented molecule, we would value it at much more than $100,000. And if all she did was buy people coffee and say, hey, I've got this idea for a taxi hailing app for a phone, we might say, Claire, that's not really worth much. So this is just a representative example where we value the original idea at $100,000. Okay, let's now look at the sweat piece. And the way I've shown it here is I've assumed that Claire has foregone $120,000 in wages. She's putting in $120,000 of her sweat. Huijing has put in $60,000. Sanjay has also put in $60,000. And this is typically not just the sweat that's been put in to date, but also a commitment of sweat, typically for some period into the future, often until the first financing comes in and people can start to be paid salaries. And then if you look at the next column, the after discount column, what I've done is to apply a 50% discount to those market values of the sweat in order to come at an equivalent cash value to that sweat. Again, the 50% is the result of a negotiation. It's a value that I've often used. I think it's about right, but you're going to have to work that out with your partners. And then the last category of inputs is cash. Again, it's very hard to start something without putting at least some cash in. I've shown here the founders putting in quite a bit of cash. So they put in $60, $70, $80,000 in cash here. Claire put in 40, Huijing put in 25, Sanjay put in 15. And of course, cash, a dollar of cash is worth a dollar of value, dollar of cash, almost by definition. So putting that together, you can see the percentage ownership that corresponds to each of the three categories of inputs for each of the three founders. And we could add those up to estimate what fraction or to calculate what fraction each founder owns. So for instance, Claire would have 33.3% plus 20% plus 13.3%, which, let's see, rolls up to 66.6%. It would be Claire's interest would be the fraction of the original founder's shares that Claire would have a claim on. All right, so that's an example of the arithmetic that can be done before any new money has come in to the enterprise. Now, if the idea of filling out a spreadsheet like this with your founders really starts to make your stomach turn, then there are actually some softer ways to have this negotiation. I'm going to show you an example that I used in a recent venture where it just made it a little friendlier to move some some geometric shapes around on a graph. So what we did was to say there are various kinds of roles and inputs that are going to be required in this new venture. Those are represented here by the columns. You can see the leftmost column is the idea, the rightmost column is the cash, and there's some other inputs described as effectively as the phases of the creation and growth of the enterprise as the additional columns. And then we put the team members as the rows. And all we did was simply put a square, a triangle, or a small square in the cell to reflect people's relative beliefs, people's beliefs about the relative contribution of each of the partners to each of the phases of the development of the enterprise. Now, of course, you can put numbers in the cells, but this is sort of, as I say, a little friendlier way to have the discussion. We actually found that in this particular instance, the team members converged remarkably quickly. There was remarkable agreement on, well, who came up with the idea, who's putting in the cash, who's going to do this, who's going to do that. And this was actually a nice way to facilitate that discussion. You can probably imagine that once you had this kind of representation of the relative contributions, you then need to do some arithmetic to convert this into some actual numerical percentages. There are a couple of issues that often come up when you actually go to make this happen in practice. The first issue is that sometimes a team member doesn't work out as planned. That might be because they don't do what they actually committed to do. It might be that the team doesn't get along. It might be that you decide you really need a different person on the team. And of course, one of the problems is if you've allocated shares right there on the first day, you are essentially stuck with that shareholder forever, and that can be quite awkward. So typically the way it works is that you issue the shares, but the shares don't vest, meaning the shareholder doesn't actually have the full title and interest in the shares until some time has elapsed. Usually that time period is somewhere between 3 and 6 months before the first vesting milestone. And if within that first 3 to 6 months, you realize there's going to be some problem with a team member, you can part ways without having them as a shareholder forever. The second issue that comes up is tax liability. In many tax jurisdictions, and specifically in the United States, you incur a cash tax liability even for a non-cash grant of stock. So if you get a grant of $100,000 in stock, you would owe the government taxes on that $100,000, even though you never got any cash. That, of course, is usually a real problem for people joining a new venture who don't have a lot of cash. So typically, there are two strategies. The first is to grant shares to the team very, very early, when you can argue they have almost no value. Often you'll argue they have a value of maybe 1 cent or a fraction of a cent. And you'll go ahead and pay taxes on that stock, but the value will be so low that there'll be very little tax liability. The second approach is to issue stock options, which are not actually the stock itself, but rather the right to purchase stock in the future at some pre-specified price, usually a quite low price. So stock options themselves are quite valuable, but the way they're taxed in most tax jurisdictions is that they aren't taxed until they're actually exercised, not when they're originally issued. Now, it goes without saying that these are complicated matters. They vary by jurisdiction, and so you really need to consult with both a lawyer and an accountant as you think about these formation issues and as you decide how to grant stock to your founding team. The last issue I want to address is how we compensate advisors and how we allocate equity to advisors. Advisors can often add value for two reasons. First of all, advisors often have specific expertise that they can convey through meetings, discussions, introductions, emails, and so forth. And they're sort of doing real work for you, and it's sort of services rendered. But advisors also help you by lending reputation and credibility to the venture. And it's only fair that you compensate them for both of those things, both for their reputation, you're going to put them on their website, on your website and in your investment documents typically, and for the actual services they perform. And the way I like to think about this is to think about, well, what is the economic value of these services that are being delivered? And what's the value relative to the other inputs that are being provided at the same time? That is the cash and sweat of the founders. So let me just give you a sample calculation. let's imagine that you've retained an advisor. That advisor is committed to spending 4 days over the next year at a value of $5,000 per day. After all, these are typically quite well-paid people with quite a bit of deep expertise. So that would give you about $20,000 of value that was contributed. Let's also imagine that the value you impute to their enhancing your credibility is perhaps $15,000. That is, that's what you'd be willing to pay to be able to list them on your website and put them in your investment documents to confer some credibility on what you're doing. So that would give you a total value of $35,000. Then if you believe that logic and if you believe those inputs, then that advisor should receive equity worth approximately $35,000, just the same as the equity of a cash investor who would invest $35,000, or of the founding team who would give $35,000 of input. This calculation's worth doing, but I do want to point out that there are some norms in venture-backed startups. And advisors typically end up owning about 0.25% to 2.5% of the equity. That's per advisor. And the specific values over that range will depend on who the advisor is and what they're bringing. So a relatively famous individual who joins your team really early and puts in quite a bit of time, you're going to need to allocate at least 2.5% of equity for that kind of engagement. On the other hand, let's say just someone with some specific expertise with maybe not much of a public reputation who's going to help you in a relatively limited way late in the process, you would expect that to be more like 0.25%. So that gives you a sense of the practical range of how advisor equity varies based on what it is they're actually delivering.
Hi, I'm Lori Rosenkopf. I'm the Vice Dean of the Wharton Undergrad Division, and today's session will be talking about networks, innovation, and entrepreneurship. What I'd like to do in this session is a little bit different. We're going to spend some time, first of all, just talking about the basic principles of network theory, and then connect how those relate to innovation, and ultimately get to the implications for entrepreneurship. So the kinds of things we'll be talking about, you'll see will weave into many of the topics that you've seen both before and after this session as well. This figure depicts a very simple social network. Now, you're all familiar with social networks because you're embedded in them and interacting in social network apps all the time. But at its simplest, we can think of a network as just a set of actors who are connected by some sort of relationship that allows information to flow. So in this picture, we have 11 people who are connected, some of them more connected than others. And when we talk about networks or think about networks, everything that we'll talk about today is going to be underlaid by the following assumptions. The idea is that the set of network contacts that you have, the nature of the relationships between these contacts, and the overall pattern of these relationships are going to determine whether you have more or less access to resources, whether they be information, referrals, endorsements, support, etc. These patterns and nature of relationships are going to affect the opportunities that you have to create and mobilize linkages, to get a movement behind what you're trying to accomplish. These patterns are going to affect your ability to get noticed and get things done. So that's the underlying assumption. And when we look at our 11 people here, you can see that they each have a different stock of contacts, relationships with the contacts, and between those contacts. When I ask people to look at a chart like this and say, who would you like to be? Most people's attention gravitates toward number 9 or number 6 because those are the players that are in the thick of things. Of course, there's usually one joker who says, I'd like to be number 1. I'd like to be left alone for a while to get some of my work done. But we know that that's not a good long-term strategy, that being in the thick of things does really matter. By the same token, though, another argument would be you'd like to be number 11. Why? Number 11's right next to number 9. 9's spending a lot of effort to get all this information. 11 can get it all from 9. So in some ways, 11's in a great situation because they don't have to work as hard for the information. But by the same token, they're totally indebted to 9, and 9 can hold them up if they're not going to be fully cooperative. So with these kinds of ideas in mind, and this focusing in on numbers 9 and number 6 and this volume of information flow, now we want to get a little bit more careful in thinking about which sorts of network positions are most effective. To do that, I'm going to talk about 3 different characteristics of high-performing networks. And we'll take each of them in turn: diversity, brokerage, and then trust. So this will help us start to sort out between different sorts of network patterns and relationships. Let's start by talking about diversity in networks. Here, I'm portraying a very simple comparison between 2 people with the same number of contacts. 1 and 2 in these simple network pictures each have exactly 5 contacts. And I've set it up this way so that we can assume that they're both doing the exact same amount of work to maintain these contacts. I'm talking about real contacts here. I'm not talking about the people who you can tabulate because you've met them once at a conference and your gigantic list of LinkedIn contacts or Facebook contacts or Twitter contacts and the like. But instead, these are the people who you really have relationship with, who you're spending effort to let them know about information that's of value to them. You're inviting them for coffee, you're staying in touch with them and the like. So real contacts. 1 and 2 both have the same number of contacts. So you would assume, all other things equal, that they'd get the same amount of information. Look what happens when we introduce some colors to represent the type of knowledge that each of your contacts are bringing to the network. Here we see that number 2 is getting the same information over and over again from all the different contacts, whereas actor number 1 is getting not only purple information, but red and blue and green as well. So right now I'm just using abstract colors to represent different sorts of knowledge, but this idea of having diverse knowledge inputs coming to you through your network connections is going to be really important. Let's make this more concrete. One of the ways to think about those different colors might be that if you're working in an organization currently at a particular function, are all of your contacts in the same function as you or from different functional areas in the organization? That is, if you're in marketing, are all the people who are providing you with the information you need to get your job done, are they also in marketing, or are they spread more generally through production and R&D and other parts of your organization? That's knowledge diversity. Another way to think about it would be, is everyone in your professional specialty? Are you a doctor or a lawyer? Are all of your contacts also doctors or lawyers, or are you looking at a much broader set of people who might use your services, which would give you, again, different knowledge and different inputs that could be really helpful. And let me be clear, when I use the term diversity, much attention these days is rightly on demographic diversity. And while your networks may or may not have demographic diversity, that may or may not be correlated with knowledge diversity. And here, because we're focusing on the knowledge inputs that your network is creating for you, we're really interested in the knowledge that people have, regardless of their demographic characteristics, because it's the mix of different kinds of knowledge that really is the engine, is the source of innovation. And that's work from economics that goes all the way back to Joseph Schumpeter. How can you think about getting more diversity in your networks? It's worthwhile to take some stock of the networks that you have, the contacts that provide you with the knowledge, the resources that you need to get your current job done, the things you'd like to get done, and to decide if you need to find ways to get new contacts into your network that would help improve that knowledge diversity. Now, again, that knowledge diversity has been associated with better ideas, and also in research, the opportunity for example, semiconductor startup firms to have more alliances with companies, and that's, of course, a channel for delivering your product. So diversity in networks really matters. You might want to think about ways in which you can extend your networks by looking at the sorts of affiliations you have or can create. So you have networks and the opportunity for contacts through the people who you go to school with or the people who you currently work with. One of the reasons why entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs, startup firms are so interested these days in the possibility of working in an accelerator is that it gives them the chance to build a lot of network connections into other domains. But even without this sort of opportunity, you can think about what community groups can I join, what sort of clubs can I join to get me access to different sorts of contacts in a variety of industries and the like. Even Bill Gates, just to use a historical example, he connected up with funding for his efforts because his mother was actually on the board of a not-for-profit with John Akers, who was at that time the president of IBM. So those two-step connections can really be helpful for you. Now let's talk about brokerage. This is closely related to the ideas on diversity in knowledge bases, but we're going to get at the concepts from a very different direction. A and B are our two actors now, and both of them in this new depiction have the same number of contacts once again. So A and B are putting the same amount of effort into maintaining their network connections. Now let's let each of their contacts be connected to 4 additional parties. Look what happens. Look what happens when we add in 4 connections on each of A or B's 5 original contacts. 2 completely different pictures here with the same rules to make them operate. In A's situation, the network is folded back on itself. So there aren't any indirect connections for A, but rather the same set of people are all communicating with each other. So they're putting all of their effort into sharing the same information over and over again. In mathematical graph theory, the mathematicians would call this a fully connected clique. And I think that's very suggestive when we think of a clique of people all gossiping and saying the same things with each other. In contrast, B's network is very open and sparse, and so B is getting 20 indirect contacts because each of the 5 original contacts are providing indirect access to 4 more sources. So B is having access to far more information, and so B, the broker, is really able to create far more knowledge recombination. So when I set it up like that, it sounds like B's network is perfect and A's network is problematic, but there's more to the story. Research findings have let us know that while people with B networks are better at innovating, they come up with more innovative ideas, they tend to get promoted faster in organizations, we also find that people who have A-type networks enjoy more long-term cooperation between the members of their group. So the idea of everyone being connected to each other may not let as much unique information flow, but allows everyone in the group to work together effectively to get a shared sense of identity, to focus on common goals, and ensure that everyone carries their weight to accomplish it. So the story isn't just being A or B, but in some cases being some A and some B. And indeed, most networks are in between the poles of A and B. What does this mean for entrepreneurial teams? I think the findings are particularly poignant. When you think about constructing a team, and that's something we've been talking about in previous modules, and of course we'll continue to talk about throughout this course, you're always thinking about who are on your team and what sorts of networks they can be bringing to the situation. So the best way to think about an entrepreneurial team would be to say that the members of your key team are an A team internally. So all of you are connected with each other and sharing the information that you need to keep your goals on the same page, to keep yourselves focused and the like. But then each of the parties, because of your complementary skill sets and the like, are really bringing a B network to your organization, to your team, because each of you have different, unique, diverse sets of knowledge that you're going for and bringing into the organization. And again, research has shown that these sorts of teams, not just for startups, but also in consulting organizations and the like, teams that are A, internally, well-connected and cohesive among the key team members, but then have a wide, diverse range and reach beyond the team, are the ones that tend to be the most high-performing. While we're thinking about the idea of indirect contacts, I want to say a little bit more about that, because networks, as you know, get very big and complex very quickly as everyone is connected to many other people, and so networks are typically much bigger than the very small and simplified pictures I've been showing you. It's very tempting to move beyond the two-step sort of contacts that I've been focusing on to much larger kinds of networks and thinking of ways to create a chain or a set of paths and connections to people of interest. It's very tempting to go to your LinkedIn profile and say, well, who would I like to connect with? And that's this person, this prominent venture capitalist, for example, is a 4-step connection to me. And so I should be able to go 1, 2, 3, 4 steps through these acquaintances and make that happen. What we typically see happening is that while there's a lot of attention in the popular press on what they call small worlds or 6 degrees of separation, the idea that everyone can be connected to someone through a small number of steps, it's typically very hard to activate those kinds of paths beyond the 2-step path. So the 2-step is pretty easy because you're asking someone with whom you have a relationship to introduce you to one other person. But then to ask to introduce becomes a lot harder. So I just want you to remember that just because you can draw a small world sort of path or a multi-step path to a wide, large range of people doesn't mean that you're going to be able to make those connections. So in order to think about how we get those connections going in a meaningful way, that brings us to our third characteristic, which is trust. When we think about network ties and these contacts that have been made, the question is whether a contact is what we can call a strong or a weak tie. And I've alluded to this earlier when I talked about whether your connections were quick acquaintances that you had made and tabulated in one of your social network apps, or whether these people are true friends or long-standing relationships. Obviously, in the longer-standing relationship where more trust is built up, this is the situation where you're going to be able to ask for and receive help. And also, you're going to reciprocate that if the other person is asking you for help. And so these kinds of connections where you're friends with the person or you've worked with them for a really long time, when you have repeated interaction versus very infrequent or just a new one-time sort of interaction. When the relationships are multiplex, and by that I mean whether there's more than one way that you're connected. You know, for example, you're related to someone and you're working together as one example, or you went to college with someone and you're also members of the same team for an intramural sports league. These kinds of relationships that happen in multiple domains tend to become stronger as well. When you have strong ties, that's when you're in a situation where you're really able to activate these kinds of network connections. So if we go back to this picture of the ideal entrepreneurial team, what I want to do is emphasize by these thick lines rather than the thin lines that these relationships need to be solid and strong in order for the networks to really deliver the kinds of benefits that we've been talking about. Let's summarize a few takeaways from today's session. We used the basic principles of network theory to provide some prescriptions for what you should be doing as a member of an entrepreneurial team. How you can be constructing your own personal network to help shape the flow of ideas, personnel, funding, or endorsements to your fledgling organization. We discussed how effective teams need to be cohesive internally, A, inside, and have brokerage externally, B, outside. In short, always take the time to examine and re-examine your own personal network and your team's overall networks and seek to build additional contacts strategically. Thank you.
Let's talk about mentors, advisors, and advisory boards. You don't want to do your startup alone. You need advice, you need help. Even if you're launching it on your own, or even with a group of people, you still need outside advice. You don't know everything. So that's where mentors, advisors, and advisory boards come in. Some of these positions are paid and some are unpaid. We'll go through these. But research shows that connection to high-status mentors makes a difference. Getting good advice makes a difference. It makes a difference psychologically, and it makes a difference in the impact and success of your startup. So the first category of people you want to consider bringing on to help you are mentors. Mentors are the people who help you with informal advice. Sometimes they'll give you connections and resources, but they're often useful just to have someone to talk to and get general advice on how to handle a problem inside your company if you haven't seen it before, to even get psychological support, because being a founder can often be really lonely, and mentors can provide you with that sort of support and advice. Often mentors are friends, sometimes they're older individuals who have worked with you before, but they're mostly there to provide sort of general purpose advice and to offer some sort of coaching and help. You get them through starting with the people you know, so hopefully you have mentors in your professional career. If not, it's time to start developing those people. Start developing those relationships. They can be people you know virtually through things like social networks, but even better, people you work with, professors you've looked up to, bosses you've looked up to, friends you've looked up to. These are the people to start off with as mentors. Advisors are different from mentors because they're paid experts who help you with your business. Often they have narrow expertise in a particular area. Sometimes they're friends, but not always. And sometimes they can also help with important connections. More than mentors, advisors are people that you can mention externally to give you some extra status. So if you have an advisor who's a prominent entrepreneur or doctor or a connected financier, those can be useful to you. But they also can be somebody like a specialized lawyer or expert in a medical field or an expert in running restaurants if that's your business. So the advisors are the paid experts that you bring in and help you with your payroll. You could find those through network connections as well, but it's great to ask other founders who they've used or even just approach professionals with high reputations. Because you're paying them, it's a little easier to build these sorts of relationships. Advisory boards are formal groups of people with outside experts who will help you with your business. They meet regularly to help provide advice and caution and help you set you in the right direction. The best people to find in your advisory board are high-status individuals, people who are well-known in your industry or even outside of your industry, because those high-status connections, we know, help give status to you as a company and make your company look more likely to succeed. Ideally, you'll find high-status people who actually care and want to help. If you can't find people who care and want to help, the high-status board can still be useful, but ideally you have people who really want to engage and help you out with your organization. There are many advantages that come from having an advisory board. The prestige of that board can wear off on you. If you have people who have achieved success in other fields, that success will be, the fact that you have them on board will help bolster the idea that you're going to be successful in the sort of symbolic manipulation way that we discussed in the lecture on the art of the pitch. But also, they can help provide connections. So Sean Parker, one of the founders of Facebook, was on the advisory board of Spotify, and he helped Spotify get those initial connections to the Facebook social graph, and that allowed them to succeed. But they also can provide you advice and even sort of a note of caution as you go forward, because they've seen things before and can help you avoid getting you in trouble in ways that could cause problems for you later. You'll find them the same way you do advisors, and again, you'll pay them. Now, how much do you pay them? Usually you pay them with equity. So the Founders Institute has something called the FAST agreement. You can look it up online. That's a standard advisory agreement. So this is something you're actually going to sign. And they have suggestions on how much you pay advisors depending on the stage of your business. So just the idea stage, the startup stage, or the growth stage, and how much help you're getting from these people. So are you just going to get regular monthly meetings, which is how often an advisory board meets? Are they going to give you strategic advice where they not only have monthly meetings, but they help you recruit people and hire people? Or are there going to be experts who help you with actual projects and give you information that helps you succeed as a business? So if they're experts, you might give them 1% and they're helping you succeed at the idea stage. If you're at the idea stage and they're helping you do recruiting, you'll give them a little less. And if they're just doing monthly meetings, you only give them 0.25%. And this is usually straight up stock options vesting over a 2-year period. So you should expect to pay for your advisory board. So outside advice is going to be critical to your success. Everyone can benefit from mentors. Most people can benefit from advisors and helping them get advice in areas they don't have help already. Advisory boards, because they're more formal and you have to listen to them, you want to make sure you're only doing that when needed. You're going to have to give up a decent amount of equity to bring these people on board. So make sure the advisory board is going to be useful to you. It's a good time to actually ask your advisors who should be on that board. You may want to do this as you're trying to get fundraising or something else, but advisory boards are something you might want to construct later on. But mentors, bring on board as soon as you can, and advisors as soon as they're helpful. Accountants and lawyers, and especially lawyers, are often some of the first professional services that you work with as a startup company. And people try and avoid them, and they avoid them for good reason. It's not, no offense to lawyers, but it's not usually considered the most fun sets of interactions you have are the legal ones. And more importantly, on the legal side, it's often very expensive. Lawyers charge by the hour and often charge quite a bit when your startup is most cash-strapped or at its earliest stages. So a lot of people will go ahead and form their companies using online sites to do so, and handle all their founding agreements using form agreements. And that's not necessarily a bad idea, But there is danger in doing this, which is that the choices that you're making early on in founding agreements will have a big impact later on how you have to recognize taxes and how you have to recognize revenue, and even more importantly, the way that you can receive funding and the way that venture capitalists and angel investors might consider your company. So you want to avoid getting into trouble, and it's often advantageous to actually speak to a lawyer early on in your organization. Now, that doesn't mean that you have to use them to do all of the company formation material, but for fast growth startups, you can often find lawyers who are interested in working with you on price early on, deferring part of the amount of money that you'll be owed, or doing some other deal that will help you defray some of the early on costs. And those early conversations can save you a lot of work later on. What's really important is not just to use your friend or your cousin or the lawyer that you use for your personal matters, because you really want to make sure that whoever you're working with has experience working with startups and ideally experiences within your industry. When specifically considering lawyers, you need to think about a lawyer who's done things many times before and knows the context. So there are a lot of complex legal issues around startups, and some of those issues are easily apparent to any lawyer, and some of them are very subtle and involve having a lot of experience as to why one solution might work in one case or another. So specifically, you're interested in worrying about things like company formation. What kind of company should we be? Should we be an LLC or a C Corp? And there's a lot of issues around those depending on whether you're going to make revenue, what states you're making money in. Thinking about those issues is important. Founders agreements, which we've discussed in other lectures here about how to set up a founding agreement in your company and how to deal with those sets of concerns. Intellectual property, certainly if you need to file patents, you would need to worry about lawyers, but even things like non-disclosure agreements can be important to run through by a lawyer first. Issues about hiring and having hiring agreements, especially firing people, and also working with funders. So there will be a negotiation associated with raising capital, and you'll need a lawyer to look over the terms. So these are all things that require having a pre-existing relationship with a lawyer. Even if you don't use them for every one of these points, it can help you to have that relationship early on so you have someone to go to when the situation gets critical. And you also want to think about a critical issue with lawyers, which is, do you want them to act as advisors? So some lawyers have startup experience that can help act as advisors, help make introductions for you that are useful. Others are just about business. You might want to think about the effectiveness of these various approaches and reach a personal decision about which kind of lawyer you want to do. On the accountant side, accountants are not usually as critical in the very early days of your company, especially before you make revenue. And you can often get a good idea of an accountant by talking to lawyers or going through an entrepreneurial network. You want to start thinking about getting an accountant for real when your bookkeeping gets complicated, when it starts to take up too much of your valuable time, or you start to have substantial revenue that you need to deal with or complex employees. You may want to work with an accountant much earlier in the process if you think your tax issues are going to be complicated, you're worried about the company structure and how that's going to affect willingness to invest, or if you don't feel comfortable with financials at all, an accountant is a good way to outsource this material. At the same time, neither lawyers nor accountants will solve your problems for you. You need to ultimately be responsible for your own company. You need to understand the financial models that underlie your organization. You need to understand how your legal issues affect your company's actual operation. So you can't outsource all your functions to these people. You still need to maintain control of your own organization. You'll know it best. You'll know these issues best, but they can act as critical advisors at important points. How do you actually go about the details of getting a lawyer or an accountant on board? First of all, ask your other advisors. Are there people that you've worked with? Are there entrepreneurs in a network that you're associated with who might recommend somebody to you? You might also want to talk to more than one firm. When I was running my startup, I picked the lawyer mostly based on the really great coffee machine they have, rather than actually interviewing a number of different law firms. It turned out to be not necessarily a mistake, but I probably should have talked to more individuals. So go and have a conversation with multiple law firms. That first consult or conversation is usually free. You can also get some useful information from them about the things that they think your startup is doing right or wrong. So that's a useful thing to do anyway. And then make sure you're comfortable with people. Don't feel talked down to. There is no reason that a good lawyer should make you feel like you don't know what you're talking about. So make sure that you're having a conversation, that you understand what somebody is saying. And finally, make sure whether you work with a lawyer or an accountant that they're not learning on your dime. So that the work that they're doing is based on work they've done before, and they're not trying to learn about startups for the first time or your industry for the first time as a result of working with you. So they can be critical players in the team for your company, but They're not necessarily somebody who is going to be the key factor who's going to take you to the future. So talk to them early on, make sure you know what a lawyer and accountant could do for you, and be strategic about when you decide to start using them in your organization.
Hi everyone, David Chu, covering a session on intellectual property. My goal for this session is to give you an overview of the various forms of intellectual property that may be important to you as a startup entrepreneur. Now, why is IP important for entrepreneurs in the first place? Well, the traditional justification for granting some rights is really to give incentives for innovation. Let me give you two quick examples. One example is for you to incentivize you as the entrepreneur to invest your time, effort, money in innovating. We want to allow you the time to recoup that investment. And in exchange for you, as we'll talk about in patents, to disclose information in some detail, we as the government will give you some monopoly patent protection over your idea to use for a certain amount of time. Could be particularly important in the context of, for example, the pharmaceutical industry. Another form of intellectual property that we'll talk about is the notion of copyright. That is the ability to control the distribution of a creative work. Think about how this could be quite important in the digital age, where it's very costless in some sense of making another copy of the song or of the computer program. And so to incentivize you as the originator of a creative song or computer program, we want to give you some protection so that you feel invested in really making that innovation. Now, what's important is to realize is that intellectual property is akin to real property. Just like a piece of property, a house that you own, in that you can sell that property, just like you can sell the rights to a patent. You could lease it out or license intellectual property, much like you would with a real house. You would put your house on the market for a renter to come and occupy, but you still retain ownership, or any other type of analogy with real property. And the provision for intellectual property is quite old. So written right there in the United States Constitution, Article 1, in 1790 or 1787 is a provision that allows for this incentive to really incentivize authors and inventors to disclose what they've been doing in exchange for protection. Now, what are the various forms of intellectual property we'll discuss? Really, 3 or 4 different types. The first is patent protection. It really allows inventors to exclude others or try to exclude others from using a protected property for a given duration of time, after which it then reverts to the public domain. An example here would be the cotton gin or the light bulb. These met the standards of patentability, which we'll shortly talk about, but after the conclusion of that patent protection, it entered into the public domain. A second form of intellectual property is copyright. It allows authors to control the duplication or distribution of their creative work. Think about musical lyrics, photography. This is really the creative expression that we want to give some protection for. A third type is trade secrecy. Here, it allows firms to try to safeguard what they regard as their commercially valuable information so that's not generally available to everybody. Examples of this would be business plans, recipes, methods, techniques, processes, patterns that really give a firm the ability to outcompete others. An example here would be Kentucky Fried Chicken. The secret sauce is not protected by any other means but trade secrecy, and we'll talk about that in a little bit more detail. Finally, there could be speed. If you know what I knew 18 months ago, maybe it may not be all that important because the commercially relevant information could be moving at quite a brisk pace. And so we'll give an example of that in the context of the semiconductor industry in a few minutes. Patent protection. It's the right to exclude others in the United States for a period of 20 years from the time that you file a patent. And the traditional justification from the government standpoint is to really give an incentive to disclose and give a period of time for you as the innovator to recoup your investments in the time and effort that you put into coming up with the invention. And so as a society, we're not literally recreating the wheel. Instead, we're standing on the shoulders of giants as we progress in society, and that will have cumulative progress. In the United States, it's the first to file. That's true for much of the world. As well, there are 3 standards for patentability. First, it has to be non-obvious to an ordinary person who's schooled in the art. Secondly, it has to be novel relative to what's been patented before. It has to be as well useful. Now, to meet these 3 standards, what's explicitly excluded is anything that's naturally occurring, any laws of thermodynamics, laws of gravity, anything that is naturally occurring phenomenon or abstract ideas. Those are not subject to patent protection. However, if you as the inventor or innovator have genetically modified something, come up with a new variety of apple or rose or sheep that's not naturally occurring, that can be subject to patent protection. Now, the inventor in a patent application has to make specific claims as to what they've done that's new and novel, and that helps demarcate where the scope or the space of invention should be. And these standards also apply for business methods, a new way of conducting business. Some of you will be familiar with the Amazon one-click patent. It's a new way of conducting business, and it's true of other ways of conducting business, maybe optimization or analytics, that is a new algorithm that's not naturally occurring. Patents have been quickly moving in terms of its pace over time. What you're seeing here in this diagram is the acceleration over time at which we are granting in the United States the next millionth patent. The first patent was granted in 1790. It took actually 121 years to get to the millionth patent. That time has shrunken considerably as you go from, say, the 8th to 9th millionth patent. And that likely reflects a range of explanations. Now, what explains that acceleration over time as to why we're being able to meet these milestones faster and faster? One hypothesis could simply be that we are, as a society, being much more inventive. An alternate hypothesis would be that the utility or use of patents, for whether it be for offensive means, defensive means, or as bargaining chips, has accelerated over time. And this explanation or set of explanations is becoming quite important among academic circles. To illustrate one concrete example of this, it's particularly germane for startup innovators, is that patents not only allow you as the innovator to try to exclude others from copying or entering into a proprietary domain, it can also be used to signal resource providers like venture capitalists that you have a real source of differentiation above and beyond what's actually patented in your patent grants that could be quite meaningful in explaining the winning horse that could be quite appealing for venture capital investors. There's some debate. I won't dwell on this particular set of concepts too much as to whether intellectual property protection is good or bad for innovation. On the one hand, we're all very familiar with these patent trolls or non-practicing entities that have been derided in the popular press for actually not being productive from the standpoint of commercializing or bringing products to market. This has been the subject of some legislation. President Obama, for example, has targeted these non-practicing entities. On the other hand, there's been certain instances in which probably these innovations have been popularized precisely because they've not been the subject of intellectual property. 2 examples here: the use of a particular financial option pricing formula known as the Black-Scholes formula. That was not the subject of intellectual property protection. Rather, the Professors Black and Scholes, disclosed their innovation in the context of an academic article. And maybe that's the reason why it's so popular among Wall Street traders and other financial individuals and actors, is because it was put out there. If counterfactually they decide to patent or seek intellectual property protection, maybe it wouldn't have been as popular. And same thing, the quote there mentions the case of a very interesting game, Sudoku, which was popularized perhaps precisely because it didn't seek patent protection. A second form of intellectual property protection is in the form of trade secrets. Trade secrets allow individuals and firms to really protect information, patterns, programs, techniques, or processes that can give them a leg up compared to outsiders. Now, there are some clear differences of trade secrets as compared to patents. First, it's adjudicated at the state level rather than the federal level, which is true for patents. Secondly, trade secrets, so long as they can be kept secret, last indefinitely. And that's a stark contrast as compared to patents that we talked about before. Now, what's important is that you, as the holder of a trade secret, have to take reasonable precaution to safeguard those secrets. What's not subject to protection is information that's garnered through independent discovery, worked out by a competitor through backward engineering, or is you might have accidentally disclosed. So long as information isn't illegally obtained by a competitor, you're able to invoke some trade secrecy law to help try to protect your trade secrets. Now, let me cover two specific contractual provisions that are important in enabling this protection. The first is a non-disclosure agreement. If there is a particular piece of information that you're trying to protect as an innovator, you can, before disclosing that information to someone, draft a non-disclosure agreement that is a contractual covenant that protects that bit of information from being disclosed. A second form of intellectual property protection that falls under trade secrecy is the notion of a covenant not to compete. That precludes or helps to preclude an individual who has previously worked for you as their employer from going out and working now for a competitor, in which case that former employee may disclose that information to the employee. And so what a covenant not to compete or a non-compete clause does is essentially prohibits that employee from going out immediately from competing and being hired by a competitor firm for a certain duration of time. Finally, I want to quickly discuss this notion of speed as an example of how formal protection may not be that relevant if you're operating in a very competitive context. And the example I want to discuss with you is the case of Intel in the case of its different chip families. Here you see a table that lists the different chip families ranging from the generation 386 all the way up to the various versions of Pentium. And what I've highlighted here is the lifespan of the particular chip family, as well as the price discount that holds for that given chip family, ranging from the beginning of the life of the chip family to the end of the chip family. Take, for example, the Pentium 3. This is a chip that had a shelf life of about a year and a half, 18 months. And over those 18 months, you can see that Intel was only able to charge $1 at the beginning of that time period, but only 9 cents on the dollar at the very end of the period. So imagine that if you're operating in that type of landscape in which knowledge really becomes obsolete very quickly, you're going to be less interested in going through the formal channels, perhaps, of the patenting process or the trade secrecy process, because that knowledge becomes obsolete so quickly. So to recap this session on intellectual property, we've covered the different forms of intellectual properties and some of the institutional arrangements that could lead you as the startup entrepreneur to favor one type of intellectual property protection or another. Thank you.
This session is on legal forms of the enterprise. When I was recently visiting Istanbul, I bought a sandwich from the fish bread guy shown here. Almost certainly this entrepreneur is operating as what's commonly known as a sole proprietorship, meaning there's no difference between him and his business. All of the flows of money are in and out of his pocket. He may have a checking account associated with his activities, but he has no separate legal entity. This is probably true for the majority of new ventures on the planet. They're operated as sole proprietorships. But we're going to consider in this session the alternatives to that and why you might be motivated to do something other than operate as a sole proprietor. This is another example of a company called SawStop. And SawStop makes a table saw, and their benefit proposition is that if you accidentally run your finger into the saw, it won't cut your finger off. It will immediately stop the blade within millimeters. Now, I want you to reflect a little bit about some of the issues that you might face as an entrepreneur if you were trying to pursue the business SawStop as a sole proprietor. One of the key issues you would face is legal liability. So let's imagine that one day this didn't work for some reason and somebody cut off their finger. Under a sole proprietorship, the person who suffered those damages could sue you and could sue you personally, perhaps taking everything you have. And so one critical purpose for creating a separate legal entity is to limit the liability of the entity to the entity itself rather than to you personally. The second issue around SawStop is that it might need to have some outside investment in order to grow and to become successful. In fact, it did have outside investment. Almost always, outside investors will require that your business is a separate legal entity because they want to know what they have an ownership interest in. And the whole legal system around new business, around forming new entities, was established in part so that you could allocate the profit interests or the value of the business, the equity, to others, including investors. A third reason for doing something other than a sole proprietorship is that you often want to create incentives for your managers and employees. And so you want to allocate to them profit interests or shares in the company. And to do that, you really need the machinery of shares and of a new legal entity. So those are the primary motives for forming a new legal entity in entrepreneurship. Now, I want to be very clear that the law around new business varies widely according to your jurisdiction, according to your geography, by country and even by state within country. And so you really have to consult with a lawyer, and I can't emphasize that enough. You can't do this yourself. You really have to consult with a lawyer in order to get this right based on the details of your location and jurisdiction. Let me just give you a sense of what that involves. A relatively simple incorporation of a new business that's owned solely by the founder and without any outside investment will probably incur about $1,000 to $5,000 in legal fees in order to establish the new venture. That's probably what you can expect to spend. If you need to raise capital from an outside investor, that typically requires significant additional legal expense. It's often between $10,000 and $50,000 in legal fees with venture financing, where you have an institutional investor who will demand a lot of legal assurances in association with that investment. Now, the good news is that many lawyers who specialize in new ventures are used to dealing with companies who don't have very much money, who are just getting started. They will often defer or discount their fees for startup companies, often deferring payment until the first round of financing is received from an outsider. The last thing I want to note is that the cross-border issues are particularly challenging. And so if you are, for instance, a US company that plans to be selling product in China, that can be quite challenging if you're not using an intermediary in China as your distribution partner. And so you really do need to consult with a lawyer that has expertise in those cross-border transactions. There are many different legal forms, and the specifics vary by country, and so I can't possibly describe them all. Having said that, there are typically two main differentiating attributes that you see in different legal forms around the world. The first is how income is taxed, and the two main options are that the entity itself is taxed, and the alternative is that the entity passes through its income passes through its profits to the owners of the entity, and that they pay taxes then on the passed through income. Of course, the disadvantage of an entity that's taxed separately is that that may result in double taxation. So the corporation may first pay taxes, then it may pay dividends to its shareholders, and then they will in turn pay taxes on the dividends. And so that results in double taxation. And that's the reason that in most countries, in most jurisdictions, there is a so-called pass-through entity, a form of business that allows the company to pass through its income to the owners in a way that they pay taxes on it only once. The second distinction that's often made among different legal forms is whether the equity is traded on public markets or whether the company is owned entirely privately by private individuals. And so what I want to do is just show you some representative entity types in 5 different regions. Of course, we can't cover all regions of the world, but this gives you a sense of the relative equivalence, the approximate equivalence across the different types of entities in different jurisdictions, in different geographic regions. And I've shown here 3 types of entities. Sole proprietorships, that's like the fish bread guy, corporations, and limited liability pass-through entities. And the distinction between corporations and the limited liability pass-through entities is the distinction around taxation. Corporations are typically taxed at the entity level and then at the shareholder level. That is, they're taxed twice. And limited liability pass-through entities are taxed only once. They're taxed only by the eventual owner of the profit interest. So in the United States, the standard names for these different categories are a sole proprietor is called a sole proprietor, but they often have something called a DBA, or doing business as. And so the fish bread guy, if he were located in the United States, could actually call his business Fish Bread Guy. He could actually get a checking account. He could use that on his business cards. That's called a DBA. It can be registered with the government, but it doesn't give any legal protection, and it doesn't allow you to allocate profit interests to other people other than yourself. For that purpose, in the United States, you'll typically see corporations, which are just labeled by the abbreviation Inc., meaning short for incorporated, INC period. In the United States, Inc. applies to both corporations that are owned by the public, where equity is traded on public markets, on the stock market, and for privately held companies. They both are what are called C Corps. In the U.S., the limited liability pass-through entity is usually called an LLC. There are also LLPs and S Corps, but they're used less commonly today. More typically, you'll see an LLC. So those are the typical types that you see in the U.S. I won't go through all the details on the other entities, but virtually every country has analogs to those 3 categories of legal entity, although some countries don't have a pass-through entity. For instance, India doesn't have a pass-through entity that's exactly the same as an LLC is in the United States. So you need typically to form a legal entity. You typically do that to limit your liability so that the entity itself might be liable for any damages that might be incurred with a supplier or a customer, and not you personally. Secondly, the legal entity gives you the currency, typically shares in the company, to provide incentives for your team members and employees. And lastly, a legal entity will typically be a requirement for outside investment. So for those reasons, you will typically need to form a legal entity. The exact type of legal entity will depend on how you want taxes to be treated and on what legal and in what legal jurisdiction you reside. And for those details, you really need to consult with a lawyer who has expertise in your own region. This session is on branding and naming. We're going to talk both about naming your company as well as about naming your product or service. I want to start with this story. I've been involved recently with a startup. When they came to me, they were called LifePack, and they made insulation for what's called cold chain packaging, meaning packaging that's used to ship frozen food or refrigerated food to consumers. Their company was called LifePack, but they faced the problem that they didn't own the domain name, lifepack.com. As a result, when customers would hear the name of their product and go to the website, they couldn't find them. They would often have to go to the search engine, and they feared that they were losing a large number of customers to the frustration with finding them on the web. What LifePack ended up doing was changing their name, and they ended up changing their name to TemperPack. And TemperPack is now the name of the company, and as you can see here, they own the full .com, temperpack.com. Interestingly, they ended up naming their first product Jute Box because their insulation is made out of the jute fiber. And they thought, and it's also a play on the word jukebox or a music playing box. So their product is called Jute Box, and their company name is called TemperPack. This example illustrates some of the key challenges in naming a new venture. You have to decide how important is it to own the .com or internet address for your business. And you have to think about whether you should name the company the same as your product, or whether you should use different names for product and for company. I'm going to take the very strong position that in most cases you must have full .com availability. That is, with no hyphens, with no special characters, and preferably not a .net or a .org or any of the other top-level domains, but .com. And my argument is that you're just starting your business. There's no reason you can't pick a name that's fully .com available. It's one of the few actions you can take right at the beginning that eliminates one of the main sources of lost customers, which is that they can't find you on the internet. So given that you're an entrepreneur, given that you're just launching your business, you have the luxury of picking a name that's fully .com available. Now, I'm going to argue that this is true even outside the United States. So for instance, Snapdeal is one of the largest .coms in India. In fact, Snapdeal was founded by one of my former students, Kunal Bal. Snapdeal, even though it operates primarily in India, uses the domain name snapdeal.com, not snapdeal.in. So even if you operate primarily in China or primarily in India or primarily in another country with a different top-level domain, I argue that at the start of the business, you should take the time to find a fully .com available name. Again, it's one of the simplest things you can do to ensure you aren't losing customers because they can't find you. This is an example of the company SawStop. SawStop makes a device that stops a table saw if it encounters a finger or a body part in the blade. It's quite a remarkable thing. It can literally stop the blade in a matter of a few millimeters if it detects the presence of human tissue. Now, what's so great about this name is that in addition to having the full .com availability, that is sawstop.com, this name describes exactly what this product does and immediately communicates the benefit proposition to the consumer. As a startup, you have so few resources to spend on marketing that you really want to make every element of your marketing mix work very hard for you. And so one of the things you want to do is pick a name that works very hard for you, that once consumers see it, they immediately know what it is your product does and what its benefit proposition is. Now that's on the one hand. On the other hand, one of the challenges you face in naming your company after a very specific product and benefit proposition is that it doesn't give you very much flexibility for what might happen and how you might need to adapt in the future. So for instance, one of the leading .coms in the early 2000s was a company called CD Now. Now you might imagine that CD Now would not be a very good name today for a business that sells music, in that CDs are essentially obsolete. And so in this case, a name that worked very hard for the company in 2000 doesn't work very well in 2015. The second example I want to show you is these two brands for soy milk. The one on the left is called West Soy, and the one on the right is called Silk. Now, which one would you rather drink? Names evoke attributes of the product. When you hear and see a name, you make associations with that brand. Silk is actually a brilliant name, in my opinion, because it combines soy and milk in a clever way, but it also implies that this is going to be a very smooth beverage, and it's going to be something that gives you a great experience. And so when you're trying to market something like soy milk, having a name that evokes smooth is much better than having a name that doesn't evoke anything or that is somewhat arbitrary, like Westsoy. The next issue I want to illustrate with examples is how easy it is to pronounce the name. There's a heating supplies company that was formerly called Wurzbo and was renamed Yuponer. And I would argue that while Yuponer has some desirable attributes, it's quite hard to pronounce, especially in English. In contrast, the name BlackBerry is extremely easy to pronounce in English. All else equal, you'd prefer a name that's easy to pronounce in the target market where you're selling your product. And to that extent, BlackBerry is a much better name than Yuponer. The next attribute of names that I want to emphasize is spelling ambiguity. This is the website for YouTube.com. Not that YouTube, but rather UTUBE.com. This is the website for the Universal Tube Company. They already owned the domain YouTube prior to the video sharing site YouTube, which is spelled YOUTUBE.com. But because there's so many people who mistype one version for the other, Universal Tube has actually set up their website to be an advertising portal, not to be a portal into the business of their tube manufacturing operations. This indicates to you just how costly it is to have a domain that has spelling ambiguity and that can lead users to some site other than your own. The strategy here is to pick a name that either is unambiguously spellable or to own in advance all of the reasonable spelling variants that your users might encounter. Another really desirable attribute in a name is that it's memorable. This is the website for Big Ass Fans. Now, Big Ass Fans is a really memorable name. In fact, that name came about because customers used to call the manufacturer and say, "Are you the guys who make those big ass fans?" Unable to remember the actual name of the company. And so eventually the entrepreneur decided, you know what, we should just rename our company Big Ass Fans. So this is an example of a name that's highly memorable. In fact, my guess is that long after this session, you're still going to remember the name of this company. So that's a really desirable property in a name, that it's highly memorable. All else equal, you'd prefer a name that's shorter rather than longer. And that's because it's easier for people to remember names that are shorter. And it's also less likely that they'll mistype them when they're looking for you on the web or on their mobile phone. But this is a company called WeBuyAnyCar.com. And while really long, it's actually fairly memorable. And I think it actually works fairly well. It communicates the benefit proposition of the brand. It's quite memorable. It probably is relatively easy to spell, but its only attribute that's a negative is that it's quite long. So I use it to highlight the fact that all else equal, you'd prefer a name that's shorter to one that's longer, but that in some cases, length can be overcome if the name is itself quite memorable and doesn't have a lot of spelling ambiguity. I mentioned previously the global challenges, the challenges of having a single brand name throughout the world. Sometimes the same brand based on a Roman alphabet can work globally. For instance, Boeing is a brand that just uses one brand globally. It seems to work just fine. But for some countries, particularly for consumer brands in countries that use different alphabets, you may need a global variant of, or perhaps a dual brand. So for instance, you can see here what Starbucks has done in China. It's actually quite a brilliant name. They have continued to use the Starbucks coffee logo that has the English version, but they've also added a Chinese version which uses the characters Xing Ba Ke, which means star and then just the phonetic Ba Ke to invoke Starbucks. So it's a combination of the same meaning as star with some of the same sounds of the English Starbucks. So it's a nice example of adaptation of a global brand to a regional market where different characters or different alphabets are used. So in sum, as you think about naming your company and your product, these are the attributes or criteria that you ought to be thinking about. First of all, can I legally and practically use the name? And this means, do I have the full .com availability? I should also note that you have to avoid infringing trademarks of others. And that subject is beyond the scope of this particular session. But as you're naming your company, you certainly want to do a trademark search to verify that, in fact, no one else is using the name that you're envisioning. The second criterion is that the name evokes the thing you're naming. And so the example there of SawStop, working very hard to evoke the thing it names. Third is that the name has positive associations. Think about silk as opposed to Westsoy. Fourth is that the name is easy to say. You'd prefer BlackBerry to Uponor. Next is that it has unambiguous spelling, that in fact, if you're going to call it YouTube, that you've locked down both of the spelling variations or the additional spelling variants of YouTube. Next is that it's memorable, that Big S fans you'll probably still remember long after this session. It's a very memorable name. And lastly, that the name isn't too long, but I qualify that by saying sometimes if it's very memorable or uses a sentence or a phrase, it can be easy to type, it can be unambiguous and still memorable while being longer than you might otherwise expect. And of course, all of these factors need to be considered in the context of targeting global markets, and you need to be mindful of how the name will play outside of your home market. I want to turn now to an actual process for generating and selecting those names. And to do that, I'm going to use the example of a bicycle seat that I created and talk to you about the naming process for this bicycle seat. So the bicycle seat has this desirable property that it's quite comfortable. And the reason it's comfortable is because of the geometry of the seat, but also because the seat pivots, which allows it to rotate to match the motion, the pedaling motion of the rider's legs. In terms of naming process, I recommend 2 steps. The first step is that you generate a list of what I'm going to call chunks. And chunks are just fractions of words. They're sets of characters that typically represent a fragment of a word. Some of those will be dictionary words. So for instance, soft or flex, those are all dictionary words. Some will be proper nouns that relate to your product. So for example, it might be Alpe d'Huez or Armstrong if you're looking to evoke cycling. The next one would be to look in for other roots, possibly from Latin or Greek. So, for instance, the roots leger or velo or studio or corso. Those are all roots from other languages, Latin or Greek, that evoke some of the same things that you're trying to evoke with the product. And then, of course, there are affixes. These are either prefixes or suffixes which could be applied to a name, and it might be things like pro or max or star or tech or things like that. So once you have a list of chunks, and typically you'll generate literally 100 or so chunks, you can then manipulate those chunks in order to create entire words. And some chunks, of course, you could use directly. Some you could use in combination with other chunks. Some chunks you could mutate, adding an additional character or a numeral or a spelling modification. And of course, you can add affixes, either prefixes or suffixes to the chunks, in order to create a set of complete words. So shown here are a set of results of that exercise. Some of those names are natural names, meaning they are the putting together of dictionary words that actually have meaning. They're either proper nouns or they're dictionary words that put together have meaning. And some of them are completely synthetic, meaning they're constructed words that are suggestive or evocative of natural names and of words in English or in whatever your target language is, but they're actually synthetic, meaning they don't exist in the dictionary. Of course, in most settings, even though I've said the .com is really important, you won't be able to get the .com for a dictionary word. Most of those are taken and they're very expensive to acquire. And so in most cases, in naming your company or in naming your product, you're going to create a compound word, several chunks put together, or a synthetic name that doesn't exist in the dictionary. The next step is to do some analysis on those names. I've shown here the actual spreadsheet I used from naming this product. And shown here are a dozen or so of the alternatives that I considered. And I show you here the criteria that I put in the spreadsheet. How long in characters, and then just a 1 to 3 rating of the length. What associations, are they positive or negative with the word? Does it have spelling ambiguity? Does it have the right tone for the brand? A performance-oriented bicycle component. Does it have the right tone of the brand? And how easy is it to say? And these are all just subjective judgments. And these judgments were done by the internal team just to assess a large number of alternatives. The result of this analysis was the identification of the top 10 or the top 6 or so names. Now, I do want to point out, by the way, that every one of these was fully .com available. I take the fairly strong position that I won't even consider a name for which I don't have full .com availability. That's the reason that criterion doesn't appear on this spreadsheet. Once you've created the short list of names, then I recommend that you do some testing. And I'm going to show you an actual survey that I used to test these names. In this case, I used the survey tool Qualtrics, but there are many survey tools available, SurveyMonkey and others that are available to you to be able to run a survey with a sample of target consumers. So what I like to do is first introduce the product, tell people what the product or company is about, and then have them proceed to look at a list of the final naming candidates, in this case between 6 and 10 candidates, and simply rank them from hate it to love it, 5-point scale. And then I give the respondent an opportunity to provide a free association, to provide some comments on the name, just in case there's something that we missed, there's something we didn't think about, maybe a negative association with the name. Now, it's of course important when you design the survey that you randomize the presentation of those names, because there will typically be order effects in survey responses. So randomize the order, present the target user, the survey respondent, with 6 to 10 names, have them rank them on a scale of a 5-box scale as shown here, and then give them the opportunity to comment on the names. Then you do something that I think is pretty clever and pretty interesting, which is you go to the next screen in the survey and you ask them, without going back, to simply type any of the names they remember. What this does is gives you 2 pieces of information. It helps you identify the misspellings, because they aren't now referencing your name, they're simply recalling the name and typing it. So you can see how it is that people type and mistype the names. That's very valuable information. The second thing it measures is recall. Which of the names do people actually remember? And so you can use this text input to identify both spelling variants and to identify recall. I would recommend that you use this survey with about 50 respondents. That is, that you try to get about 50 respondents to the survey. That will give you a very good estimate of liking, of how people like the name, of associations people have with the name, of recall, and of whether there's spelling ambiguity. And based on that, you usually identify 1 or 2 clear winners that are going to be successful for your product or for your company. In our case, we identified the brand named Nexride. And the next thing we did, which is I think quite valuable in coming to appreciate a name, is to do some graphic design to create a graphic identity for the brand. In this case, I used one of the crowdsourcing design platforms, in this case, a company called 99 Designs, in order to generate some alternative graphic treatments of that name. Shown here are the 5 finalists, the 5 I liked best of the submissions that I received on 99 Designs. And based just on internal team consensus, we picked the bottom one, which is actually the name of the product and of the company. One of the things you learn in naming is that although it's an agonizing process, it's filled with frustration, you feel like it's challenging, you're never going to get something you're happy with. Once you've actually gone through the process, run the survey, selected the name, have full .com availability, and then you do a little graphic design, you look at the resulting output and you say, of course, that's the name of our company, that's the name of the product, it couldn't be anything else. And in fact, looking back now at some of those alternatives that we were considering, I realized we really did make the right choice.
It's extremely important for entrepreneurs to understand the concept and the importance of branding. Carefully branding your product or service allows you to differentiate it from other options available in the market. It oftentimes also allows you to charge a price premium. For example, Warby Parker products are less expensive than many other eyewear options, but are more expensive than many other eyeglasses available online because of their unique brand. Let's not forget, Apple was a startup at one point in time. Branding also allows you to create a personality or an image for your company. Is it a company that is breaking tradition? Harley-Davidson is a well-known motorcycle brand, but their EV motorcycles will be called live wire because they want to show it will break tradition. So let's spend some time studying branding in more depth. So what is a brand? Brand is a marketing device designed to create value that is above and beyond the core product or the service benefits. It's beyond the functional benefits of the product, beyond the features of the product. Brand adds value. Brands create value for the organization by often increasing the effectiveness of our marketing actions. If our brand is strong, our advertising works better, our selling works better. In many cases, a brand can also create a separable company asset. You can sell it or license it without selling the company. Brands create value for the customers by differentiating it from competitors. Brands also serve as a credible signal of quality. Brands also offer emotional and social self-expressive benefits. We call this brand personality. So let's go a little bit deeper into each of these aspects of a brand. How does brand create a value for your organization? A very nice study conducted by McKinsey looked at 130 consumer goods companies and found that strong brands, companies with strong brands, generate returns 1.9% above the industry average. Weak brands generate returns 3.1% below the industry average. And more importantly, half of the market value of Fortune 250 is sitting in intangible assets, and a big part of that is in brands. What does that mean? Brand actually is a valuable asset that your shareholders are willing to pay for. Brands can help differentiate your product in the mind of the customer. In a very well-known classic study on branding, expert beer drinkers were asked to taste beer under two conditions. One in which they could see the brand they were drinking, and another where the labels were removed. In each case, they were asked to give their opinions on how similar and dissimilar were the beers that they drank. So in the blind taste test, where the labels were removed, the various options were rated to be very similar, except for Guinness. I'm not a beer drinker, but I'm sure there must be something very unique about Guinness relative to the other beers that made it taste different even when the labels were removed. Now look at the case where they could actually see the labels. When brand labels were visible, the products that were similar tasted different. Any such differentiation allows each of these brands to charge a higher price. We know that from basic economics, that the differentiation allows each of the brands to be able to charge a slightly higher price. Brain studies have also shown that branding has a distinguishable effect. Those interested in these brain studies may want to look at the work of Professor Reed Montag and see how he compared Coke versus Pepsi using MRI analysis. Brands also serve as credible quality signals. The question then we ask is, for what kinds of products do brands serve as strong quality signals? For this, we can classify our brands, our offerings into three different categories. And economists often put them in these three categories: search goods, experience goods, and credence goods. So what do we mean by search goods? Search goods are those where a potential buyer can be relatively sure about the quality and appropriateness of the product by, say, looking at the characteristics of the product by going to the website. For example, when I'm buying a new PC, I just go to the website, look at the specs, and I'm very comfortable placing an order. So for me, a new notebook computer or a new PC is a search good. I just did that a few days ago. I went to the website of a company, looked at the specs, and saw which one fitted me better and just placed the order. And it's hopefully going to arrive this morning. Now let's think about experience goods. But when I'm buying a car, I still go to the website, look at the specifications, but I'm not as comfortable. What do I want to do? I want to do a little more. I feel the need to test drive. Experience the car in a little more to see if it matches what I want. When it says it has enough space, what does it really look like? When it says it has good acceleration, when I put my foot down, what does actually happen? So specification alone is not enough. When I'm thinking of seeing a movie, I look at the genre of the movie, I look at the name of the actors, but seeing the trailer adds some value. We shall call these experience goods. Now let's look at the third category of credence goods. How about consulting services, legal services, or from a different angle, cement that goes into the foundation of a bridge, or vaccine that will prevent me from getting sick, or financial planning advice. In all these cases, the outcome takes a long time, and whether or not what I purchased was good or bad will not be known, or by the time it is known, it is too late to take corrective action. We call these credence goods. For example, financial planning. By the time I find out it didn't do the right thing, it may be too late. In all these cases, especially for credence goods, trust is more important, and strong brands provide that trust. It's therefore not surprising that in many of the credence goods industries, incumbents with strong brands have a great advantage. Online financial advice is difficult to break into for new entrepreneurs, but easier for strong existing players. Same is true for consulting. So if you're entering into these markets, you need to make sure you have a very unique value proposition. I think this is an important concept to understand. Historically, brands were used in search goods kinds of products to create differentiation where differentiation did not exist. In today's world, branding has much more power as a signal of quality in credence goods types of products. So if you are entering a credence goods market, you need to recognize the importance of creating a strong brand, because that's where you need a trust between the buyer and the seller, and the brand provides that trust. I put my name on it. Another aspect of branding that's useful to know is the concept of brand personality. Professor Jennifer Acker from Stanford has done some very interesting and path-breaking work in this area. She studied brands in the US and developed the concept of brand personality using very thoughtful approaches and pointed out 5 different brand personalities that exist. And the 5 personalities she identified were: first, sincere. Brands such as Ford and Hallmark fell in this category. The next one was competence or competent brands. Brands such as IBM and Mercedes were in this category based on her studies. Rugged. Marlboro, Levi's, Harley Davidson fell in this category. Sophisticated. Tiffany and Aston Martin were in this category. Exciting. When she did her study, Virgin and Yahoo were in this category. What are the implications of this to think about? Each entrepreneur has a personality. Should the brand you create match the personality of the entrepreneur? Steve Jobs had a personality of being a rule breaker. Elon Musk has a certain persona. Should the brand match the personality of your target segment, or should it complement what is missing in them? Are people buying Levi's jeans rugged, or do they want to appear rugged? Some brands can create emotional value through their personalities and then appeal to the target audience, either by reinforcing who they are or by complementing what they are not. In summary, it's crucial for entrepreneurs to understand the concept of branding. Good branding allows you to differentiate your product from others. Think of Warby Parker. A brand also signals the quality of your offering by creating a trust between the buyer and the seller. I am willing to put my name on it. Brands, through their personality, also offer an emotional benefit by allowing consumers to be who they are not or to express who they are. So think about branding as a key concept as you are thinking about launching your new venture. And I wish you all success in this process.
For this session, I want to talk about bias and meritocracy among startups. I think we'd all like to believe that entrepreneurship is all about the best idea winning. That's a pure meritocracy. But entrepreneurship is a social process, and like any social process, it's subject to all kinds of biases and other sorts of barriers that affect some people more than others. And this is especially true in entrepreneurship because it's very hard to know in advance what startup's going to win and which ones aren't. So decision makers, like funders or other people who are deciding which startups to support, have to use what Laura Huang calls gut feel. The idea that you're taking in a lot of information that is hard to quantify and using that to make a decision about what startup to fund. And as a result of that, there are lots of potential biases that creep into this decision-making process. And many of those biases are unconscious, and that makes them even harder to detect. Now, we're going to talk about some of these biases in this lecture, and we'll give some suggestions to solving these problems. And I think there is progress being made, but some of the numbers are fairly stark. Now, some of the biases result from fairly objective decision-making. So one clear bias in startup funding is about geography. The mean distance between a venture capitalist and a company that it funds is only 80 miles. That means that, as you can see on this chart here, which maps seed funding in the United States, there's very few places where there's a lot of venture capital funding. And you can see those areas lit up in blue. So that is Silicon Valley and Boston and New York. And Boston and New York are far behind Silicon Valley in terms of funding. If you're outside of those areas, the chance of you getting funding through venture capital is much lower. Now, this is not just a bias based on the fact that people like Silicon Valley people better, but because there's a whole bunch of network effects of being in these locations. You get to meet more venture capitalists. And also venture capitalists need to monitor many different companies. And so if they have to travel a long distance to be able to monitor that company, then they can't monitor other companies in their local area, so they'd rather be local. In fact, we have evidence that when a direct flight is added between Silicon Valley and another city, venture capital investment actually goes up in that city. So that geography really matters, but there's a rational reason for it. Now, many of the other biases among startups are not as rational. So, for example, around 40% of all business owners in the United States are women, the people highlighted in red in this chart. Can you guess what percentage of VC-backed companies have at least one female co-founder? So the answer is really depressing. It's somewhere between 4 and 8%, depending on how you calculate it. And that number has not been improving tremendously over time. Now, how does that happen? How do we end up having 40% of business owners being female, but only a few percent of VC-backed companies receiving money being female-led? So there's a bunch of reasons for this. One reason is pure discrimination. So misogyny is a potential issue. And there have been Me Too movement concerns that have happened within venture capital. So a variety of venture capitalists and accelerator owners have been accused of and have had to quit because of harassment or other sorts of issues. And there is straight misogyny that ends up happening in these kind of environments. But even when you don't have that sort of overt discrimination, you have a bunch of social processes that make it harder for you to receive funding if you're a woman. One of those is about homophily. So homophily is the basic social principle that's been known since Aristotle, that birds of a feather flock together. We like people who are like ourselves. So there's a natural attraction between you and people who share similarities with you. And for various historical reasons, the majority of VCs in the past have been white males. And white males tend to associate with other males. They also tend to be from top schools. They associate with other people from top schools. And so a network starts to be formed of these sets of people. So individually, they may find less in common with a woman because of the homophily issue. But also, the network starts to consist only of people who look like each other. And that makes it harder for a woman to enter this network because the venture capital network is all about informal connections and warm introductions. And if you don't know people who are part of that network, it's harder to get access. So even if entrepreneurs are looking to get access to the network, and even venture capitalists are looking to fund more female entrepreneurs, they look around and they say, I don't know any female entrepreneurs. Well, that's because their network is formed by this homophily principle, and they tend to know other people who are like themselves, and they never get to meet the female entrepreneurs who are being successful because they're not part of their network. And then there's a whole bunch of unconscious bias issues. So there's a really interesting set of studies about the questions that venture capitalists ask women versus men. And they tend to ask men more ambitious questions about how they're going to win. And they tend to ask women more questions about the kind of how they're minimizing risk. So these unconscious biases creep in as well. And so there's a whole bunch of reasons why entrepreneurship is not a pure meritocracy. So pure discrimination, homophily at the individual level, network access, the larger issue, and unconscious bias all shape the decisions people are making. I wish I could say there was a single easy answer to these problems of bias. Unfortunately, there isn't. And I think if you're a member of a minority group or you're a female founder or any other group that's not as well represented in the founding community, you have to realize that there might be these kind of concerns coming up. So many of my students never encounter any of these issues. Some of them do. And I think that you have to be aware that they're there. The good news is you're not the only person who is working on this problem. There's a widespread recognition in the entrepreneurship community that the entrepreneurship needs to be more accessible to women and minority group members, and there's a lot of efforts to try and make that happen. And increasingly, the evidence seems to be that provided that women or minority group members get access to the same sorts of funding and opportunities that are provided to other entrepreneurs, that they seem to have very similar success rates, and in some cases higher success rates than the majority groups who are receiving funding. So it's about getting that initial access that's the problem, and there's a lot of groups that are trying to make this happen. And I'd give you the advice that if you are one of these minority or group members or female entrepreneur, that you should think about reaching out to these groups that support founders in your community. And you can also apply for accelerators and launch programs. We have lectures on those issues. And think about your own networks. And you might have to be more aggressive at scouring your own networks in order to be able to get access to these kind of communities. So the world is changing for the better, but not as quickly as we'd like. And there is a possibility of bias out there that may affect you. And you should realize, though, that the world is changing on the better on this side, and that though the work might be harder, there is still every chance of succeeding. And once you have access to that funding and initial resources, that the success rate for these discriminated against groups seems to be just as good as for any other organization. And in fact, if you're a funder looking to fund entrepreneurs, there's a real opportunity there to fund more female-led and more minority-led entrepreneurs, because it gives you a chance to expand your portfolio and make investments in groups of people who have just as good ideas and even better potential outcomes that other people are making investments in. Welcome to a discussion on incubators and accelerators, which are two other funding mechanisms and support mechanisms you can use in the early stages of your startup. So let's first talk about what incubators are. Incubators have been around for a long time, since at least the 1950s, and they are a way of trying to get early stage startups the support they need in order to succeed. Usually incubators are open to some subset of individuals. So commonly universities might have an incubator, various regions of cities might have incubators. But the idea would be to have some sort of space that individuals can come to that can provide them with support and help. So that might be something like a equivalent of a publicly available WeWork kind of office setting. But it's often some sort of real estate, resources, lectures, mentoring help that will help startups get through the very early stage of a company. Usually it's at an individual level, sometimes small teams, and usually it's a rolling an entry and exit kind of situation. So you apply or join for a little while and you leave once you're too big for the incubator or reach the next stage of your company. Accelerators, though they share the same common focus on early stage startups as incubators, have a very different goal. They're actually money-making ventures, and they grew out of something that you've heard about in other lectures of the class, which is the fact that as startups have dropped in cost and become cheaper and cheaper to launch, it's become harder and harder for large investors to deploy money into a startup before it's been successful and to get the kind of returns that they want to do. So someone named Paul Graham, a startup investor, had the idea that why don't we, instead of investing companies after they've already achieved some success, why don't we invest in lots of companies very early on before they've even got their idea fully worked out? And that way we can get many small investments for large pieces of these companies. And that was the Y Combinator, the first accelerator. So the way an accelerator works is that in return for joining the accelerator, you give up a small stake of your company in return for some sort of investment. So that investment's usually a mix of money and resources. resources. This can be some legal help, some marketing help at a discount, also space at the accelerator program. Usually accelerators are competitive to enter, so the top accelerators like Y Combinator or Techstars have a 1 or 2% acceptance rate. So as opposed to incubators, which are open to everybody within a narrow community with some sort of maybe filter, accelerators are highly competitive and usually open to everybody. They're also class-based, so you apply to a class of an accelerator, so the summer program in Accelerator X, and you join all together with maybe 20 other companies at that same time, or 5 or 10, depending on the size of the accelerator. And usually it's a 3 or 4 month program at the end of which you do some sort of public pitch, often to investors. In some cases, you'll get investment right during that presentation. So the idea of an accelerator is it's a very intense short-term program. It's really designed to get you the next stage of funding. And it moves you through this process with a bunch of other people in the same way, and it's competitive to enter. So like almost all other forms of fundraising, there is a very strong status hierarchy in the world of accelerators. So the top accelerators, and you can see this list of the best accelerators in the market, like AngelPad and Y Combinator, have their pick of which startups they want to have join them. And the lesser high status startups, accelerators like say 500 startups, or the local regional accelerators end up getting the people that Y Combinator did not necessarily select. So this is a very high status ranking. I strongly recommend looking at the accelerator rankings, the seed accelerator rankings that come out of Yael Huckenberg's work at Rice University, and as a way of figuring out which accelerators might be the right ones to join. So there is some research on the type of accelerators and how they work. Techstars and Y Combinator have been the most successful. So Airbnb, Reddit came out of Y Combinator, the Daily Burn, Foodsie came out of Techstars. And we actually have some evidence that accelerators do exactly what their name would suggest. So Cheryl Winston-Smith has a really interesting set of research where she shows that people who go through accelerators are actually accelerated. They're more likely to fail or they're more likely to succeed than people who don't go through them. So they'll get an answer right away in terms of whether a startup's going to succeed or not. The founders that do succeed get funding faster than people who don't go through the accelerators. And even if your startup fails, once you've gone through an accelerator, you're highly connected to this sort of high-tech environment, and it's easier for you to get jobs afterwards. So the general lesson here is that if you get into Y Combinator, you really should go there. And other accelerators, though, it's less clear. So the vast majority of accelerators seem to fail. A lot of regions and governments have set up accelerators, and it's not always clear that those work. So the high status ones work really well. The low status ones, you should only consider joining if it has some goal for you or value for you. So if they're giving you some money that's useful, access to resources that are useful, but you shouldn't expect a low status accelerator to make the same kind of change in your business that a high status accelerator would do. So both accelerators and incubators will help you get your business off the ground. Incubators are much more about providing passive resources such as space, sometimes some mentoring and additional help. Accelerators are about making an investment in your company in return for a piece of equity in your company, and usually joining some sort of high-powered class in a high-stress environment where you'll have to go to the accelerator and spend time there. If you can join a high-status accelerator, you should probably do so. A lower-status accelerator, you need to consider whether or not it meets your goals or not. Incubators, you should use if the resources are helpful for you in your startup company.
Hi, everyone. David Chu from the Wharton School, covering a session on entrepreneurial strategy. An opening question that motivates this session is, why does strategy even matter for entrepreneurs? If you pick up the Wall Street Journal or any other leading business press, you often hear the headlines as to successful entrepreneurship as we out-hustled, we out-executed the competitors, and at the end of the day, we just made it happen. And so that would be one extreme view. The other polar extreme view would be you've got extremely limited resources as an entrepreneur. And so it's even more important for you to strategize, to think through how competitors are going to react to your entry. And to the extent that you're able to get some of those theories out there or hypotheses as to why you're going to be able to succeed, that's going to complement your execution, your implementation, all those other things that are necessary for you to really outmaneuver and successfully compete against more established rivals and incumbents. And at the end of the day, having a strategy will allow you as the entrepreneur to really prioritize. What are the things that really have to go right at the beginning of your venture initiation in order for you to successfully enter into the market. And that's really what is motivating today's session. Let me give you a real live example. So back in 1999, there was a very interesting company called Webvan. It was a very highly touted company that was going to enable online delivery of groceries. You would be able to open up your internet website browser, click on the groceries that you want, and all of a sudden, those groceries would show up in your back door. That company actually consumed a great amount of venture capital, but ultimately failed. It took a strategy of really trying to disrupt the industry incumbents. On the other hand, there was another company that was really founded around the same time, Peapod. And here, instead of being a substitute to the industry incumbents, they thought that they would be a complement to the incumbent grocery chain. And here, what they allowed the customer to do was, if the customer wanted, they would be able to open up a website and be able to order their groceries online and have them delivered. And the marketing was not so much, we're going to replace the grocery chain Peapod. Instead, we're going to be the online arm. So if you prefer your groceries to show up online and to order them online, that channel is available as well. And here, it's a company that actually ended up doing quite well. And the lesson here is that these are two entrepreneurial companies really seeking to exploit the same entrepreneurial opportunity that was afforded by the rise of the internet, but had dramatically different results, probably because they had very different strategies. I'm going to contend three different strategies we can think of for entrepreneurs. The first is a value chain strategy, working with industry incumbents to reinforce the value that they've already established, yet you're innovating along one part of the value chain. Take the example of Foxconn. This is a company that is manufacturing iPods, iPhones, Kindles, and the like in cooperation with industry incumbents Amazon and Apple, yet being at the leading edge of manufacturing and production, and therefore reinforcing the existing value chain of incumbents. That would be an entrepreneurial value chain strategy. A second strategy that is quite different is more along the lines of the Webvan strategy, which is to try to disrupt or to undermine the existing value chain of the industry incumbents by bringing a different platform, a different value chain onto the scene. So in addition to the Webvan example, we might think about Netflix as it tries to enter in and disrupt as a distribution channel media and movies compared to the industry incumbent at the time, Blockbuster. A third strategy would be to really deflect competition altogether and to try to think about ways in which you can enter a market space that is greenfield, completely new, that's not being offered by anyone in the industry. And here, this is a notion that's popularized by these INSEAD professors, really creating new market spaces. The leading example here, Airbnb, creating a new market category that, in some sense, is an alternative, but wasn't thought about before in the space of providing housing for individuals seeking housing. We'll come back to these examples and drill down a little bit more in depth. Now, one question you might ask is, which is the best strategy? To address that, some of you may know about these unicorns. Unicorns is a term that really suggests private value at least at the level of $1 billion US. And just let me tell you about the methodology here. I hired a team of researchers at Wharton to categorize the 140 companies that have been labeled as unicorns. And we tried to analyze what are the strategies that they're using in coming into market. And perhaps surprisingly to some of you, by and large, the value chain strategy is much more important than the disruption strategy in terms of just what strategies are these unicorn companies using. Now, that's a very particular data point, but at least gives you a notion that value chain strategies could be quite important, not just disruptive strategies as been made kind of popularized in the press as to what is the basis of valuable type of companies. Now, one thing that underlies the value chain strategy is this notion of cooperating with others, in contrast to the disruption strategies, which is much more of a competition type of strategy. And so just to review some of the benefits to cooperating with industry incumbents. One is very clear. There's this division of labor. So the startups are doing what they do best, that is upstream innovation, yet they get the best of both worlds by doing a deal or cooperating with partners, industry incumbents, that have assets that are downstream. That is, typically these incumbents are quite good at bringing products to markets. They have superior manufacturing, distribution, marketing, sales type of channels. Those downstream assets are often associated with industry incumbents. And if you could marry these two entities together, that could be a winning strategy. And at the societal level, governments, for example, might care that we don't want to recreate things, avoid duplicative investments if we could have this division of labor in society. So those would be the benefits of cooperating with others. Now, that begs the question, why doesn't cooperation always occur? There's a couple of frictions that are associated with cooperation. One is simple transaction costs. It could be difficult to find the appropriate partner. And even if you could find the appropriate partner, think about all of that in-depth contracting that you have to do. You have to specify who is responsible for what, under bad states of the world, who gets rights, all these different elements of codifying the different cash flow control rights that are associated with the contracting type of process. Those are all various transaction costs associated with cooperation. There could also be a divergence in beliefs, right? One party may really have a different view as to whether a certain innovation is important, right? And so as a consequence, one party may not be interested in doing the deal with the other. There'd be difference in perception, maybe a different, the value proposition of the startup is not verified. And so these things could lead to differences in beliefs and therefore break down cooperation. Finally, from the startup's perspective, there could be this disclosure dilemma. Doing any deal with an industry incumbent involves disclosing in some detail what you've done. And without proper protection, disclosing that information may undermine the very value that you have as a startup entrepreneur. And so just to give one concrete example, there was a movie that was made based on this situation in which an entrepreneur comes up with a better windshield wiper, gets very excited, goes to the industry incumbent auto manufacturer and says, look, I've invented a very important windshield wiper, and wouldn't you like to do a deal with me? The auto industry incumbent says, thanks for coming in, but we've already been working on that. And so some of you may know this film, Flash of Genius, that really goes through all the headaches and heartaches associated with that particular episode. And so it really underscores this notion of negotiating with the incumbent in the contracting process or cooperation process has its own pitfalls. Now what I want to do is to depart to kind of leave you with a few other considerations in using a value chain strategy. Even if you have an aspiration, especially if you have an aspiration to learn production skills, because one day you hope to grow up and graduate from being a startup entrepreneur to being an industry incumbent, it may be better for you to get in the game by producing and not just leave things to arm's length contracting, because you have to make the mistakes. You have to go up a learning curve in order for you to have a long-term prospect of integrating into production all those downstream aspects that you need to do well as a fully fledged type of company. And if you only do a deal in an arm's length manner with an incumbent, that may not work out so well for you in the long term. The next strategy I want to cover is the disruption strategy. Now remember, in contrast to the cooperation strategy, this is the compete strategy. To illustrate this notion, let me give you one concrete example taken from Professor Clay Christensen of Harvard Business School in his 1997 book. And what he's showing is that across generations of hard disk drives, as you move from the 8-inch generation to the 5.25-inch generation, take a look at these attributes that are the key performance indicators associated with this particular industry. As you go from the 8-inch generation to the 5.25-inch generation, the capacity of the hard disk drives gets worse, the access time gets worse, the cost per megabyte all gets worse. And so if you ask the customers, do you prefer these worse performance indicators as you move to this new generation of hard disk drive? Most customers will say no. And that is the signature of a disruptive technology. That is, if you ask the customers what they prefer, they never tell you that they prefer the new generation that's only getting better on one attribute, the size, the miniaturization of the size, but largely gets worse on every other attribute. To fix this idea, there's this generalized notion of this theory that disruptive technology initially performs worse compared to the existing technology. But look at the trajectory of improvement. It's much steeper as compared to the established technology. And at the point at which the disruptive technology eclipses the needs of the average mainstream consumer, that's precisely the moment in time in which the industry incumbent gets disrupted. Now, go back to the example of Netflix or Airbnb. Now, Airbnb I covered under Blue Ocean strategy, but it's not necessarily mutually exclusive with the disruptive technology. At the beginning, the performance is much, much worse. You're sleeping on the couch in the case of Airbnb, and the industry incumbents, Hilton and the Sheraton, they don't think that this Airbnb is a credible threat to their business. But the performance trajectory of Airbnb is much, much steeper compared to the incremental advances that Hilton and Sheraton are employing. And all of a sudden, as you fast forward in the industry, there's this performance trajectory that's much, much better. And the hope of these companies like Netflix, Airbnb, Uber is one in which by the time the industry incumbent recognizes the disruptive nature, it's much, much too late because they've overtaken and eclipsed the market value in terms of performance to the customers. To conclude this section, what I want to do is to give you a comparison, both from the startups, from the incumbent behavior standpoint, as well as the startup behavior in terms of the challenges. This is material I've already covered, but encapsulated in this handy slide or chart that really gives the central managerial or entrepreneurial challenges that are associated with each of these strategies. For the value chain strategy, why does the incumbent want to work with you? For the disruptive strategy, at what point will the incumbent wake up and really respond? And for Blue Ocean, why is there this missed opportunity in terms of new market space that is, in some sense, left on the table that the incumbent hasn't covered? From the perspective of the startup, that in terms of the challenges and the key questions, we could also summarize these things from the perspective of each of these strategies. For value chain, how could you mitigate your expropriation threat or convince the partner that this is really something that they should be interested in cooperating with you as a startup entrepreneur? And for the disruptive and Blue Ocean strategies, the main challenge is how are you going to out-execute? Suppose the incumbent wakes up. Do you have some way of protecting your idea or out-executing the incumbent should they decide to come in and aggressively compete against you? So that's a summary of these 3 startup entry strategies in the context of this particular module. Here I want to introduce a new idea to you. Before we talked about this notion of a value chain strategy in which you're cooperating with industry incumbents, or a disruption or Blue Ocean strategy in which you are instead competing against industry incumbents. A lot of times as a startup entrepreneur, those options may not be immediately available to you. And so similarly to the analogy of scaling up a mountain, the most efficient way of getting up to the top would just be to go straight up the mountain. But a lot of times for startup entrepreneurs, even if your goal is to eventually cooperate or eventually compete, that may be difficult for reasons I'll shortly discuss. And so as a feasible strategy, what you want to do is zig and zag. Take one strategy first that may then enable a different strategy. And what we've termed this is an entrepreneurial switchback strategy, and it's based on some of my own research. Let me introduce the ideas to you. There are two types of entrepreneurial switchbacks. The first is what we're labeling a temporary competition switchback. Here, the idea is that your eventual goal is to cooperate with industry incumbents. But the problem that you may face as a startup entrepreneur is that maybe the industry incumbent doesn't believe that you are going to deliver the promised type of innovations that you are claiming, that there's a substantial amount of uncertainty, both at the level of you as the entrepreneur with respect to no established track record or the product or service that you're trying to bring to market. And so what you may want to do under these circumstances, that your eventual goal is to compete, is to eventually cooperate, is to instead enter the market in a competition strategy first and validate or show the world and the incumbent that you're not just talking about vaporware, that you have actually come up with the innovation that you've purported to come up with, and then it may be more efficient to cooperate or do a deal with the industry incumbent. And so essentially what you want to do in this switchback is to demonstrate to the cooperation partner that you have what it takes and that your innovation is for real. Now, the opposite strategy of this is a temporary cooperation switchback. Here, as a startup entrepreneur, your eventual goal is to compete in the product market. But the dilemma here is that you don't have all those other organizational assets, those complementary assets that you need in order to bring an end-to-end solution to the marketplace. So instead, what you might do is in the first phase of your history as a startup entrepreneur, do a cooperative deal with the incumbent. That is, try to do some joint marketing, some joint manufacturing with an industry incumbent so that you're learning along the way. And then in the second phase, you're able to then end those cooperative relationships so that you can ultimately enter the product market with a brand of your own. And so the idea is that you're able to address and build up your organizational capabilities so that you're well positioned to compete in the product later on. Let me go into detail into each of these strategies. The temporary competition switchback. Let me give you one concrete example from Qualcomm. This is a company that really came up with this important innovation called CDMA, Code Division Multiple Access. It allows communication patterns. It essentially enables the cellular phone industry. At the beginning of entry of Qualcomm into the industry, they came up with an innovation of this new standard that competed against the prior standard, which in various parts of the world were known as GSM or TDMA, Time Division Multiple Access. And when we talked to the founder, one of the founders of Qualcomm, the challenge that he really articulated is that no one really believed that this could be for real. CDMA seemed too good to be true. And so what Qualcomm had to do was they had to enter into the market, even though that was very expensive and inefficient for them to build the cell towers and to build the handsets, because none of the carriers believed that what they had come up with was really real. And so when Qualcomm did enter and demonstrated to the world that this is a workable standard, they then divested those parts of the business, no longer efficient for them to put up cell towers around the world. And so they ultimately end up divesting those cell towers to Kyocera and Ericsson on the handset side. And they become what we know Qualcomm to be today. That is, just generating intellectual property that moves forward the CMA and other types of standards. And so this very well illustrates this conundrum that for some startup entrepreneurs, they would like to eventually cooperate or take a value chain strategy, but it's very difficult because of skepticism and lack of reputation with regard to the industry incumbents. Let me now cover in a little bit more detail the other switchback strategy that we discussed, which is the temporary cooperation switchback. Here, as you'll recall, the ultimate strategy is to compete against the industry incumbents, maybe taking a blue ocean or disruptive strategy. But the problem is initially, you as a startup entrepreneur don't have any of those downstream complementary assets. You don't know how to market, you don't know how to manufacture, all those complementary assets that are necessary to successfully compete. Think about the example of a company like Acer. Here, you may think about Acer. We know them now as the makers of branded electronics equipment. But early on, they had to be a white label, maybe even original equipment manufacturer for the likes of Dell. Dell essentially said, make these computer boxes to our specification. We're going to put our label on them. Then a company like Acer graduates to being not just manufacturing to someone else's design, but then becoming an original design manufacturer, ODM, in which they're responsible for designing the equipment. Dell still gets its name on the ultimate box, but at least Acer is able to improve their design capabilities. And then the final phase of graduation to a fully fledged branded player in which they are designing and branding their own equipment. That's what we know Acer to be today. But in the interim, they had to cooperate with some of the best brands out there in order to develop some of those organizational assets. And so, in essence, allows you to learn together with some of the best out there in terms of the partners. But then once you've learned those capabilities, you're able to shed those partnerships and essentially go out there and compete. And so we could cover other examples. This quote I won't read verbatim, but you can see the same set of patterns associated with Genentech, a very different sector. But the founder here is recounting how they brought their first product, insulin, to the market in the form of a partnership, but then they become the Genentech of what we know today, which is essentially a company that is standalone, branding their own products. In recap, the entrepreneurial switchback strategies could be relevant if you are stymied or blocked from taking your preferred strategy initially, but offers a migratory or evolutionary path to get to your preferred strategy down the road.
That about does it for this course, Launching Your Startup. This course is part of a 4-course portfolio. The first course is Developing the Opportunity. Then this course, Launching Your Startup. Next is Growth Strategies. And the 4th course is Financing and Profitability. After you've completed those 4 courses, you can apply what you've learned in a capstone project, which lets you take an opportunity that you've identified, develop it, and put together a plan for actually launching your business. We began this course with a validated opportunity. This course gives you the tools you need to actually get out there in the market and start selling the product. Next, we're going to turn to the challenge of how do you acquire customers, how do you grow your business, how do you achieve sustainability. I'm Carl Ulrich, and I'm a professor at the Wharton School. And I'm very lucky to have today with me Lindsay Stewart, who's the co-founder and CEO of Stringer. Lindsay, thanks for coming in.
Thanks for having me.
You know, I want to first give a disclaimer, which is that your co-founder, Brian McNeil, was my student. That's
Yes.
the first disclaimer. You weren't actually.
No.
And the second is that I really hope you guys make a lot of money because I'm an investor in your company. So I just do want to get that disclaimer out of the way.
We definitely want to make you a lot of money and maybe a couple bucks for ourselves too.
Great. Awesome. Well, why don't you give us the elevator pitch for Stringer?
So Stringer is a video marketplace, and we allow our customers, major media customers, to request footage, custom footage, and get it back in very tight deadlines. Just drop a pin on a map, tell us what you want, and then thousands of contributors can respond to that request and give you exactly the video that you want to use for a number of reasons. We focused on editorial initially.
Give me a really specific example. What's some footage you've captured recently and how did it actually work?
So, we had a number of news organizations who wanted footage when there was that disaster in San Bernardino. There was an active shooter, at least, on the run. They went in, they dropped pins all over the San Bernardino County area, asked us to leverage our community of videographers there, who then in under an hour's time were able to get shots from, patients arriving to the hospital related to the event, the location, and interviews with people who had witnessed the event itself, and really just be able to come in and grab a lot of different kinds of what would have been very disparate footage at one time, all into one place and grab it from a single source, which was us.
So tell me a little bit. You say drop a pin. So the producer is sitting at his or her desk presumably, looking at a website. Is that how they're actually entering the request?
Yeah, it's pretty simple. They just log in to our website. They put in a topic. So in this case, it was a potential shooter in San Bernardino. They drop a pin on a map.
I see.
And say, here are the locations we're interested in getting footage from. And then when they hit submit, that goes out to our contributors who are in the area, our videographers who've signed up to be on our app in the area, who can look at the nature of the request, decide if that's something they can respond to, shoot the video either with their smartphone or handheld cameras, and then upload that footage. That footage comes back in real time to our customers. So, in this case, it was like the likes of CBS News and the Associated Press. And then they can take a look at that footage, decide if that's something that's useful to them, hit the download button and grab it, all while they're sitting in New York.
Yeah. Who are these videographers?
They range from, professionals all the way kind of down the spectrum to people who are interested in videography. One of the things that we have focused on in the last year is refining who that population is. Mm-hmm. At first we cast the net in our marketing efforts pretty wide just to see who would come in, who would provide valuable footage. And then we captured that data. What does that profile of a person look like? And now we're able to basically market to a more refined set of people who have an interest in videography, maybe had no way to monetize that interest, and now have access to our network of customers to sell their footage.
Well, you mentioned monetize, so there's something in it for them. They get paid?
Yeah, they get paid. So every time a request goes out, or anytime they upload something and it sells to a customer, and sells to a customer is a real key part of our business model, then they are paid. They are also told what the prospective payment would be from the onset if it is indeed in response to a request like the one I alluded to before. And so, unlike a lot of, places where you could put video, like social media, where maybe potentially you just want to tell your friends you're doing something, or you're bragging about going to the Super Bowl or something like that, this is not that environment. This is an environment where you provide valuable footage to customers who want to buy it. You're not just telling the world that you're doing something.
What about how much could they expect to earn?
So, you can, it basically comes down to the per customer download. Mm-hmm. So the average for us right now that we pay out is $55. Mm-hmm. But every single time a different customer buys, they make money.
I see.
And so, potentially you're making $55, maybe 3 customers will buy, and then it's 3x of that. But, that's how the model works. We're working on a different kind of model where we have some channel partners like Getty Images, where the payments might look more like a percentage of what we bring in, so that they capture, if we win big with a particular clip, so do they. We definitely want to make our contributors excited about coming back.
Yeah. Where did the idea come from?
So I'm a former news girl. I spent a lot of time producing. I worked at the Fox News Channel for almost 8 years, and then came up to the Bay Area. Obviously went to the Wharton School, worked at Bloomberg, and my final stop was ABC News. And so the idea came from just a basic need in a newsroom. We have current stringers, Stringer's the name of the company, who basically push content onto us on a daily basis, or especially in breaking news environments. And some of that content is great, some of that content's not so great. Mm-hmm. Some of the delivery is okay in terms of technology, actually getting the content in-house so that you can use it and put it on TV or publish it. And some of it is very slow. And so I thought it would be much nicer to have transparency in the system, system where there's a marketplace where photographers could upload footage, we could see it, know what we're buying ahead of time, and it would be delivered to us quickly. And it, the cloud has given us a lot of options and there's a lot of speed, but that doesn't mean that the average individual stringer has all those tools at their beck to make it a fast delivery. So that was the initial idea. But then when I was here at Wharton, I started basically randomly talking about it. And Brian, my co-founder, said, well, what if we gave our customers the option to request the footage they want, not just take the footage that's available? And that's a brilliant idea, because all of a sudden you've just opened up the world to a producer and said, I really need this protest in Minnesota. I really need storms in Tampa. I really need snow in Boston. And nobody has put anything out there that I want. And now I can basically request it. And so that's what we do. It works in both ways, but I have to say the request footage feature is the stickiest feature for the contributors, because they think, rightfully so, that they're responding to a request from a customer.
This story follows a very typical template or pattern, which is the entrepreneur, his or herself, feels the pain at some point in their lives and then says, hey, I bet I could come up with a service that would address that pain point. So that is the template for a stringer. You were yourself the customer, basically.
I was the customer.
But did you always envision yourself as being an entrepreneur? At what point did you say, I'm a news producer? I guess you had taken a break to go to school, is that right?
I was still a news producer while I was going to school. And I don't know that I always viewed myself as an entrepreneur. I viewed myself as a person who had a certain amount of get up and go that I think is associated with being a news professional. But as far as putting all the aspects of a business together, that's a pretty daunting task. And even as an entrepreneur, I'd be lying to say that it isn't a daunting task now. But no, I don't think so. I think that business school and being around other people with different sets of talents, whether it be engineering or business operations or finance, was really what kind of glued it all together for me.
Well, so you sort of socialized this idea, kicked it around with some of your classmates and peers. At what point did you say, wow, I'm really going to go for this. This is going to be what I do?
I think it was when we looked at the opportunity in the market, which is something that I don't think if I hadn't gone to business school I would have given much thought to. And I think a number of business people actually just get into the market who don't have the training and do quite well without sizing things up so numerically or quantitatively. But yeah, I mean, what really did it for me is we put an MVP together.
So that's minimum viable product.
Yes, a minimum viable product together with our own money. And then we started showing it to prospective customers. We basically took it to some local news customers, some network news customers, and said, if it looks something like this, would you use it? If it looks something like this, would you pay for it? And we got a lot of positive response. I think it was that. And then we went to some investors and said, here's our idea, and do you think this is worth putting your money behind? And I don't think without either one of those coming to fruition, we would have jumped off. Without the kind of the next bit of capital to get yourself to the next milestone, it's pretty hard to get there. And without some validation from the market, your first market where you're going to sell it, it's probably not a good idea also to go jump and quit your job, especially if it's a good one.
Well, you called it an MVP or minimum viable product, but it was more of a mock-up. Is that right? Was it fully functional? Could they actually request footage, or was it more of a mock-up?
It was initially a mock-up. I mean, I literally, with some trusted friends in the news business, said, here's how it would work. Here's how it would look. Here's how the dashboard would look. The dashboard doesn't look anything like what I initially first drew, but what do you think? And I got a lot of feedback there, and that's important because before you spend engineering dollars, which are some of the most expensive dollars you can spend in a startup, at least right now, you want to make sure that at least the initial feature set makes sense. We started with a mock-up, and then we, quickly after that did spend some money to make something functioning, because people don't really get things they can't play with.
But this Stringer is an example of what's called more generally a two-sided market, meaning you have on one side demand, in this case the news producer, and the other side supply, in this case the videographer, and you are a platform to connect supply and demand. The challenge with two-sided markets is you've got to get them started, and you have to keep both sides in equilibrium. So how did you get it started?
So we started in one small media market,
Okay.
a place where we felt we could make some serious mistakes with customers and not like basically put a megaphone to our mistakes. So we started in San Diego, which if you know a lot about media, has a lot of great media professionals there, but isn't like the epicenter for
Right.
news. And so we started with basically the demand side of things and said, would you demand things? And then would you make requests of our system? And so we saw them make requests of our system. And then we had to build the contributor base on the other side, which turned out to be initially easier than we thought. But then there's the maintenance of the system, right? And so the maintenance, particularly of the contributors. What keeps contributors and videographers happy to be coming back and not just basically you've paid for them to come on and now they go away. So then we had to build systems in place and learn from feedback from contributors about what they liked about us and what they didn't like about us. And some really hard lessons there where we had to figure out how to get people to stay without paying them because they weren't necessarily good enough to be paid, but they might be in the future. And so we learned how to do that.
But let's go, let me take you back to San Diego. How small can that initial pilot be? So how many customers on the demand side did you have?
It really just started with one. And
With one,
in fact, you want, depending on your marketplace, but with ours, you want to make sure that in some form or fashion, in a meaningful percentage basis, that you can fulfill some of that demand, right? And then scale from there. You don't need to start with 3 news stations, start with 1. Then we went to 2, and then we went to 3, and then we realized we were getting too much and that we needed more contributors on the other side, and we needed a different kind of contributor. We needed contributors in other places. So you can add them one by one. It does depend on your marketplace. If it's more consumer facing, I think it's a little different.
And were you literally handpicking the videographers on the other side? Or how were you finding these people?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of hacking that goes on in the early days, right? Because you don't want to spend too much money either. And your own time is unfortunately worth less than almost anything, the capital you've raised. And so what I did is I basically called prospective customers. I said, who are the current people you buy from? And then I started talking to all these different people about getting them to join. And I wanted, young stringers to join. I wanted older guys, and there's not a lot of women who are stringers, to join and get their feedback on how the technology worked. But I was literally handpicking them at first. But then we were starting to test how to market to kind of a broader market to see who would come on. And then who would contribute, and to see who would be even better than the current the videographers that were playing in the market at the time.
One of the key tensions, I suppose, is proving out the market in one location, that is really getting that elusive product market fit, versus the desire to scale and to get bigger. How did you think through that decision, and how did you decide when to go outside of San Diego?
Well, we thought, and what I'll say is, we thought through the decision one way, and if I were to do it again, I might think I might execute it differently. But we basically said there should be a matchup between what San Diego stations want and what San Diego videographers can provide, and those two sides should talk to each other beautifully. And that's the perfect model that where they sell each other, buy footage from each other, and boom, it's this beautiful ecosystem. What we learned over time is that the value proposition for our customers wasn't purely local, and that potentially they could get footage from their own market just fine, or what they perceived to be as just fine. But they preferred also to get footage from other places even clear across the country. And so that became a very tough value proposition for us to deliver on. And so what we initially then said is, okay, we're not providing the value necessarily we need to for even the San Diego stations. What do we do? So we took a look at the highest kind of the markets with the most news happening in them. So we did a rank of cities of weather, crime, politics, and those were our next launch cities. And we found that we indeed got a little more traction with customers. They're like, oh good, you have that debate from Iowa that we couldn't get through our other channels. You have that weather from Boston that we couldn't get from our other channels. but it still wasn't quite enough. And I have to say that the minute we told our customers that we have nationwide coverage, which wasn't until November of this year, that's when the big customers started to play ball with us. Because they liked the ease of thinking we were a stop solution for footage that they wanted in the US. And that's where the conversations really got interesting. But all that being said, a number of other scaling lessons were learned during that interim, that if I had launched nationwide my marketing efforts a year ago, it would have been a huge mistake. And for investors like you, I would have spent a lot of your money faster, and that wouldn't have gotten me in a good position either.
Yeah. So you did then play it about right, is what you're saying, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, when you look at acquiring a videographer and you bring that cost down, it costs a 20th now of what it did a year ago. That's a good decision.
Yeah.
On the other hand, of course, when you look at the other side of things and potentially what investors want, and they want to see revenue ramp really quickly, that was not a scenario. Didn't put us in the best position for that.
Right. Yeah. Really interesting. And give us a sense of that timeline. So you launched in San Diego, and then how many months before you launched in the next city, and then where are you now, and what's that timeline look like?
So we launched in San Diego in September of 2014. I have to keep my dates in line. And then about 3 months later, we started looking at other cities when we realized the value prop really wasn't there for our customers. And then we launched in 10 cities. And then we added about 4 more. And then we kind of sat there, and we had a number of early customers with very specific interests, and we started gathering data about the kinds of videographers we wanted to start recruiting. And the only way for us to really gather that data is understand who provided content our customers wanted, what they looked like, and then be able to take that data down the road and market again. And so that took a significant amount of time for us to gather that data, because we had to have customers buy clips from people. Right. And then our hypothesis was, if we market to a lookalike of those people, that potentially that our cost of acquisition would half. That's what we thought. We were like, instead of paying $22
for the videographers,
we're going to pay 11. And then all of a sudden it just plummeted to the ground. And now what we're seeing just in the last couple of months is, for some reason, there's a little bit of virility that's happening within that community, where we're getting people who we haven't marketed to but are of that lookalike profile as well.
On the videographer side
of things.
Yeah.
So and then we kind of sat there for almost a year, gathered that data, and then had an infusion of capital that we could use, and marketed to basically nationwide. And that's where we started really picking up people in every corner of the country.
Yeah. So if I just put that timeline together, it was 3 or 4 months in San Diego. And then a year or so in the 10 or 15 cities, and then you're everywhere now, or at least you've opened up.
Yeah, a videographer in 180 US DMAs now, and our largest market has about 1,500, and it scales down from there.
Great. Give us a sense. Tell us a little bit about the money, about the financing. What the financing milestones were, and how you achieved them.
So our finance, you always, when you raise money, want to be able to go to an investor and say, this is what I can get for your money. So the first milestone was, we're going to do a proof of concept. We're going to show that customers will play with this marketplace, and so will videographers. So that was the first pitch to early investors. And then the next milestone was really, okay, we can take this model, take our learnings, and improve upon it in 10 cities total, and potentially learn more about videographers. And then the next one was, we want to scale, and get to more videographers in more cities, potentially nationwide, and do some pilots internationally, just to see how the mechanics of how that might work. So that was the milestones we put in front of our investors. We also wanted to show that investors, kind of in that latter part, would pay, not investors, customers would pay for the product, and that we could scale that. And so, that has been kind of the consistent, the march along to investors. As far as investors are concerned, we've found that, initially you go to people who know you, right? Who like the idea and, are not unafraid of marketplaces.
Right.
For us, unafraid of a media type investment.
Yeah.
And you have to sell that dream.
Mm-hmm.
Once you have a product, you get out of dream mode and you have to start selling metrics, right? And that is a much harder game to play, right? Sometimes you rue the day you had one number.
Yeah.
You just wish you were back to selling the dream again. And a lot of entrepreneurs will say that they almost never try to take $1 for their product until the veritable last moment. I don't know if that was a luxury we had in our current marketplace. We had to prove out there was going to be some money there. And then you grow from there. And now we're at the stage where we're taking current investors who want to lead around, but then also with the hope of some of these relationships with customers having a strategic investor as well, because for us that is a very meaningful validation of not just what the product is now, but what the product could be and what it means to the industry overall.
Give us a sense of the dollars involved. So that first money, the friends and family money, is about how much?
It was $450,000.
Those are some good friends. That's a fair bit of money.
It was a lot of friends.
Or a lot of friends.
It's a lot of friends. Yeah, those are some good friends.
Yeah.
And then, after our proof of concept and some validation, we were a part of an incubator that put us in front of a number of media customers, and we got increased validation from that community. Then we saw another, 450 come in. I guess it was another. It was another 550. So it was $1 million total.
Yeah. $1 million total.
And so then we got to this kind of rough patch, right, where we've gotten very far, but we really haven't scaled sales. And scaling sales is a very it's an adventure because there's a lot of pricing and a lot of other things. And then we said, well, it's going to be really hard for us to scale sales unless our value proposition is something that is really easy for customers to understand.
Right.
You can request video in 10 U.S. markets. Well, people are like, where can I get video?
Yeah.
You can request video anywhere in the U.S. Now that's something that the Associated Press understands.
Right.
And so I'm in Germany and I'm like, hey, head of video, you can request video everywhere in the US. And he goes, okay, we'll finally try you. Okay, well, I'll finally pay for something. And that inflection point, you're seeing me at that point. So, we to date have raised $1.5 million. And much of that has come from people who have tracked us along our process.
Interesting.
And that, I would say, if you're not raising money in one of those unicorn spaces where people are just hot on you, and there are a lot of good ideas that I encourage people to pursue that aren't in the hot spaces. If you're not in virtual reality, it's okay. Is to have investors who you communicate with, who see your progress, who, if you're making a good number of your targets, because unfortunately you're never going to meet the targets as fast as you want to, especially when customers are involved. You can go back to them and say, here's what we're doing, here's what we want to do, and some of those folks will come along with you because they believed in you when you had a piece of paper. So you now have much more than a piece of paper. You have real customers, but you need to scale it and that sort of thing. But it's I read a ton of articles about how easy it is to raise money, and congratulations to those folks who are writing that. But I would say, that those are headlines, and for the most part, it is just beating the pavement, keeping in touch with the people who have invested in you in the past, and leveraging every contact they're willing and every door that walk through every door and talk to every single person you can, because you never know when your next customer or your next investor is going to come around and or advisor. We've picked up some really great advisors that way too.
You point out that it's tough out there raising capital. That's certainly been my experience. On the other hand, you've done a lot with not that much money, honestly. So it's $1.5 million to date, something like that, for a tech company that's actually in the entire U.S. market. That's pretty efficient. Can you speak a little bit about how you developed the technology so efficiently?
Well, I mean, it's really on the backs of a lot of technologies that are already out there. So, you know, for instance, AWS has been a really
Amazon Web Services.
Amazon Web Services, which has an encoding platform.
Yeah.
We didn't have to build an encoding platform; it's there, and they are very much interested in, you know, kind of getting in the craw of startups because they don't know which ones are going to win or lose. So for the first year, I don't think we paid a dime to them.
Yeah.
You know, we've just started paying for, you know, hosting video,
Right.
which, you know, over time, still I don't think worries me very much. You know, initially we had a number of engineers, and we've scaled, you know, we built the platform to a certain point. Of course, I'd love more, but then we were able to scale back on some of our engineering resources and really just treat it as a marketplace. You know, the building's been built. Now people can come to it. Things could get better, and you can't live without great engineers, but you can maybe live without as many for a little while and bring them back when you can. You know, I think that's kind of the essence of it. Is you take a look at your budget and you say who costs me the most, and you try to treat those people as respectfully as you possibly can. But at the end of the day, if you have really expensive resources, you can only have very few of them when you've, like you said, raised $1.5 million.
Right.
And then you just get as about as efficient in every other corner as you possibly can, and you take a bunch of risk, to be quite honest, as founders, to see how far you can stretch it. And then you don't chintz yourself on who faces the customers.
Yeah.
You make sure that the customers have as good an experience as you possibly can provide.
And I'm guessing that's mostly you at this point.
That's me, and that is our curation team.
Yeah.
And fortunately for me, I understand journalists quite well. There are a number of really talented journalists in New York. One of the reasons why I shifted the company to New York, they're graduating from premier programs, and journalists historically don't get paid as high as engineers. And so I'm able to get a very smart team of people around me who aren't as expensive as, you know, a software engineer. So,
Great. I want to just wrap up by asking you to reflect on the highs and lows. So you've been on this entrepreneurial journey a couple years now. Tell me a high and a low.
Well, highs are always when you know, initially in the early days when you talk to customers and they actually tell you you're not stupid, that this idea is cool. You just feel on cloud nine, and you just are like, this is amazing. The early lows are, you know, going into a number of investors who use a certain framework for their investment strategy, and that's not wrong. It's just what they want to do, and it's their money. And they basically tell you that it's never going to work, and that this is an utter failure for X, Y, and Z reasons. They're calling your baby ugly, and sometimes they didn't even like really lift the sheet off the baby to look at it. And that's very frustrating, and that's a very low feeling. It's really low to have someone who you don't really feel gave you the time of day tell you you're wrong. I'd say that is a cyclical process that I feel all the time. Because, you know, but now, you know, now that we have customers who pay, that euphoria that I used to get from customers now sometimes doesn't even come from them, because they say, but I really wish we had X, Y, or Z as a feature. And gosh, that's why we don't use your service 3 times a day. We only use it 1 time a day. And you know that you don't have the capital yet to implement that. And you're not even sure that feature is something that's worth developing. You need to hear from it. You know, and I think, you know, the day you come up with a plan and you know you're executing it right and you see it execute, that's another high. And it's not you pushing the button. That's awesome. Like when I looked at our system and I said, you know, we're not getting enough good content. This is not the content I would buy as a producer. How the hell am I going to fix this? And I sat one Saturday afternoon and I drew out a little plan on a piece of paper and then put it in a little PowerPoint. And then I said, curation team, this is what you're going to do at 7 o'clock in the morning. This is what you're going to do at noon. This is what you're going to do at 3. And you feel like the bossiest person alive. And then 2 weeks later, it already works. You're like, why the hell did I not do that before? But it's a really awesome feeling to see other people kind of execute your vision and enjoy executing your vision. I think that's another thing, is when you see people who work for you believe in the system you've created, because then they come up with their own innovative ideas for you. And then there's obviously much more valuable employees and teammates.
Wow, well, it's a great story. And I hope there
It
are
is a story.
a lot more highs and not too many more lows.
Yeah, I'm sure both will come.
Thanks so much for coming in.
Thanks for having me.